Ah! On the empty street, several people were running for their lives. Suddenly, a woman's scream rang out. Mo Yuwan quickly turned her head and saw a man strangling her mother about to throw her into the horde of zombies. She immediately turned and ran back, trying to save her mother, shouting at the man as she ran. "What are you doing? Let go of my mom, she's pregnant!" But the next second she watched helplessly as her mother was pushed into the zombie horde. "Mom!" She instinctively reached out to grab her but caught nothing. The last thing she saw was her mother's terrified face and the zombies swarming over her, tearing her apart. At that moment, the man ran up beside her and impatiently shoved her. "What are you screaming for? Don't get in my way or I'll throw you in next." For a moment, she almost gave up on living, but seeing the man reignited her fighting spirit. She chased after him. Her mother was dead. She had to avenge her. Mo Yuwan glared at the man, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. "Do you have a conscience? The child in her belly is your own flesh and blood." "You little brat! How dare you question me? Did I want to push her? She was just a burden." "If she hadn't run so slow, my poor unborn son wouldn't have died." Mo Yuwan was in so much pain she could barely breathe. At that moment, all she wanted was to push this man in after her mother. She jerked her head up, her eyes burning with hatred, almost bleeding. "You beast! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" She could no longer control her rage and lunged at the man, but the next second, an invisible force knocked her back. The man's rough, greasy hands clamped around her neck. "Damn brat, don't you know what's good for you? I was going to let you off since you're my daughter, but you dare lay a hand on me?" He beat her as he cursed. Mo Yuwan had no powers and was no match for him, so she could only let him hit her. "Brat, just as worthless as your mother." Not far away, a woman's gloating voice sounded. "Looks like she's fainted." The girl had no strength left to resist and collapsed limply to the ground. The man spat on her bloodied face and impatiently kicked her aside. "Good, she's fainted. Useless ingrate. Take her along for now. If we run into zombies, we can throw her to them." You'll all die horribly." Mo Yuwan cursed as she felt her consciousness sinking into darkness. She wanted to struggle, but couldn't. She didn't know how much time passed before she finally heard voices again. "You bitch! Don't be ungrateful. You should feel honored that I want your house." "Your house isn't even in the city center. What's the big deal?" "You're the one who insisted on divorcing me. Now I can't hold my head up outside, so giving me a house as compensation isn't too much, is it?" "Ah, let go of me. How did you get my house key?" "I'm calling the police." Mo Yuwan opened her eyes with a splitting headache and was stunned to see the familiar room in front of her. Hadn't she just died? Died fighting the zombie king? In her final moments, she'd recalled her greatest regret in life. It was at the start of the apocalypse, when she was powerless and could only watch as that beast killed her mother. It had always haunted her, and even as she died, she regretted it. Wait. Her mother. She thought she just heard her mother's voice. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw that man grabbing her mother's hair with one hand, holding a plate in the other, about to smash it down. Seeing that hated face and this scene again, Mo Yuwan's eyes nearly burst with rage. She didn't have time to think. She grabbed the fruit knife from the coffee table, raised her hand, and threw it with all her strength. The knife flew straight at the man's face. It whizzed past him, and the sudden change startled him into a scream. "Ah!" The sound of the knife cutting through the air rang in his ears. He froze, unable to react. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, he heard the knife vibrating behind him. He turned to look. The fruit knife she'd thrown was now firmly embedded in the wall behind him, humming. He felt a warm sensation on his face. Reaching up, he found a bloody scratch. Judging by the blood and how he felt, the wound wasn't serious. Compared to thinking he was about to die, a scratch on the face was nothing. Relief at surviving washed over him. But then, that relief turned to rage. "Yeah, Yuwan, you little brat! Are you trying to kill your own father? Do you want to die?" At this moment, Mo Yuwan had already rushed to her mother's side, carefully helping her up. The man looked at the petite girl not far away. He couldn't even see her face, just the top of her head. Usually he could lift her with one hand, but today she'd thrown a knife at his face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He strode over, ready to punch her, but Mo Yuwan reacted instantly and kicked him hard. Ah! A shrill scream echoed in the living room. Mo Yuwan looked coldly at the man now lying on the floor, her eyes full of hatred. My name is Mo Yuwan. The woman she'd helped up was clearly frightened by what had just happened. After making sure her daughter was okay, she glared fiercely at the man. Ye Gao Yuan, if you dare lay a finger on my Yuan, I'll fight you to the death. Hearing this, Mo Yuan's eyes turned red. Now she understood. She had been reborn, back to before the apocalypse began. Maybe the heavens took pity on her for what she'd suffered in her previous life. This time, her first goal was to survive with her mother until the end of the apocalypse. And then, Mo Yuwan looked at the man on the floor with even colder eyes. She'd deal with this beast at the very start of the apocalypse. Ye Gao Yuan saw the look in the mother and daughter's eyes, one with a determination to die, the other looking at him like he was an ant. This realization startled him, and all his previous arrogance vanished. The two women, who usually didn't even dare breathe loudly in front of him, were now both holding knives and had even kicked him. The pain in his backside constantly reminded him this wasn't a dream. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that he shouldn't mess with these two women anymore. He should come back better prepared next time. He couldn't tell if it was fear or just instinct. The man struggled to his feet. Though things weren't looking good for him, he still didn't forget to threaten them. Fine. I came alone today, so I'll let you off for now. I suggest you transfer the house to me and move out as soon as possible. Next time, it won't be this easy. With that, he rushed out the door and ran downstairs, not daring to look back. Of course, Mo Yuwan didn't want to just let him go. The scene of her mother being thrown to the zombies was still vivid in her mind. All she wanted was to kill him. She was about to chase after him when a strange sound made her stop instinctively. Ding, binding successful. Welcome, host Mo Yuwan, to the Apocalypse Lying Flat System. Now your first mission will be issued. The apocalypse will arrive in 2 weeks. The host's spatial ability is being awakened in advance. Please stockpile supplies worth 1 million yuan within 1 day. Upon completion, the host will officially obtain an upgradable spatial ability to help you lie flat in the apocalypse. The initial space is 100 square meters. If the mission is not completed, the Apocalypse Lying Flat system will be revoked. Mission issued. Hearing these words, Mo Yuwan's face was first filled with confusion, then with shock. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Mo Yuwan forced herself to ignore her own pain and walked over, asking with concern, Wan, what's wrong? It was only when she heard her mother's voice that Mo Yuwan snapped out of it. She shook her head, then immediately checked her mother's injuries. Seeing this, Mo Yuwan was a bit puzzled, but cooperated and asked, What's going on? Mo Yuwan didn't explain, just continued checking her mother's body. Fortunately, the man had only wanted to force her mother to hand over the house and hadn't really tried to kill her, so her mother's injuries were mostly superficial, nothing serious. Once she was sure of this, Mo Yuwan breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, go change your clothes. We need to go out right away. There's something urgent. Although Mo Yuwan thought her daughter was acting strange today, she trusted her completely. So she didn't ask any questions and went to change, not even asking what was going on. Mo Yuwan reminded her, Bring your bank card, too. While her mother was changing, she decided to test out her new spatial ability. She went to the living room, placed her hand on the TV in the center, and focused her mind. The TV instantly disappeared before her eyes. Ding. Detected. 1 hair 50-inch color TV, valued at 599.99 yuan. Hearing this, Mo Yuwan not only confirmed the system was real, but also that it calculated value based on the purchase price. With this in mind, she realized that 1 million yuan in supplies was about the same as their family savings. When Mo Yuwan came out, she saw her daughter playing with the TV. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. She was completely stunned. Mo Yuwan noticed her mother's gaze but didn't care. She put the TV back, grabbed her mother's hand, and headed out the door. Mo Yuwan was still too shocked to speak. The mother and daughter had a small car, an old model, but at least it was theirs. Mo Yuwan had gotten her license as soon as she turned 18, so driving was no problem. She put her mother in the passenger seat, got in the driver's seat, and started the car. At this point, Mo Yuwan finally found her voice. "Wan, what was that just now? Where are we going?" As she drove, Mo Yuwan took a deep breath and explained, "Mom, what I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but I promise every word is true. I'm not dreaming, and I'm not sick." She decided not to mention the system for now, but to first tell her mother about what happened in her previous life. Mo Yuwan had rarely seen her daughter so serious. She was usually cheerful and playful. The contrast made her pay extra attention, knowing her daughter must have something very important to say. "Go ahead. Mom will listen carefully. I'm actually the Mo Yuwan from the future. I've been reborn." These two sentences shattered all of Mo Yuwan's expectations. She felt as if her mind had been struck by a hammer, and everything now seemed like a dream. Just those two sentences contained so much information that she didn't even know how to react. Seeing her mother's reaction, Mo Yuwan didn't rush to say more, giving her time to process. After about 2 minutes, Mo Yuwan finally found her voice. "You said you were reborn. Then how did you die?" Hearing this, Mo Yuwan felt a warmth in her heart. She had struggled alone in the apocalypse for over a decade, never daring to get close to anyone. In that world, almost no one opened up to others. It was nearly impossible. And by then she had no family left. Feeling this warmth again made her want to cry. She pushed down the feeling. "Mom, in 2 weeks, the apocalypse will come. Many people will turn into zombies. The first wave of infections will appear, people will bite each other, and it will spread. The whole world will fall and no one will be spared. Human order and civilization will completely collapse. The thing I just did was spatial ability. In this life, I awakened it early. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Just support me in whatever I do next." She had deliberately not hidden this from her mother. After all, no one could accept something like this easily, and seeing it with their own eyes was more convincing than any explanation. As she finished speaking, they arrived at the city's largest outdoor supply store. Compared to other stores, this one was a bit deserted. The manager was a middle-aged man in camouflage and combat boots. She nodded at him, and without much small talk, got straight to the point. "I'll take everything in your store. Name your price." At first, the owner didn't think much of it when he saw 2 women come in. Outdoor gear was usually bought by men, and women only came in for things they couldn't find elsewhere. But now, hearing this cute, delicate-looking girl say she wanted to buy out the whole store, he was dumbfounded. For Mo Yuwan, this wasn't about spending money for the sake of it. Everything in the store was exactly what they needed. She glanced around. Shortwave radios, walkie-talkies, flashlights, candles, Ebola batteries, lighters, storm matches, solid fuel, gasoline, kerosene, fishing line and hooks, sewing kits, outdoor combat clothing and boots. Everything was useful. She'd been here in her previous life too. Back then, a lot of people had already come through, and maybe because they couldn't carry everything, the place hadn't been completely looted. Even so, she'd gotten a lot of useful things here. Not only the owner, but even Mo Yuwan was shocked by her daughter's boldness. She hesitated for a moment, but remembered what her daughter had said and chose to trust her. "Young lady, you're not joking with me, are you?" Mo Yuwan didn't think there was anything wrong with the man's reaction or suspicions. If she were in his shoes, she'd feel the same way. She didn't bother to explain, just looked at him calmly. "Please name your price." The man still eyed the mother and daughter warily, but after thinking it over, he finally quoted a number. "All right, if you want everything in the store, it would normally be 800,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount, just 750,000. Although Mo Yuwan wanted to just hand over $1 million if he couldn't provide enough goods for her to store in her space, she might not be able to complete today's task. But she didn't give up on the idea entirely. "Boss, you must have some connections, right? Could you also help us get some entrenching tools, multifunction knives, safety rope kits, that sort of thing?" Hearing this, the man was clearly startled. He didn't answer right away, but walked to the door, looked around, and only after closing the door did he turn back to her. "Not to be nosy, but what does a young girl like you need all that for?" Mo Yuwan didn't really want to answer, but since things had gotten this far, she had to come up with something. Without hesitation, she looked at the boss with a straight face and said, "Haven't you heard about Japan dumping nuclear wastewater? My family has inside information. Their Genguo mountain is about to erupt. We're a coastal city and the tsunami is coming. Everyone's getting ready to run. I'm just preparing for that." Hearing this, Mo Xiang's eyes went wide with disbelief. If her mother was this shocked, the store owner was even more so. He actually looked a bit panicked. "No way. I thought the news about Genguo mountain erupting was fake. So it was just delayed? Are your sources reliable? They'd tell you something like that?" Mo Yuwan nodded seriously. "Of course. They're keeping it quiet to avoid panic. We have relatives on the inside. You should get ready too, but don't say I told you." At this point, the man's curiosity was gone. He looked at her and basically believed every word. Okay. Thank you for telling me something so important, really. People like me would never get this kind of news. Don't worry, I'll get you everything you ordered, and I'll throw in some extras too. Don't mind if it's not much." Mo Yuwan glanced at her mother and gave her a playful wink. Mo Xiang was sweating with nerves. She never expected her daughter to explain things like this. She quickly handed her bank card to the boss, tugging at her daughter to interrupt the conversation. "There's $1 million in here. Just use it as needed." What she didn't realize was that this only made the man believe the story even more. She looked exactly like a mother trying to cover for her child who'd said too much. He didn't say anything, just got back to business. "All right. So, all this stuff?" He looked around at everything in the store, then peeked out at the small car the mother and daughter had driven over in, clearly wondering how they'd load it all up. Mo Yuwan remained calm. She walked to the counter, picked up pen and paper, and wrote down an address. "Please deliver everything here. Just leave it at the door and you can go." The man glanced at the note. It was a factory address he'd never heard of. He didn't think much of it, though. He was just a businessman. As long as he sold the goods, that was enough. "All right, I'll arrange it now. The first batch should arrive in about an hour and a half." He then said to the two of them, "Thank you for telling me such important news. Don't blame her. I'll keep my mouth shut." Mo Yuwan shook her head, discussed a few more details, and packed up some small items they'd need right away, lightening the delivery load a bit. She then drove her mother straight to the address she'd written down. Mo Xiang was curious about the address, but she knew her daughter wouldn't have given their home address at a time like this. "Wanwan, where did you write down? We can't have all that stuff delivered home, and we can't let people notice us." Mo Yuwan patiently explained. "There's an old factory behind our house that's been abandoned for years. Hardly anyone goes there. I used to play there as a kid." Hearing this, Mo Xiang remembered. Right, it was a brick factory with lots of bricks still inside. Exactly. No people, no cameras, perfect for storing things and no one will notice. Plus, we can take some bricks while we're at it. In my last life, after I left home, I had nowhere to go and hid there for a month. The place is full of rocks, the layout is complicated, and the smell is strong, so zombies don't find it easily. Hearing how much her daughter had suffered, Mo Xiang felt a pang of heartache and wanted to ask more, but knew time was tight and held back. Instead, she cooperated. "You used to play there all the time. I even checked it out. The owner ran off with debts and the buyer lives out of town, so no one touches the place. Only neighbors go there for bricks, or you kids go play. I heard they wanted to redevelop it, but for some reason it never happened." Hearing her mother's explanation, Mo Yuwan felt even more confident. If someone was managing the place, they couldn't just take things, and her powers might be exposed. She nodded. "Don't worry, Mom. We'll just open the gate. I know the warehouse is empty and safe. At most, someone might see the car go in. There was another reason she dared to be so bold. After years of surviving the apocalypse, her senses were far sharper than most people's. If anyone came within 10 meters, she'd notice immediately. In that world, everyone was forced to develop this skill. To survive, you had to stay alert at all times. When the car stopped in front of the familiar brick factory, Mo Yuwan took a deep breath. Because it was a brick factory, the place had a strong smell, one she'd grown up with. That smell had given her time to grow and survive. Now, smelling it again, she actually felt a little at ease. She took out a tool she'd just bought and skillfully pried open the chain on the iron gate, swinging it open. She drove in with her mother, found the warehouse she remembered from her previous life, and opened the door just as smoothly. She turned to her mother. "Mom, go wait at the gate for the delivery. I'll check for cameras or anything like that in here." Although Mo Yuwan still felt that everything happening today was beyond her comprehension, she knew what they were doing was extremely important. Without delay, she nodded to Mo Yuwan and drove the car to the gate to meet the delivery. For Mo Yuwan, she had already checked this place in her previous life. The warehouse was just as she remembered, completely empty except for a thick layer of dust. To be safe, she still checked every inch of the warehouse 3 times, carefully inspecting every corner to prevent any accidents. She knew that, whether for now or for the coming apocalypse, the cards in her hand were basically unbeatable. But she remained extremely cautious. One careless move in this situation could lead to disaster, and her caution paid off. If she hadn't been so thorough, she never would have noticed a tiny difference. She squatted in a corner, carefully examining the edge of the warehouse. At that moment, the rumble of a delivery truck sounded outside, and her mother's voice drifted in. "This is the place. Thank you so much." Hearing this, she didn't have time to think. She quickly picked up the object on the ground and tossed it into her space, then stood up and walked to the gate, acting as if nothing had happened. Just then, a notification sounded in her mind. "Ding, space treasure detected. System will now auto-absorb. Please wait." Even though she was prepared, Mo Yuwan was still stunned. The object was just a little fake diamond, the kind kids play with. She'd only paid extra attention because she hadn't seen it here in her previous life. She never expected it to be a space treasure. A space treasure. Anyone could guess what that meant. The name alone was obvious. It was probably an external storage item, like the rings and necklaces protagonists use in fantasy novels. But for something like this to appear before the apocalypse had even started, it really challenged her understanding. This thing had been here before the apocalypse, but she hadn't seen it in her last life. Mo Yuwan didn't have time to think more because the people at the gate were already coming in. She straightened up, put on a sweet, innocent smile, and looked toward the entrance. To her surprise, the owner of the outdoor supply store had come to deliver the goods himself. After a few polite words, everyone started unloading. Everything went smoothly, and it took 3 trips to deliver all the goods. The owner even took the time to explain how to use the entrenching tools and similar items. Mo Yuwan didn't refuse his kindness. Even though she'd used these things countless times in her last life, it was all self-taught and not the proper way. Now that she had a chance to learn systematically, she wasn't about to pass it up. Once everything was unloaded, the store owner seemed reluctant to leave. He wrote his phone number on a slip of paper and handed it to Mo Yuwan. "Miss, thank you for telling me such important news. If you ever need anything, just call me. I'll help however I can." Mo Yuwan accepted it with a bright, sweet smile. "Thank you, brother." With her cute looks, petite figure, and love of wearing little dresses, she seemed completely harmless. The store owner felt like she was a little angel. Why couldn't his mom have given him such a cute little sister? After he finally left, Mo Yuwan and her mother waited in the warehouse for a while. Once they were sure no one was around, they started using the system space to store the goods. A constant stream of notifications sounded in Mo Yuwan's mind. Ding. Detected. 1 entrenching tool, value 3,000 yuan. Ding. Detected. 1 pair of combat boots, value 500 yuan. Ding. Detected. 1 set of combat clothes, value 500 yuan. Ding. Detected. 1 spool of fishing line, value 50 win. All the values were calculated based on the actual worth of the items. Because the store owner had given them a discount and thrown in some extras, the total value of what they received far exceeded what they paid. As she stored things away, Mo Yuwan glanced at her mother and muttered, "Mom, this guy is really nice. Everything he gave us is good quality, no junk at all." Mo Siying, who had been watching in a daze as items disappeared one by one in her daughter's hands, finally snapped out of it when she heard her daughter's voice. "He thinks these are life-saving supplies." Mo Yuwan nodded in agreement. After all, she'd told him about tsunamis, nuclear wastewater, and a volcanic eruption in Japan. Anyone would be scared. When everything was finally stored, Mo Yuwan had even exceeded her mission requirements. Ding, mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have officially obtained an upgradable spatial ability. Please note, the space is currently being upgraded and maintained. Please check back later. Hearing this, Mo Yuwan was stunned. It was probably because of that stone she'd just tossed in that her spatial ability was now upgrading. She tried to take things out of her space. It worked. But when she tried to look inside, all she saw was a black mist. Seeing her daughter spacing out, Mo Siying asked, "Why do you look so out of it?" Mo Yuwan snapped back to herself. She thought for a moment, but decided not to mention the stone her space had absorbed. It wasn't that she didn't trust her mother, but she didn't know what it was or how to explain it. She shook her head. "It's nothing. Mom, did we use up all our savings today?" At the mention of this, Mo Siying looked worried. Even though she believed her daughter, after all, she'd seen so many things disappear into her hands, she still felt uneasy about spending all their savings. She nodded. "There's another card with 5,000 left. That's enough for us to live on for a few days." "We're out of money now. What do we do next? We haven't even bought food or daily necessities yet." Mo Yuwan flashed a mischievous grin, showing off her neat white teeth. But just as she was about to explain, the system seemed to read her mind. Ding! Now issuing the second mission. Settle your grudges and seek your revenge. The system has detected your lingering obsession from your previous life. Within 3 days, using methods that comply with current laws and regulations, obtain at least 5 million yuan in apocalypse startup funds from Ye Gao Yuan. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with 100 million yuan as apocalypse startup funds, helping you lie flat in the apocalypse with ease. Mo Yuwan was stunned when she heard this mission. Who would have thought that just a short while ago, she'd thought this system was a bit useless? After all, what kind of decent system would call itself the apocalypse lying flat system? But now, she had to admit she'd been too quick to judge. How was this a useless system? This was her precious, darling system. Mo Yuwan was absolutely thrilled. "Mom, don't worry. I have a plan." She pulled her thoroughly confused mother along and left the warehouse. In the apocalypse, Mo Yuwan had become an expert at picking locks as a lone survivor, so the factory lock was no problem for her. She quickly locked up, then got in the car. All the way, she hummed a cheerful tune. Once in the car, she noticed her mother looked like she wanted to say something but was holding back. After a moment, she explained, "Mom, we may be out of money, but Ye Gao Yuan isn't." Hearing her call her ex-husband by name, Mo Siying was a little displeased and couldn't help but correct her. "How can you call your father that? Even if he wasn't good to me and he's not a good person, he's still your father. You should respect your elders." If this had been the old Mo Yuwan, she might have just pouted and agreed. But now she was someone who'd survived more than a decade in the apocalypse. And besides, how her mother died in her previous life had always been a knot in her heart. Her expression was calm, but her voice trembled slightly. "Mom, do you know how you died in your last life?" Originally, Mo Yuwan hadn't wanted to bring this up. No one wants to know how they die. For anyone, learning about their own death in advance is a cruel thing. Mo Siying was stunned, then realized. Her daughter had only ever mentioned herself, never her mother, so she must have died very early. She didn't say anything, just waited quietly for her daughter to continue. Mo Yuwan didn't keep her in suspense. Her hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles turned white. Our house was taken over by Mo Yuwan and that woman in the last life. In the apocalypse, he awakened a strength ability. Because of a so-called couldn't help himself, you got pregnant again. We couldn't fight him. During an escape, he threw you, pregnant, into a zombie horde just to buy himself a little more time to run away. I watched you get swallowed by the zombies. I tried to grab you, but I couldn't. He even said it was because you were too useless, that you didn't protect his son. If you'd just run a little faster, you wouldn't have been pushed. Mo Yuwan didn't go into every detail, just gave the main points. She only needed her mother to know the truth. Thinking back on her previous life, it really was hell on earth. At the start of the apocalypse, they'd taken over her and her mother's house. Outside, snow was falling, but they were inside, warm and cozy in soft sweaters, while she and her mother went out scavenging in nothing but thin jackets. Later, when the base was established, they had to come out to survive, and on the road, that man pushed her mother to her death. And her mother had hated him so much at that time. How could she have gotten pregnant? The truth was obvious, even without her spelling it out. In the end, he still blamed her mother for not running fast enough, for not protecting his son. The more Mo Yuwan thought about it, the more she hated him. She wanted to kill that man right now. But she knew the apocalypse hadn't started yet. She couldn't do that. Hearing all this, Mo Yuwan was shocked. She'd imagined 1,000 things he might do, but never that he could be so inhuman. She didn't scream or cry, just fell silent, reflecting on her life. Her hands were trembling. Seeing her mother like this, Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, then added, her voice tinged with pride, "Mom, I did get revenge for you in the end." She didn't say how, but Mo Yuwan knew it couldn't have been easy. She was just a college girl, alone in the apocalypse, and not only survived, but avenged her mother. Just thinking about it, she could imagine the suffering. She didn't ask how her daughter had done it, but changed the subject. "What about your grandparents? Do you know what happened to them?" Mo Yuwan wasn't surprised by the question. She knew her mother had always felt guilty about her parents. "After we parted ways, I went back to our hometown to look for them." Even though it had been a long time, the memory was still vivid. Traveling from their current city to her grandparents' home had been a life-or-death journey in the apocalypse. But the result? She gathered her thoughts. But there wasn't a single person left in that village. Only zombies. I killed every zombie in the village, but I never saw Grandpa or Grandma. Not just them, everyone seemed to have vanished. Grandma Yang, Grandpa Zhang, Uncle Li, I didn't see any of them. Even the kids I used to play with, none of them were there. Mo Yuwan had lived in that village for a long time as a child, before her mother brought her to this city. They were now in Tongcheng, a coastal second-tier city, while her grandparents' city was about 1,000 kilometers away. She'd made that journey alone, taking about 2 months round trip. It was a rough, dangerous trip. Before the apocalypse, it would have been just a day's drive. If she hadn't awakened her mutated ice ability, she might not have survived or even dared to try. For most people, it was a road of no return. Hearing this, Mo Yuwan was stunned. All zombies? But not a single familiar face? How could that be? Mo Yuwan saw her mother's expression but said nothing. Her grandparents were already in their 70s. In that situation, without their children to protect them, there was almost no hope of survival. So when she kicked open the old door and saw the chaos inside but not a single person, her heart went cold. After a long while, Mo Yuwan took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. Mo Yuwan glanced at it. It was her grandparents' landline. For her, it had been more than 10 years, and she'd long forgotten the number. But seeing it now brought back memories. She watched as her mother's finger hovered over the call button, hesitating. She reached out and pressed the button for her. The phone started ringing. Mo Yuwan turned to watch her mother. Beep, beep. "Mom, the apocalypse is coming soon. If you don't take this step, you might never see them again." The sound of the phone ringing echoed in the small space of the car. Mo Yuwan looked seriously at her mother as she spoke these words. Seeing her daughter's earnest expression, Mo Seeing knew she was telling the truth. The apocalypse was about to arrive. When that happened, everyone would be focused on survival, and her parents were already elderly. If they went back now, relying on her daughter's rebirth, there might still be a sliver of hope. But if she let small grievances keep her from contacting them, she might truly never get another chance. Realizing this, she took a deep breath. Her hand, which had been about to hang up, paused. She forced herself to wait, listening to the ringing, hoping her parents would pick up. She still loved her parents. But fate had other plans. When the cold, mechanical voice finally said, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable," the tension drained away, replaced by deep anxiety. In the past, whenever she called, her parents would always answer right away. But today, no one picked up. What was going on? She wasn't good at hiding her emotions. Her panic was written all over her face. Mo Yuwan saw her mother's expression and, while driving, comforted her. "It's okay. There's still half a month before the apocalypse. There's no danger yet. Maybe they're just busy. We can try again tomorrow." Don't they always like to go next door to chat and relax with Grandma Yang and the others around this time every year? Maybe they just went to bed early. Mo Yuwan wasn't just saying this to comfort her. When she'd lived with her grandparents, sometimes they really did go to bed as early as 6 in the evening. Maybe her words helped, because Mo Sighing finally relaxed a little and smiled at her daughter. "Okay, we'll try calling again later." "You just said your dad, Ye Gaoyuan, has money. What do you mean?" "Even if he has money, he'd never spend it on us." Mo Yuwan completely agreed with her mother's view. Ye Gaoyuan was a selfish scumbag who would never give them a cent, and was always scheming to take their house. By now, the two had arrived at their apartment building. Since the apocalypse hadn't started yet, and she hadn't seen her mother in so long, Mo Yuwan wanted to take a rare break and not pack her schedule too tightly. She didn't answer her mother's question right away, but took her upstairs. Once the door was closed, she smiled and said, "I was going to use this house to trick him out of some money, but now I've changed my mind. Even if he can't use a single cent, I don't want him to get any benefit. Mom, from now on, just let me handle things. No matter what happens, just remember one thing. Don't go soft." Mo Yuwan looked at her mother and reminded her seriously. She knew very well that her mother was a kind woman. Unless she was truly pushed to the edge, she would never attack anyone, and could easily forgive things that others would find unforgivable. So she needed to set the tone early, to prevent her mother from softening. Mo Yuwan's gaze was firm. Meeting her daughter's eyes, Mo Seeing realized that whatever happened in the apocalypse must have been truly unforgivable, or her daughter wouldn't look at her like this. She hadn't experienced it herself, but from her daughter's words, she could tell how hateful the man was. Thinking of how he'd thrown her into a zombie horde while she was pregnant, any lingering feelings vanished. She nodded. "I understand. Go ahead and do what you need to. I won't interfere. Since he never treated me as a person, I won't hold on to any feelings either." It was rare for Mo Yuwan to see her mother change like this. She must have truly given up on that relationship. Seeing her like this, Mo Yuwan felt more at ease. With that relief, exhaustion washed over her. After so many years of fear and vigilance in the apocalypse, she hadn't had a good night's sleep in ages, especially since her mother had died so early in her last life. Now, seeing her again, with the apocalypse not yet begun, she felt a wave of tiredness. That night, she didn't let her mother cook, but ordered a big takeout barbecue feast for them to enjoy at home. Seeing her daughter like this, Mo Seeing didn't object. She could imagine what life would be like after the apocalypse. These foods would be impossible to find. While waiting for the food, Mo Yuwan helped her mother treat her wounds. Her experience in the apocalypse made her skilled at this, and fortunately they were all superficial injuries, not on any vital areas. Even so, Mo Yuwan still hated that scumbag. If not for him, her mother wouldn't have suffered so much. While she felt sorry for her mother, Mo Yuwan also felt sorry for her daughter. Her daughter was just a college freshman. How could she have known how to treat wounds before? Seeing her so skilled now, her heart ached. But neither of them said anything, just quietly looked at each other. When the food arrived, the smell of barbecue made Mo Yuwan feel as if she were in another world, and her stomach rumbled. Mo Yuwan couldn't help but laugh. Mo Yuwan grinned back, unashamed. "Mom, you have no idea. After the apocalypse, you can't even find this stuff. Forget barbecue or hot pot, even a bucket of expired instant noodles is something people would fight to the death over." Mo Yuwan felt a pang of sadness. What kind of life would that be? She couldn't even imagine it. During dinner, neither of them brought up heavy topics. Instead, they chatted and laughed, enjoying a rare moment of lightness. After dinner, Mo Yuwan asked to sleep with her mother. Normally, Mo Yuwan would have refused, but this time she agreed happily. That night, Mo Yuwan snuggled into her mother's bed and had the first good sleep she'd had in over a decade. No mental vigilance, no defenses, just a peaceful, restful sleep. It was so easy now, but in the apocalypse, it was a luxury. Everyone had to guard not just against zombies, but against other people. Mo Yuwan savored this rare relaxation. When she woke up the next day, it was already noon. Hearing the sounds from outside, she knew her mother was making lunch. She didn't get up right away, but picked up her phone and, from memory, sent a text to a certain number. When you were a kid in training, you needed to pee but didn't dare say so you wet your pants. The coach came over and asked why there was a puddle on the floor, and you were punished to run 10 laps in your wet pants. The reply came back almost instantly. "What the? Who are you? How do you know about that?" "You'd better not go blabbing about things you shouldn't. You probably don't want to know what the consequences would be." Mo Yuwan ignored the implied threat about consequences. This person was someone she'd teamed up with for a while in her previous life, a former mercenary. They'd spent about half a year together. He was a good person and had even saved her life. Though he often acted like a joker, when it came time to act, he was ruthless and decisive. Mo Yuwan trusted him deeply. They'd only gotten separated during a zombie horde, not because they wanted to part ways. During their time together, they'd shared a lot about their pre-apocalypse lives. As a joke, they'd even given each other their phone numbers, saying, "If anyone ever gets reborn before the apocalypse, you have to contact me." At the time, it was just a comforting fantasy. Everyone knew it wasn't realistic, just a way to laugh through the pain. She never expected it would actually come true. She replied directly, 3:00 p.m. today, Tongcheng Renmin Road Cafe. Let's meet." After sending the message, Mo Yuwan tossed her phone aside, happily went to wash up, and then sat down for lunch. She knew he was in Tongcheng at this time. He'd just finished a job and was on vacation. He'd told her all this in her previous life. After eating, she told her mother she was heading out, but reminded her, "Mom, don't just sit around at home. Order more takeout. I'll pack it all up when I get back." Mo Yuwan had no intention of staying here for the apocalypse, so she didn't care if people knew what she and her mom were up to, and didn't bother telling her mom to keep it secret. There were still 14 days until the apocalypse. Their startup funds were almost gone, which was a scary thought. She had to get this sorted out quickly, especially since the system had given her a time limit. She had to get that money. Mo Yuwan wandered around outside for a bit. Before leaving, she asked her mom for 2,000 yuan, then headed to the mall's basement level near the cafe. Having lived through the apocalypse, she craved everything here. Even after a full meal, she wanted to eat everything. The apocalypse hadn't started yet. People strolled in groups, chatting and laughing, the air filled with the smell of food, so full of life. She made a round of the food court. Grilled cold noodles, liangpi, taiyaki, stinky tofu, cheese hot dogs, takoyaki, oden, egg waffles, cupcakes, fried chicken, burgers, fries, ice cream, milk tea. She bought one of everything, and a few extras of some, then rented a short-stay room in a nearby guest house. She paid someone 100 yuan to deliver all the food, and once inside, stored everything in her space. She'd tested it last night. The space had a preservation function. She'd tossed in some frozen dumplings from the fridge, and when she took them out, they were exactly the same, not even a bit thawed. Sure enough, a space with a preservation function was the ultimate cheat for a reborn apocalypse survivor. The guest house had no front desk, so as long as nothing happened in the room, no one would notice. After all she'd been through, Mo Yuwan was an expert at checking for cameras. Once everything was done, she headed to the cafe. When she arrived, he was already waiting. The man wore a white t-shirt, light blue jeans, and a baseball cap pulled low, hiding his face. He looked like a clean-cut, trendy guy, sitting in the farthest corner, head down, looking at his phone. Even after spending so much time with him in her previous life, this was the first time Mo Yuwan had seen him like this. She found it a bit amusing. Who'd have thought he dressed like this on vacation before the apocalypse? She quietly walked over and sat across from him. Sensing someone sit down, the man finally looked up. The girl across from him was about 1.62 meters tall, wearing a cute little dress, very pretty. So much so that she was instantly eye-catching. Her face was soft and sweet, the very picture of a lovely little sister. Seeing her sit down, the man's mind went blank for a moment. He didn't think she'd just randomly chosen to sit across from him. He studied her for a while. He'd planned to question her harshly about how she knew his secret, but unconsciously softened his tone, afraid of scaring her. "Little sister, was it you who sent me that message?" Mo Yuan's smile grew even brighter. "Gu Yongnian." Hearing his real name, the man's eyes narrowed sharply. In fact, there were fewer than 3 people in the world who knew his real name. Even those who knew him only knew his nickname. Clearly, he didn't know this girl. His smile vanished instantly, and he looked at her warily. Mo Yuwan didn't waste time. The cafe was still fairly busy at this hour, with people working on laptops. She glanced around. No one was nearby, and the music provided cover, but she was still very cautious. "Someone told me that as long as I told you one thing, you'd believe me and help me out." That someone, of course, was Gu Yongnian himself. Gu Yongnian was surprised but didn't argue, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. "Let's hear it." "The person you care about most was your old coach, but he's already passed away. That time, you two were on a mission together, and he saved you. That's enough. If you need my help, just say it." Gu Yongnian found it strange that she knew this, but still chose to help. He'd only ever told one person about this, an old lady who'd taken him in when he was injured on a mission. He'd told her, "If you ever need help, just tell me this story and I'll help you." Other than that old lady, he'd never told anyone else about this. He'd only shared those stories to cheer her up, and because of his identity, he'd told her his real name. Now, hearing this girl repeat those words, he knew he owed her some help. The only thing that didn't add up was how familiar she seemed with him. Seeing that he believed her, Mo Yuwan didn't say anything more and got straight to the point. "I'll give you a name. In 3 days, find a way to get all his money and give it to me. And how much cash do you have? Within 10 days, you must convert it all into high-damage weapons, heavy weapons." She emphasized those last 3 words, her voice low enough for only the 2 of them to hear. Hearing this girl ask for his entire fortune and mention heavy weapons, his eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing. "You want all my money? What makes you think I'll agree?" Mo Yuwan just smiled sweetly, as if she hadn't noticed his change in mood, still looking cute and harmless. "You will." She handed him her phone number and the dossier on Ye Gao Yuan she'd prepared, then stood up. "When it's done, just call me. It has to be within 3 days or you'll regret it." With that, she left, not even staying for a coffee. Gu Yongnian thought for a moment, but didn't stop her. This girl looked barely of age, yet knew so many of his secrets. It was strange. If she hadn't known about his profession and asked him to convert all his money into heavy weapons, he would have just assumed she was the old lady's descendant. But now, things weren't so simple. If it were anyone else, he might have acted immediately. But this girl was different. His mercenary instincts told him, at first she seemed like just a young girl, but then he sensed a dangerous aura from her. After leaving, Mo Yuwan went straight home. Her mother trusted her completely, and the house was now filled with takeout. Mo Yuwan started storing everything in her space. With 100 square meters of space, it was almost full. She realized it was time to buy some shelves. There was something else important. They needed to sell the house and turn it into cash. As for a place to live after the apocalypse, she already had the perfect spot in mind. Once everything was packed away, she brought up the idea of buying a new place with her mother. Mo Yuwan was clearly worried. "The apocalypse hasn't started yet. If we sell the house, where will we live?" Mo Yuwan just smiled mysteriously. That evening after dinner, she had her mom change into the combat gear and boots they'd bought, then drove her to a certain spot. It was an unremarkable mountain on the edge of the city, completely undeveloped, with no hiking trails. The base was overgrown with weeds, desolate and wild. The only path was a barely noticeable trail, and it took about 10 minutes to reach a cave. After the apocalypse, Mo Yuwan had been to many places, sometimes in a base, sometimes wandering alone or with others. This was the place where she'd met Gu Yongnian in her previous life. There was a cave up there. Both Mo Yuwan and the current Mo Yuwan had the bodies of city dwellers. Compared to post-apocalypse survivors, they were weak. Even with all her skills, Mo Yuwan's body couldn't keep up. She had the moves, but not the stamina. By the time they reached the cave entrance, both were out of breath. But Mo Yuwan knew this place was very safe. If not for needing supplies after the apocalypse, they'd never have left. Most importantly, the entrance was hidden by thick plants. Mo Yuwan used tools from her space to clear the way, and they went inside. A cool breeze swept away the late summer heat. Mo Yuwan led her mother deeper in. The cave entrance was narrow, easy to miss, but inside, it opened up. The further they went, the bigger it got, until they reached the end. It was bigger, but not enough for a bed. "Wanwan, this cave is nice, but without any protection, it's not practical. You can't even fit a bed in here." Mo Yuwan didn't argue. She turned to her mother. "Mom, do you know what a hidden world is?" With that, she took out an entrenching tool and started digging at the floor. Mo Yuwan didn't quite get it, but from her daughter's words, she guessed there was more to this cave. She asked for a tool and joined in. In less than 10 minutes, they uncovered an entrance big enough for 2 people, expertly camouflaged with dirt. Even though she'd been prepared, Mo Yuwan was still startled. Mo Yuwan jumped down first, landing smoothly. The drop was about 3 meters. Mo Yuwan looked down, afraid to jump. Mo Yuwan set her flashlight aside and called up, "Mom, it's okay, I'll catch you." Seeing her daughter waiting below, arms outstretched, Mo Yuwan hesitated, then overcame her fear and jumped. Mo Yuwan, though not at full strength, caught her mother with practiced ease, then gestured for her to look behind. It was a huge space with a door. Clearly, they weren't in the main area yet. Mo Yuwan confidently pushed open the door, revealing a vast chamber before their eyes. The first thing they saw was a long, narrow passageway. Following it for about a minute, they reached the central chamber. It was an ancient tomb. The walls all around were made of solid rock. In the very center of the room was a large coffin. This was the main chamber of the tomb. Seeing the coffin, Mo Yuwan was startled, even trembling a little. She never imagined her daughter would bring her to live in a tomb, but Mo Yuwan was clearly very familiar with the place. She walked up to the coffin and, with practiced ease, bowed respectfully. "Big bro, I already disturbed you in my last life, and I have to trouble you again this time. Please don't hold it against us. We're not here to steal your home, we're here to join you. The world outside is about to go crazy. Soon there'll be monsters out there far scarier than you. I trust you won't mind us sharing your place." After saying this to the coffin, Mo Yuwan turned to her mother and flashed a bright, reassuring smile showing off her neat white teeth. "Mom, don't worry. I've been here before in my last life. It's safe, really. If you want to hide out for a lifetime, this place is more than enough." But the apocalypse is coming, so we need to work on our stamina. We're way too weak right now. Mo Yuwan looked at the coffin, then at her serious-faced daughter, struggling to accept it all. We're going to live here. But what about the coffin? Mo Yuwan blinked, confused. Of course we leave it here. It wouldn't be right to put something like that in my space, would it? Besides, he's the deceased. We're already taking over his home. It'd be wrong to throw him out too. Mo Yuwan. So after the apocalypse, they'd be living in a tomb, sleeping next to a coffin every day? Mo Yuwan found it hard to accept. Sensing her mother's worry, Mo Yuwan comforted her. Mom, a good shelter is hard to find after the apocalypse. This big bro is pretty nice. I stayed here for a long time last time and he never gave us any trouble. Besides, everything valuable here was already taken by others. If he wanted to haunt someone, it'd be them, not us. We're just borrowing the place. What do you mean, if he wanted to haunt someone? If he really did, wouldn't that be terrifying? Still, Mo Yuwan knew it was true. In the apocalypse, finding a place safer than this was nearly impossible. And with her daughter's memories from her past life, she definitely knew what was safe and suitable. With no better options, Mo Yuwan reluctantly agreed. The moment she did, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding host has found a suitable apocalypse fortress site. Auto-binding in progress. Binding successful. Current fortress safety index, 20. Binding reward incoming. Safety index plus 10. Interior upgrades in progress. As the voice faded, the surroundings began to change before their eyes. The floor and walls transformed, lights appeared, and even an air conditioner materialized on the wall. In an instant, the whole space was lit up. But the most bizarre thing was the coffin in the center. It looked freshly painted, and clusters of blue flowers had appeared on top. Mo Yuwan? Okay, upgrades and renovations are great, but my mom is right here. How am I supposed to explain this? She glanced nervously at her mother, who was staring around in shock. After a while, her mother finally looked at her, the only possible explanation. Meeting her gaze, Mo Yuwan could only give an awkward smile. If I'm not mistaken, this should count as my ability. She really didn't know how to explain the system, and since her mom hadn't even fully accepted the idea of the apocalypse, she wasn't ready to mention it yet. There was no better explanation. Mo Yuwan accepted it without question. After all, with the apocalypse coming, nothing seemed that strange anymore. Seeing her mother let it go, Mo Yuwan breathed a sigh of relief. Even the coffin, now looking brand new, didn't seem so scary anymore. They checked out the rest of the tomb. The side chambers had also been renovated, each with its own air conditioner. This saved Mo Yuwan a lot of trouble. If she'd had to hire workers to install all this, it would have risked exposing them. It really did seem like the apocalypse lying flat system was doing its best to help her relax. But Mo Yuwan had no intention of lying flat. That was impossible for her, in this life or any other. She was determined to fight her way through the apocalypse. After making a list of what they needed to bring, they headed back, everything going smoothly. The next day at noon, just as Mo Yuwan woke up, she got a call from Gu Yongnian. "Little sister, I've taken care of what you asked. Give me your bank account number." Mo Yuwan instantly snapped awake. That fast? Gu Yongnian seemed to think she was doubting his skills and snorted. "The guy you gave me is a total sucker. The moment he heard about a money-making opportunity, he fell for it. I didn't even need my backup plan." Thinking about Ye Gao Yuan's personality, Mo Yuwan realized it made sense. He only cared about himself, and money was his biggest weakness. Getting his money was all about the money. But still, it was impressive how quickly a professional could get things done. Just one night. But that meant Ye Gao Yuan would probably come looking for her and her mom soon. Her eyes turned cold at the thought. She gave Gu Yongnian her bank account number and reminded him, "Remember to convert all your cash into heavy weapons. If you can get more, even better. The more, the better. You won't regret trusting me." Without waiting for a reply, she hung up. After so long fighting side by side, she knew Gu Yongnian would trust her. But just as she hung up, someone started pounding on their door. That bastard's voice rang out loud and clear. "Yeah, Yuan, Mo seeing, open the damn door!" Mo Yuwan wasn't surprised at all by his behavior. After all, when he had money, he was already coveting their house. Now that he was broke, it was even worse. But he probably hadn't realized yet that his money had been scammed away. He likely just thought she'd taken it for some investment. She got up, left her room, and saw her mother sitting on the sofa, looking at the door in terror, clearly anxious. She walked over and gently patted her mother's shoulder. "Mom, it's okay." Seeing her daughter's face, Mo Seeing's panic eased a little, but the next second, her heart leapt back into her throat. "What are you doing?" Mo Yuwan was weighing a kitchen knife in her hand, looking puzzled at her mother's question. Teaching him how to knock properly, of course. Without paying attention to the fear in her mother's eyes, she pulled open the door. The moment she saw his face, she brought the knife down. "Holy!" The man barely had time to react before a gleaming kitchen knife came swinging at him. He jumped back in terror, and even the two men behind him were startled, instinctively stepping back. Mo Yuwan slammed the knife into the doorframe right next to Ye Gao Yuan's head. At that moment, she was wearing cute pink bunny pajamas, the very picture of innocence and harmlessness. But her face wore a chilling smile, and the sharp knife in her hand made her look utterly unhinged. The three men outside looked like they'd seen a ghost. Mo Yuwan ignored the other two, her gaze fixed on her father. "I remember telling you, my name is Mo Yuwan." Ye Gao Yuan was so scared he couldn't speak, staring at the knife by his head. After a long moment, he finally found his voice, forcing himself to act tough. "What are you doing? This is a law-abiding society. Are you trying to kill your own father?" "Huh." Mo Yuwan let out a cheerful laugh, then pressed the knife to his exposed neck. "Yeah, law-abiding society. Want to see if I'll really do it?" Her smile was still chilling. She tightened her grip, and soon a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Feeling the pain, Ye Gao Yuan truly panicked. The two men who'd come with him didn't dare stick around. They turned and ran, cursing as they went. "Are you nuts? You said they were just two weak women? If you want to die, do it yourself." They were greedy, sure, but not suicidal. That girl was clearly serious. They'd seen that look in the eyes of real killers before. It wasn't an act, and she'd probably done it before. Mo Yuwan didn't stop them. After all, if they tried to call the police, they'd be the first suspects. Who dare report this? Besides, even if the police came, who knew who'd end up in trouble? She looked at her father, her eyes icy. "Get lost. You'd better hide well. Next time I see you, I might not hold back." Her voice was cold. Not just a warning, but the truth. Right now, with society still intact, she didn't want to cause trouble. But next time, it would be the apocalypse. She'd make sure to deal with him then. She withdrew the knife and kicked him down the stairs, then shut the door without hesitation. Inside, Mo Seeing looked at her daughter with a complicated expression. She knew her daughter had changed after surviving the apocalypse, but this was the first time she'd seen her so violent, almost unhinged. Mo Yuwan calmly rinsed the knife under the tap, wiped it dry, and put it back in the kitchen. She turned to her mother, smiling sweetly as ever. "It's fine now, Mom." Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at it. Huaguo Bank. "Your account, 3452, received a Union Pay deposit of 5,000 yuan at 12:51 on September 12th. A message from Gu Yongnian followed. The money's been handled. You can use it freely. It can't be traced." Mo Yuwan deleted the message after reading it. Then, a system notification sounded in her mind. "Ding host has completed the Settle Your Grudges mission ahead of schedule. 10 million bonus awarded. A total of 110 million yuan will be credited to your account and properly processed. Please use it with confidence. Outstanding mission completion. System space upgraded to 300 square meters. Detected slow stockpiling progress. New mission, stockpile 20 million yuan worth of supplies within 1 day. Upon completion, system space will expand to 2,000 square meters. If not completed, space will shrink to 100 square meters. Mission issued." The next second, another deposit notification arrived. The annoyance she'd felt upon waking up to that wretched man faded away. The mission deadline was tight, but the reward was too tempting. She wasn't nervous, just excited for the next challenge. She wanted to check her system space, but it was still shrouded in black mist. She didn't mind, and cheerfully handed her phone to her mother. "Mom, we're rich." When Mo Yuwan saw the balance, her earlier complicated feelings were instantly replaced by shock. Her eyes widened, and she was about to say something. Seeing her mother's expression, Mo Yuwan quickly explained, "Don't worry, Mom, it's all legal. Just trust me. The 5 million is Ye Gao Yuan's money. The 110 million? You can think of it as heaven's compensation for how miserable I was in my last life." Hearing this, Mo Yuwan didn't say anything more. After all, with the apocalypse coming, money only mattered for now. Thanks to Yongnian for his little gift. Today, instead of eating at home, Mo Yuwan and Mo Yuwan first found a real estate agent to discuss selling their apartment. They agreed the agent would come by in the evening to view the place and talk details. With that settled, Mo Yuwan took her mother straight to the city's largest wholesale market. On the way, Mo Yuwan checked the time and tried calling her parents several more times, but still got no answer. Mo Yuwan was worried too, and her mother was now so anxious she could barely focus. Since she had her space and could stockpile plenty of food, she figured that once the apocalypse hit, bringing her grandparents to live with them would be no problem. In the apocalypse, the elderly would have almost no chance of surviving alone. So, as she drove, she suggested, "Mom, once we sell the house, let's go to Grandma and Grandpa's place and bring them back here. The apocalypse hasn't started yet. They're probably just busy. We can also stock up on supplies over there." Mo Yuwan agreed. There was really no other option but to go check in person. Soon, they arrived at the wholesale market. It was huge, with everything imaginable. Mo Yuwan picked the nearest shop and walked in. The shop owner, a friendly-looking middle-aged woman, was sitting at the counter snacking on sunflower seeds. When she saw them, she put the seeds aside and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, ladies. What can I get for you?" Mo Yuwan had no experience with this sort of thing, so she looked to her mother. On the way, they'd already discussed what to buy, and her mom would handle the talking. The next moment, Mo Yuwan smiled and said, "Hi, sis. We're opening a shop and here to buy stock." The woman's eyes lit up, her tone instantly more enthusiastic. "Buying stock? You've come to the right place. I have connections for everything in this market, guaranteed lowest prices." She grabbed a notebook and pen from the counter and handed them over. "Here, write down what you need. I'll have my husband get it all ready for you." Mo Yuwan took the notebook and pen, but immediately handed them to Mo Yuwan, then went to chat with the owner. "Let my daughter write it down, but we need everything today. We're in a hurry, so please help us out." Mo Yuwan looked at the notebook in her hands, a bit speechless. So all that planning on the way was for nothing? Resigned, she started writing out their list while her mom chatted with the owner. For the apocalypse, even with her space, she focused on long-lasting foods and hard currency items like self-heating hot pots. She quickly wrote, drinking water, rice, flour, oil, the basics. Then dried fruits, beans, root vegetables like carrots, potatoes, sweet potatoes, preserved sausages, dried veggies, lots of salt, sugar, vinegar, eggs, and most importantly, seasonings. After the apocalypse, seasonings were priceless. Everyone wanted them. She kept going. Baijiu, white liquor, basic daily necessities like toilet paper, towels, soap, toothbrushes, tissues, wet wipes, and especially feminine hygiene products, pads, tampons, menstrual cups. These would be rare and valuable for trade. Finally, she added comfort items. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, ready-to-eat rice, snacks, hot pot ingredients, drinks, fruit wine. She listed every flavor she could think of. Lime, tomato, barbecue chips, all kinds of instant noodles, spicy hot pots, tomato, beef tripe, crispy pork, everything. Fresh meat and vegetables would be bought at the produce market, which would be cheaper. As for medicine, that would require special channels. She'd have to figure that out separately. Even Gu Yongnian probably couldn't help, since he was just vacationing in Tongcheng and didn't have medical connections here. When she finished, she handed the list to the shop owner. Her mom was already chatting happily with the woman, who patted Mo Yuan's head and joked, "Not only are you pretty, your daughter's even prettier. Such a sweet face. Must be a good student, right? If my son were older, I'd want her as a daughter-in-law." Mo Yuan, "Thanks, but no thanks." The woman glanced at the list, frowning only at the amount of self-heating hot pots. "Sweetie, you can't just buy so many hot pots because you like them. Young people buy those online. They don't sell well in stores." Mo Seeing looked at her daughter and said, "It's fine. My daughter likes them. A few extra at home won't hurt." Since she insisted, the woman didn't argue, but handed the list back for confirmation. Mo Seeing just glanced at it and handed it back. "No problem, sis. Whatever my daughter wants, we'll buy." "So indulgent." "Well, if you can't sell something, I'll take it back within a month." "Thank you, sis." Looking at the thoughtful owner, Mo Yuan decided to use her usual story. "Auntie, things aren't too stable lately. Haven't you heard about Japan dumping nuclear wastewater? I heard their Zhenguo mountain is about to erupt too. You should stock up at home, just in case." "Wow, you know about that? Impressive." "But those are probably just rumors, right? The authorities say not to believe or spread them." Mo Yuan just smiled. "It's better to be prepared. If nothing happens, great. If something does, you'll be glad you did." The woman thought it over and nodded. "You're right. I'll stock up a bit too." Seeing her agree, Mo Yuan said no more and quietly stepped back. This time, Mo Seeing didn't stop her. She wanted the owner to have an easier time after the apocalypse, too. "Sis, get me as much as you can, at least 20 million yuan worth today, delivered today. The rest within 3 days." The woman's eyes went wide. "You're kidding, right? Sis, what do you need so much for? Why not just come back and restock later? What if you can't sell it all and it piles up?" "And that much isn't cheap. At least 30 million. Mo Seeing's expression didn't change at all. "Sis, our family runs a chain. Don't worry, just supply the goods." Seeing how insistent she was, the shop owner finally nodded. "All right, come sign a contract with me. With this much, it'll be at least 30 million. Give me a 5 million deposit first and pay the rest when it's all ready." Mo Seeing immediately went in to sign the contract. Afterward, Mo Yuan swiped the card, left the delivery address, and the two of them left. Mo Yuan didn't stop there. She took her mom to the furniture market. Even though the supplier said they could deliver today, she wanted to be safe and buy some furniture as backup. If there wasn't enough, she didn't want to risk failing the mission. Besides, their new home was completely empty. She bought a ton of stuff: tables, chairs, beds, sofas, coffee tables, wardrobes. Nothing was left out. The best surprise was that the owner even had stainless steel storage racks. Apparently, they were leftover stock from someone else that hadn't sold. These racks were exactly what she needed. Her space was getting crowded and needed organizing. So she bought them all without hesitation. The excuse? Their family ran a chain supermarket and just happened to need them. The shopping spree went smoothly, and she bought a mountain of furniture. The store manager found it odd, but as a businessman, he was just happy to make a big sale. What the customer did with it wasn't his concern, as long as he got paid. Mo Yuan left the warehouse address and took her mom to the brick factory, then found another large, empty warehouse. While checking it out, she was a little excited, wondering if she'd find another upgradable space item like last time. But in reality, those things weren't just lying around everywhere. This place was just as it had been in her previous life. Nothing unusual. She figured this spot was deep enough in the factory that only people coming in would see what was happening. Outsiders would just notice cars coming and going. So she had everything unloaded in the open space between two warehouses, using the warehouses themselves to store the racks. She and her mom needed to organize everything before putting it into her space. Because of the upgrade, she couldn't see the layout inside her space, so she had to be extra careful. The day's deliveries went smoothly. Her mom handled receiving, while Mo Yuan started assembling racks. She sorted all the food and supplies by category, making it easier to find and track later. Halfway through, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Space treasure devouring complete. System base functions upgraded. Initial space increased to 1,000 square meters. Space-time ratio changed, 1:24, 1 hour outside, 24 hours inside. Food preservation unaffected. Due to the upgrade, total space is now 3,000 square meters. After today's mission, it will increase to 10,000 square meters. Original space treasure still usable. System space, 500 square meters. Please reclaim it. As soon as the notification ended, the space gem that had been devoured earlier appeared on the rack in front of her. Mo Yuwan picked it up. It looked much the same as before, just a bit duller but somehow more elegant, no longer like a child's toy but understated and refined. She slipped it into her pocket. If it still had space, she'd give it to her mom. 500 square meters was rare even in the late apocalypse. Most spatial abilities with 100 square meters were hotly contested by the major bases. She looked into her space and was shocked. She hadn't realized how much bigger 3,000 square meters was until she saw it for herself. It was enormous. Why bother with racks? She could just toss everything in. Soon it would be 10,000 square meters, 3 times bigger. She was tempted for a moment but quickly dismissed the idea. That kind of thinking was dangerous. She kept organizing. After all, the apocalypse might never truly end. In her last life, even after more than a decade, things only got worse. These supplies wouldn't just be for her. They'd help others, too. She didn't plan to just coast through the apocalypse. If possible, she wanted to build her own base and take in refugees. Even after the world ended, humanity never gave up. Like wild grass, they kept fighting to survive. There would always be selfish people, but everyone's goal was the same: to live. The Chinese people had survived countless dark times and always stood back up. This time would be no different. It was just a matter of time. If that was the case, she'd need even more supplies. That's why she'd been so excited about getting that 100 million. She wanted to make life better for herself but also help those who deserved it. Soon, Mo Yuwan finished receiving deliveries and came to help her daughter organize. Mother and daughter worked efficiently, spending the whole afternoon sorting and shelving everything, then moving the racks into the space. Mo Yuwan even took out everything she'd previously stored, arranged it neatly on the racks, and put it all back in. It was a day of serious physical labor. By the end, neither of them wanted to move a finger. Only when the system notification sounded did Mo Yuwan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host! The 20 million stockpiling mission is complete. System space has been automatically expanded for you. Their initial joy was quickly washed away by exhaustion, but after double-checking that everything was in order, they drove home. The real estate agent had already called to say he was on his way. By coincidence, they ran into him at the entrance to their apartment complex. The agent was surprised to see them looking so disheveled. "Ladies, what happened to you two?" Before her mother could answer, Mo Yuwan smiled and replied first. "Our new place is being renovated. We just came back from there." The agent looked enlightened and didn't ask further. While her mother opened the door, Mo Yuwan continued chatting with him. "Mister, our apartment is in a good location, as you can see. Our new place is under renovation, and we're short on cash, so we're willing to sell at a low price." As the door opened, the agent was surprised. "This is a great area, and the renovation is nice. Are you really in such a hurry? If you're not, you could get around 3 million at market price." The location wasn't perfect, but it wasn't remote either. With good infrastructure and nice renovations, 3 million was a fair price. Mo Yuwan smiled. "We don't have a choice, we need the money. If you think it's okay, how about 2.6 million? Your company can buy it directly and resell it later." The agent's eyes lit up. He glanced at Mo Yuwan for confirmation. "Are you serious?" Mo Yuwan nodded without hesitation. She'd worked hard for this apartment, and it was hard to let go, but there was no other way. Mo Yuwan added, "If your company buys it, we can move out the day after tomorrow. We'll take all the furniture, but the fixtures stay." The agent was thrilled and said he'd call his boss for approval. Mo Yuwan and her mother had no objections. She knew the company wouldn't refuse at that price. While waiting, she placed a huge online order for things they'd need. Once they moved, it would be harder to receive deliveries. She went on JD.com and bought a ton of electronics, the latest tablets, phones, computers, headphones, speakers, drones. Normally she'd agonize over buying even one, but now she bought them all. JD's delivery was reliable. Order today, receive tomorrow. She even cleared out the local phone store's inventory. These would all arrive soon. She also planned to download games and movies in advance. After the apocalypse, these would be gone, and she'd be the only one able to enjoy them. She also ordered generators. The tomb had lights thanks to the system, but she wanted to understand the power supply. If the system's power failed, she'd need a backup. Generators would be a consumable after the apocalypse. Once they were gone, they were gone. She planned to buy more with her mom the next day. The agent soon returned. "Our boss says it's fine. We can sign the contract now. Once it's done, the company will transfer the money right away and handle all the paperwork. You just need to move out by the day after tomorrow." Mo Yuwan calculated. There were 12 days left until the apocalypse, so the day after tomorrow would leave them 9 days. That was enough time. They needed to finish stockpiling here, then go find her grandparents. She nodded to her mother, who signed the contract. "Great then. We'll transfer the money tomorrow. Please check your account." After the agent left, Mo Yuwan happily started collecting deliveries. There was food, luxury electronics she'd never have bought before, and she finally experienced the joy of having too many packages to open. She unboxed most of them and started downloading games and movies in batches. Just as she was about to collapse onto her bed, the system broadcast sounded again. "Ding host's physical condition is weak. Please exercise for at least 2 hours daily. Completing this will grant a 10-fold physical enhancement. Please train diligently. Detected fixed teammate. Teammate will receive 5-fold physical enhancement." Mo Yuwan, just sitting down. She wasn't thrilled, but she knew the system was right. Her body was still too weak. Even with her past experience, she'd be at a disadvantage in the apocalypse without a stronger body. The fixed teammate was clearly her mother. It was true. Even if she could protect her mom, she couldn't always be by her side. It was necessary to train together. With that in mind, she got up, went to her mother's room, and pulled her out of bed, explaining that they both needed to exercise. They were exhausted, but there was no time to waste. Mo Yuwan was already past her limit after a day of physical labor, but she still got up to train with her daughter. Even though Mo Yuwan hadn't started training yet in this life, she was still ahead of her mom. She didn't push her too hard, just led her through a series of exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, some arm training with household items, and finally a jog downstairs. Mo Yuwan tried her best to keep up, but eventually had to slow down. Mo Yuwan didn't mind, running ahead and letting her mom follow. Even if she had to walk, she had to finish. By the time they got home, both were completely wiped out, barely able to move, but they still forced themselves to shower. When Mo Yuwan woke up the next day, she could clearly feel that her stamina and strength had improved a lot compared to the day before. Even her fatigue had completely vanished. She figured this was another bonus effect from the system. It wasn't just her. Mo Yuwan could feel it too. Luckily, her mom didn't ask any questions, so she didn't have to come up with an explanation. The two of them headed out without eating breakfast at home. Today was another big stockpiling day. They swept through every breakfast shop near their home, buying loads of soy milk, fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, all kinds of big buns, tofu pudding, shumai. They bought plenty from each shop and tossed it all into the space. They even drove out to some farther breakfast places. It wasn't until they'd filled another 10 shelves that Mo Yuwan finally stopped. She discovered that with the new racks, she could now precisely choose where items would appear in her space, so she didn't have to take things out and organize them bit by bit anymore. Suddenly, the system broadcast sounded again. "Ding. A new day has begun. Host detected actively stockpiling today. Reward increased. Please stockpile 30 million yuan worth of goods today. Complete the task, and system space will expand to 4,000 square meters, plus a stockpiling fund reward of 500 million yuan. Please work hard for the apocalypse lying flat plan. Mo Yuwan twitched her lips. Even though the system was giving her things, it still felt a bit off. After thinking about it, she realized the real issue. The system's tone and broadcast style seemed much more cheerful than before. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she didn't dwell on it. That morning, the two of them bought a ton of generators and appliances: projectors, TVs, washing machines, refrigerators, ice makers. Basically, if they saw it, they bought it. They both knew that while these things were common now, after the apocalypse they'd be rare treasures. Not everyone would have electricity, and even if they did, these items might just be decorations. People around them were amazed by the mother-daughter duo's indiscriminate shopping spree. Everywhere they went, people whispered about them. Mo Yuwan was prepared. She wore a mask and hat whenever she went out, so no one could see their faces. Even the sellers only knew they were a mother and daughter. Still, whenever someone showed them kindness, Mo Yuwan would subtly remind them to stock up on food at home. What she didn't know was that, thanks to these little acts of kindness, the survival rate in Tongcheng would end up much higher than in other cities. People here would survive twice as long as elsewhere. After their morning shopping, they went home, arranged a time with the delivery guy, signed for their packages, and set up all the new electronics for downloads before heading out again. They picked up more goods from the warehouse, then went to the tomb. The tomb's renovations were just as they'd left them, but the entrance was now disguised as a mountain wall. Even Mo Yuwan had to feel around for a while before finding the door. From the inside, it was now a high-security steel door. She hadn't noticed last time because it was dark, but it was clearly the system's doing. There was even a fingerprint-activated high-security code lock. Inside, the cave entrance had reverted to its original look, but the door's security was even higher than the cave's. Even if someone walked right up to it, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. She opened the door, revealing the ladder, and the two of them climbed down. The corridor lights were easy to turn on, just a switch by the door. Once pressed, the whole tomb lit up. Mo Seeing insisted on staying in one of the side chambers. Even though the coffin in the main room had been repainted and decorated with flowers, she still found it creepy and refused to stay there. Mo Yuwan didn't push her and agreed. Next, she set up beds, tables, and other furniture in each room. With that done, there was a lot more space in her storage, and the tomb felt much more like a home. The biggest surprise was that Mo Yuwan discovered a new bathroom behind the main chamber, fully equipped with a toilet, shower, and sink. She turned on the tap, and water flowed out. The toilet flushed perfectly. Mo Yuwan. She wanted to figure out where the water was coming from, but couldn't take things apart, so she could only complain to the system in her mind. Stupid system, you make all this crazy stuff but don't even give me a manual. How does this work? Is it safe to use? Who dares use it? For once, the system actually replied. Usable. It was still the system's broadcast voice, but this time there was a hint of tone, though it still sounded mechanical. Mo Yuwan was startled. After confirming it was the system, she tentatively asked, "What's the principle?" "Rainwater from the mountain is stored. There are pipes under the toilet that discharge to a safe location. No need to worry. Power is supplied by the largest generator you bought today. If it breaks, another will be automatically used from your space." "You even have automatic installation services?" This time the system didn't reply. Mo Yuwan was speechless. Fine, don't answer. At least now she knew the basics and dared to use it. But in the early days of the apocalypse, there would be a period of acid rain. Would the water still be usable then? She asked the system again, and it coldly replied usable, then went silent. She figured there must be a comprehensive filtration system. Still, she didn't plan to rely on the system for everything. She decided to buy some buckets that afternoon to store extra water, just in case. With more space freed up, she and her mom went out shopping again. That afternoon's goal was clear: fresh food, meat, fish, vegetables, fruit, and cooking utensils. No matter how much of these things they bought, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. The only surprise came when the delivery staff realized the goods weren't being sent to a cold storage warehouse. They even specifically reminded them to keep everything frozen. Mo Yuwan just smiled and said to him, "Don't worry, we're just transferring things here for a bit. They'll be sent to cold storage right away. You can just unload the goods." Only then did the delivery uncle feel at ease and unload everything. Time passed quickly. Over the next few days, Mo Yuwan focused on stockpiling supplies, setting up basic water connections, downloading TV shows and movies, and keeping up with daily exercise. Thanks to the system's doubling effect, both Mo Yuwan and Mo Xiang's physical strength improved significantly. After 2 days, the system's notifications sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. The system space has been automatically expanded to 6,000 square meters, physical fitness doubled. Detected that host and teammate have been actively exercising. The original 10-fold physical enhancement is now 20-fold. Teammates' enhancement increased from 5-fold to 10-fold. Please continue to exercise actively. Mo Yuwan's eyes lit up at this news. Her physical improvement was already impressive, but now it was even better. Plus, the rewards from stockpiling over the past few days had increased her stockpiling fund considerably. Although there hadn't been any more apocalyptic startup funds since that 500 million, even after spending a lot, she still had several hundred million left. If the system hadn't given them these upgrades, she would only have the money her mother had saved and whatever she could get from that scumbag. That would be enough to stockpile a fair amount, but just barely enough for the two of them to live. Let alone building a base. If anything unexpected happened, even their own survival would be tough. Although the system's origins were unclear, it was certain that both the tasks and the rewards it provided were a huge help to them. Today was the day the agent came to reclaim the house. Mo Yuwan had already packed all the furniture and belongings into her space and waited at home with her mother for the agent to arrive. The agent, worried they might not have enough time to pack, even asked if they needed him to come in the afternoon instead. But for Mo Yuwan and her mother, the time was more than enough, so they specifically asked for a morning appointment. These past few days, Ye Gaoyuan hadn't come to bother them. But Mo Yuwan didn't think things would be that simple. He was probably plotting something big. It wasn't that she was afraid of him causing trouble, but with the apocalypse about to arrive, they still had a lot to do. They couldn't just kill him outright, and having him hanging around was just an annoyance. She wanted to kill him. To avoid any complications at this critical moment, Mo Yuwan chose to ignore him and keep her peace of mind. When the agent arrived and saw the state of the house, he was completely shocked. The whole place was empty. Aside from the fixtures that couldn't be moved, there was nothing left. Only the mother and daughter stood in the room, looking at him. The agent couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. This level of efficiency was rare. He even asked which moving company they'd used. Mo Yuwan just smiled mysteriously. The money had already been transferred to their account. After the agent finished all the paperwork, the two of them left immediately. Before leaving, Mo Yuwan reminded the agent that it might be a good idea to stock up on supplies. The agent, a trendy guy who lived on the front lines of the internet, had been fooled too many times by rumors. Now he simply didn't believe or spread them. He didn't say this outright, just smiled at Mo Yuwan. "Thanks for the tip, young lady. I'll keep it in mind." Just from his expression, Mo Yuwan could tell he didn't believe her. But that was out of her hands. She could only give a friendly warning within reason. Saying too much would only bring trouble. Everyone has their own fate. She could only respect that. She just smiled back at the agent. "All right." Leaving their former home, Mo Yuwan took her mother to the ancient tomb. By now, they had handled almost everything that could be done in Tongcheng. The rest could be taken care of in other cities, where they could also stock up without attracting attention. In the tomb, she took out all the furniture she could store there, making a bit more space. Today, she didn't receive any new tasks from the system. It seemed the system had determined that her current stockpile was enough for her to lie flat through the apocalypse, so the pace of new tasks had slowed. But Mo Yuwan herself wasn't satisfied. Besides, there was still no news from Guyongnian, who was probably still working hard to get weapons. For them, Getting weapons was easier than for most people, but it still required some connections. The only thing troubling her now was medicine. She didn't dwell on it, but first booked a flight for tomorrow to her grandparents' hometown. Then, in the tomb, she pondered who she could ask to get the medicines they needed. Seeing her daughter's worried look, Mo Yuwan came over, puzzled. "What's wrong? Why the long face? Haven't we stocked up enough? We have enough for several lifetimes." Mo Yuwan just smiled at her mother. "Mom, but we haven't bought any medicine yet. We need such a large quantity. Not everyone can get that much." Hearing this, Mo Yuwan fell into thought. She had completely overlooked the issue of medicine before, never even considering that it would be scarce in the apocalypse, but thinking about it, it was indeed a top priority. After a while, Mo Yuwan looked at her daughter and said, "You can leave this to me. I had a friend in college who works in pharmaceuticals. I can ask him for help." Mo Yuwan trusted her mother completely, but she'd never heard her mention a friend in the pharmaceutical industry before. She didn't think much of it, just nodded and handed over her bank card. "Mom, there's no spending limit. Focus on common medicines, like for colds, fevers, diarrhea, and injuries. Western medicine for quick results, with Chinese medicine as a supplement. If your friend can, remind them to stock up on food too, but make sure not to expose themselves." After thinking for a moment, Mo Yuwan added, "There will be an extreme cold at the start of the apocalypse." Mo Yuwan understood what her daughter meant, nodded, and went outside to make the call. Mo Yuwan didn't sit idle either. She rearranged the tomb a bit, putting out the ornaments from their old home. As for the vases, she placed them on the coffin. She figured since the system had generated a few flowers for her, her own vases would look just right on top. After finishing all this, the system's notifications sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has set up an apocalypse fortress. Current fortress safety index 21, happiness index 50, happiness index greatly increased, automatically awarding 10 extra safety points. As soon as the system's voice faded, the ancient tomb began to change again. This time, however, only the security level was increased. There were no upgrades to the interior, so the changes weren't obvious. In fact, if you didn't look closely, you might not notice anything at all. What was visible to the naked eye was that the surrounding walls seemed to have become much sturdier. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and checked the entrance to the tomb. What she saw shocked her. The already well-fortified door had been completely upgraded, now equipped with a recognition system, both fingerprint and iris scanning. This level of security was probably on par with a bank vault. Although a bit surprised, Mo Yuwan felt much more at ease with the current situation. When Mo Yuwan returned from her phone call, she was startled again. But this time she didn't ask any questions and quickly accepted the change. That day, the two of them went out to buy more food. When they returned that evening, their exercise routine became mountain climbing. Although a bit dangerous, mountain climbing was a very effective way to quickly improve physical fitness, especially now that they had system buffs. After climbing, the two returned to the tomb and went to bed early. This was their first night sleeping in the Apocalypse Fortress. The next morning they got up early and flew to the city where Mo Yuwan's grandparents lived, returning to that small village. Walking along the familiar road, Mo Yuwan felt a bit dazed, but at the same time, her alarm bells were ringing. There was no other reason. It was too quiet. They arrived around 6 in the evening, just at dusk. In the past, at this time, children from every household would be out playing, and groups of elderly people would be sitting outside chatting. But now, it was eerily quiet. Mo Yuwan didn't mention her unease to her mother, not wanting to worry her. She just carefully led her further into the village. Once inside, both of them fell silent. It looked the same as the last time she'd been here in her previous life, but also different. There wasn't a single person, but there weren't any zombies either. They first went to her grandparents' house. Everything was neat and tidy, with no signs of a struggle. She touched the table. No dust. Clearly, someone had been living here until recently. But whether in the vegetable garden or inside the house, there was no sign of her grandparents. The landline sat alone on the table. No wonder no one had answered the phone for days. The only odd thing was that the big yellow dog her grandparents had always kept was still tied up in the yard. It looked like it hadn't eaten for a while and was weak and listless. This dog had been with the family for years. When it saw Mo Yuwan, it wagged its tail weakly, its eyes bright. It clearly still recognized her. This dog had been an important companion in her childhood. Seeing it like this, Mo Yuwan felt heartbroken. She took out some dog food and goat milk powder from her space and carefully fed it. Da Huang was so hungry that he ate too quickly, so Mo Yuwan had to feed him in batches and control his intake. Once she thought he'd had enough, she stopped. Mo Siying didn't come over, just stared blankly at the empty village and house. Even Mo Yuwan couldn't explain what was happening. One thing was certain. Her grandparents loved Da Huang dearly. If they'd left on their own, how could they have abandoned him? And none of their clothes or belongings were taken. The other villagers were also gone. She thought for a moment, patted Da Huang's head, and went to check the neighbors' houses. It was the same everywhere. Nothing was missing, but the people were gone. Mo Yuwan could only go back and tell her mother what she'd found. The situation was so strange it was almost beyond words, and no one could explain it. After a while, Mo Yuwan looked at her mother and said, "Mom, since there are no signs of a struggle, it means nothing bad happened. Besides, the apocalypse hasn't started yet. Maybe something happened and the whole village moved away together." The more she spoke, the quieter and less confident she became. Mo Siying didn't respond, just stood there in a daze. This was the place where she'd grown up. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and could only stand beside Da Huang, stroking his head. After eating, Da Huang perked up a lot, his eyes bright as he looked at Mo Yuwan. He even stuck out his tongue and licked her palm. Mo Yuwan looked at him, thinking that maybe only he knew where her grandparents had gone. But unfortunately, as smart as Da Huang was, he was still a dog and couldn't speak. After a moment's thought, Mo Yuwan looked at her mother and said, "Mom, let's take Da Huang with us." This time, Mo Siying finally reacted. She glanced at Da Huang, then nodded. This was the dog her parents had raised for years. The moment Mo Siying nodded, a system notification sounded in Mo Yuwan's mind. Ding Fortress Guard Dog detected. Current loyalty, 100%. Initial optimization will be performed automatically. As the notification ended, Da Huang suddenly grew larger before Mo Yuwan's eyes. His eyes became more human-like, and even his claws looked sharper. "Mo Yuwan? What the heck?" She stared at Da Huang in disbelief. Da Huang looked back at her, even tilting his head as if to ask what was wrong. Looking into those very human-like eyes, Mo Yuwan's mind blanked and she blurted out, "Da Huang, where did my grandparents go?" She regretted it as soon as she said it. What a dumb question. But the next second, she saw Da Huang blink, then stretch out a paw and write a character on the ground. Left. Mo Yuwan? What the? Mo Yuwan was usually a polite person, rarely swearing, unless she really couldn't help it. Hearing her daughter's outburst, Mo Siying turned to look at her. Mo Yuwan pointed at the character on the ground, then at Da Huang, her expression full of disbelief. "Mom, I know you might not believe this, but he just wrote that in front of me." Mo Siying thought her daughter was just trying to cheer her up and didn't respond, turning away. But Mo Yuwan grew anxious. She looked at Da Huang. "You mean my grandparents left on their own?" Da Huang blinked, then, amazingly, nodded. Now both Mo Yuwan and Mo Siying saw it. Their expressions became quite interesting, but they clearly weren't going to let this only witness off the hook. Mo Yuwan immediately made Da Huang her focus, reaching out to, affectionately, pat his head. "Da Huang." Da Huang's human-like eyes turned to look at the girl beside him, and his expression was clearly a bit alarmed. Meeting those eyes, Mo Yuwan realized she probably looked a bit too much like the creepy uncle from next door, which had scared Da Huang. She coughed awkwardly, then looked back at Da Huang and changed to a more normal tone. "Do you know where they went?" Seeing that she seemed normal again, Da Huang wasn't as scared. He looked at the two women, both watching him expectantly, tilted his head, and then gently shook it. The meaning was clear. He didn't know. Mo Yuwan actually felt a little disappointed. Mo Seeing was clearly disappointed too, but at this point they had no choice but to pin their hopes on a dog. After thinking for a moment, Mo Yuwan asked again, "Did they leave on their own? No one forced them or put them in danger, right?" Even though Da Huang seemed much smarter now, he still didn't quite understand the word forced, but he did understand danger. After a while, he just shook his head. Knowing this was already a small blessing for Mo Yuwan. She had thought they'd never know what happened. After all, the whole village had disappeared. But now, with Da Huang telling them her grandparents left on their own and weren't in danger, it was a huge relief. Mo Seeing also seemed to relax a lot after hearing this. It was a bit strange to put all their hope in a dog, but they had no other choice. At least, knowing from Da Huang that her grandparents were safe was already a rare comfort. Mo Yuwan unfastened the other end of Da Huang's leash and held it in her hand. She wanted to see if she could put Da Huang into her space. She tried with her mind. Good news. The leash went in, but the dog didn't. Da Huang suddenly felt his neck loosen. He instinctively looked down and saw that the leash, which had been there for so long, had vanished into thin air. He looked back at Mo Yuwan in confusion. Mo Yuwan felt a bit awkward too. She rubbed her nose, then took the leash out of her space and put it back on Da Huang. Apparently, the leash gave Da Huang a sense of security. Once it was back on, he walked with a spring in his step. The system seemed to sense Mo Yuwan's needs and spoke up quietly. "Ding host's need detected. Now issuing a major space upgrade mission. Please stockpile 300 million yuan worth of goods in the current city within 3 days. Upon completion, system space will expand to 20,000 square meters. Reward, right to store living creatures, excluding humans. No penalty for failing the mission. Please complete the mission actively." The long-missed mission notification sounded, and Mo Yuwan actually felt a bit nostalgic. Not to mention, this time the reward was a huge upgrade. The right to store living creatures in her space. Although she couldn't store humans, this upgrade was still extremely useful. For now, the biggest benefit was being able to store Da Huang, but thinking further, there were so many possibilities. She could even buy chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and fish to put inside. Then she could breed them and have an endless supply of meat. Compared to just buying meat, this was clearly much more cost-effective, and the basic space would expand to 20,000 square meters. At this moment, Mo Yuwan's eyes were shining. Mo Seeing didn't know what her daughter was so happy about, but she figured it must be something good. The next second, Mo Yuwan grabbed her mother's hand, holding Da Huang with her left and her mom with her right, and walked straight out. Da Huang, Mo Seeing. As they walked, Mo Yuwan explained to her mother. The village was next to the mountains and hardly anyone ever came by. Leaving wasn't easy. There were no taxis, not even a single bus, and bringing Da Huang along made it even harder to get a ride. But Mo Yuwan didn't mind. They'd been exercising lately. Da Huang had just been strengthened, and it was still early. The two of them and a dog could just walk out. Since they'd made up their minds, even when they saw cars, they didn't try to hitch a ride. They just took the No 11 bus. That is, they walked. It took about 2 hours to leave the deserted village and reach the city center. Maybe it was thanks to their recent training, but neither Mo Yuwan nor Mo Seeing looked tired at all. They were full of energy, and even Da Huang seemed unfazed by the exercise. He didn't even stick out his tongue. Their training was already showing results. Mo Yuwan found a pet-friendly homestay online and booked it for 3 days, then rented a pay-by-day warehouse. Once everything was settled, she fed Da Huang and then went out with her mom. Da Huang was left to watch the house. After all, not every place allowed dogs, and it could be troublesome to bring him everywhere. This time, her targets were still local foods, regular clothes, and some durable tactical gear. She also needed to stock up on supplies for Da Huang. The homestay could receive deliveries, so after getting the address from the owner, Mo Yuwan started ordering pet supplies online. Dog food, canned food, a dog bed. These were all essentials. And with Da Huang now part of the family, she needed to buy more meat, since in the coming apocalypse, feeding him meat would be much better than just dog food. In fact, dog food would just be a supplement for Da Huang from now on. The next 3 days of shopping went very smoothly. Everything was transferred through the warehouse and then stored in her space. She even bought some animal babies to raise later and made another trip back to the village. Although the people were gone, there were still quite a few poultry left. Though a bit weak, she took them all. As for where her grandparents had gone, there was no point worrying about it. According to Da Huang's testimony, they were safe. Since she couldn't contact them, she could only put the matter aside for now. After this round of stockpiling, Mo Yuwan's apocalypse supplies list was basically complete. Only Gu Yongnian's weapons and her mother's medicines were left. They had accumulated so many supplies that they even had clothes for people of different ages and body types, though she and her mother's own clothes were chosen with extra care. Mo Yuwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as soon as she tossed the last item into her space, the system's notification sounded again, announcing the reward for the major upgrade mission. Now, Da Huang could leave the city with them and return to Tongcheng. After all, there was still a long way to go, and Da Huang couldn't take a plane. They had to finish all the tasks and unlock the ability to store living creatures in the space before they could leave. Just then, Mo Yuwan's phone rang. "Hello? The stuff you asked me to buy is ready." The moment she heard the voice, Mo Yuwan knew who it was. Gu Yongnian. He had really done as she asked. Mo Yuwan's tone was calm, but she couldn't help but curl her lips into a slight smile. "Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Hide everything well for now." A large batch of weapons suddenly appearing in China was extremely dangerous for Gu Yongnian, which was why she reminded him to hide them. Clearly, he understood this too. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and asked, "These things are for me, right?" "For you?" On the other end, Gu Yongnian's voice suddenly rose, full of disbelief. Mo Yuwan quietly held the phone away from her ear until he finished, then put it back. "Isn't that the case?" "I guess so. They're mine now." "Fine. They're yours." Mo Yuwan could hear the gritted teeth in his voice and felt a little innocent. "However much you resent me now, you'll be that grateful to me in a few days. 3 days left. Everything was becoming urgent. Ding detected that the host has proactively stockpiled a large number of weapons. System space expanded to 40,000 square meters. As expected. Hearing the notification, Mo Yuwan smiled in satisfaction. She didn't bother with more small talk and hung up, leaving Gu Yongnian in confusion while she prepared to return to Tongcheng with her spoils. This time, she left very little money behind. Almost all her assets had been spent. But the weapons from Gu Yongnian were basically free, and she didn't have to worry much about the medicines. That same day, she took her mother back to Tongcheng. As soon as they got off the plane, she used her phone to max out every online loan she and her mother could get, planning to use the money to buy more supplies and enjoy the feeling of free shopping. Even with just online loans, she managed to borrow quite a bit. With only 3 days left until the apocalypse, it didn't matter how aggressive the loan companies would get with collections or how high the interest rates were. Purely for plot needs, please be careful, stay away from online loans, and enjoy a good life. Because of Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater, there would actually be acid rain in the early days of the apocalypse. No one knew if the apocalypse was caused by the acid rain, but zombies and acid rain basically appeared at the same time. Although there was no research proving a necessary connection between the two, even after more than a decade, humanity never figured it out. One thing was certain. Thinking of this, a subtle expression appeared on Mo Yuwan's face. Mo Siying noticed her expression and felt a bit puzzled. The two of them were on their way to pick up the medicines. "Wan Wan?" Hearing her mother's voice, Mo Yuwan turned to look at her. "Mom, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something complicated." Mo Siying was curious, but since her daughter didn't want to say more, she didn't press. Seeing her mother's curiosity, Mo Yuwan just smiled and added, "You'll know in a few days." Yes, the acid rain was caused by Japan's nuclear wastewater discharge. Maybe it was karma, because after the apocalypse broke out, before the communication networks went down, they received a message online. Japan had a full-scale zombie outbreak, and the entire country had fallen. Survivors were few and far between. This news made those who suspected a connection between the apocalypse and Japan's nuclear wastewater cheer. For Chinese people, a deep-rooted dislike of Japan is almost in their blood, so when they heard this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. But while some felt glad, others sighed. After all, these decisions were made by Japan's ruling party. The ordinary people had no say. Many had opposed the discharge from the start, but it was useless. In the end, these people became collateral damage. It wasn't fair to them, but no one could change it. Mo Yuwan wouldn't say these things out loud. After all, you have to experience it yourself to really feel the mix of regret and satisfaction. And in the decade after the apocalypse, they rarely had any chance to see people from overseas. Back to the present. Although the medicines were provided by her mother's classmate, Mo Yuwan didn't let her guard down. She still went to the warehouse at the brick factory to collect them and put everything into her space. After that, she went to see Gu Yongnian. When she saw him, he no longer had the cheerful, lively air of a big boy. Instead, he was full of resentment, especially when he saw Mo Yuwan. Seeing his deeply aggrieved expression, Mo Yuwan understood why and rubbed her nose, not daring to say anything. There was no other reason. Gu Yongnian was now living in a pitch-black basement, not even daring to go outside. Why? Of course it was because of the weapons. Thinking of this, Mo Yuwan felt a little guilty. She coughed awkwardly and followed Gu Yongnian into the room. In fact, before she arrived, Gu Yongnian had considered grabbing her and interrogating her about who she really was, then deciding what to do with the goods and with her. But as soon as he saw her, he realized his plan was doomed. The last time he saw this girl, she had a faintly dangerous aura. Now that aura was much stronger. He figured he could only go 50-50 with her at best. Gu Yongnian was at least self-aware about his own strength. Mo Yuwan could more or less guess Gu Yongnian's intentions, but she didn't really care. With the system's buffs, her physical abilities had improved so much in the past few days that, even if she wasn't at her peak, she could still put up a good fight. The entire warehouse was packed with weapons, guns, heavy rockets, machine guns, all sorts of powerful arms. There were hardly any small ones. They were all the big stuff. Mo Yuwan couldn't help but let out a surprised, "Whoa!" Hearing her exclamation, Gu Yongnian glanced at her in confusion. These were all things she'd asked for, so why did she look so surprised to see them? Mo Yuwan's reaction was mostly for show. She really hadn't expected Gu Yongnian to get his hands on so much heavy weaponry. According to what he'd said before, he was just a small-time mercenary. Maybe he had a different understanding of small-time? She didn't bother hiding anything from Gu Yongnian and started putting the weapons into her space right in front of him. When the first weapon disappeared before his eyes, he was clearly shocked, his eyes wide. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But the weapon really had vanished right in front of him. For a moment, he looked at Mo Yuwan as if she were some kind of monster, but she wasn't interested in explaining and just kept packing things away. Gu Yongnian tried his best to process the fact that the weapons were disappearing, but no matter how he tried to rationalize it, he just couldn't accept it. When the entire warehouse was empty except for a few things, Gu Yongnian finally couldn't hold back and cursed under his breath. He'd been through a lot over the years, and while he wouldn't claim to have seen everything, he'd seen plenty of strange things. But today's events were just too unbelievable. It completely shattered his understanding of the world. Mo Yuwan clearly had no intention of explaining. As she turned to leave, Gu Yongnian stopped her. "Aren't you going to explain what's going on?" Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, but didn't answer directly. She just gave him the address of the brick factory. "There are 3 days left. Find a place to hide. Don't go anywhere crowded. If you really run into trouble, call me. For the first month, my phone will work. If something happens after that, I won't be able to help. Keep what's left for self-defense." She gestured to the things behind her, making her meaning clear. After saying this, she walked straight out. Gu Yongnian tried to stop her, but when he got outside, she was already gone. "She sure runs fast," Gu Yongnian couldn't help but mutter to himself. But despite his complaints, he realized this seemingly soft and gentle girl was anything but simple. Mo Yuwan, having acquired a huge cache of heavy weapons, was in a great mood. Even her steps felt lighter. She had to admit Gu Yongnian's resources were impressive. He'd managed to stockpile so many weapons. With this amount, she'd have enough to build a base and even launch attacks if needed. After a few detours, Mo Yuwan finally made it back to her ancient tomb. After these past few days, Mo Xiying was no longer so resistant to living in the tomb. She'd even started to accept it. There were 3 days left until the apocalypse. A sharp glint flashed in Mo Yuwan's eyes. Da Huang was let out as well and seemed to adapt well to the place. Except for going out to the bathroom, he stuck close to Mo Yuwan at all times. She guessed it was because being left behind by her grandparents had left him with some trauma. But Mo Yuwan enjoyed having Da Huang around. They'd grown up together after all. For the next 3 days, Mo Yuwan took her mother and Da Huang to scout the area around the tomb. The cave was very well hidden, located just below the mountainside, surrounded by a steep slope. It was so steep that unless you were really skilled, you'd have a hard time even finding the place, let alone reaching it. Mo Yuwan checked it out and found the location excellent, easy to defend, hard to attack. Once the early days of the apocalypse passed, she planned to level the area outside and raise chickens, ducks, and geese. For now, her home was more like a fortress, solid and unbreakable. Currently, all the small animals were kept in her space. Whenever Da Huang went out to the bathroom, she'd let them out for some fresh air. To be extra safe, Mo Yuwan set up an electric fence around the cave and installed a hidden camera at the entrance. Once she finished, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has proactively claimed territory. Auto-binding in progress. Binding successful. Security level and basic defenses automatically upgraded. Reward, 4 high-strength cameras already installed and connected to your phone. Please check them later. After the notification, the electric fence in front of Mo Yuwan and Mo Xiying grew taller and taller, finally stopping at 5 meters. Before the apocalypse, that would have been an impressive height, but afterward, it wasn't all that high. She figured there would be more upgrades in the future. The only part of the area not blocked by the electric fence was the small path Mo Yuwan used, where a pitch-black gate now stood. The gate gleamed, clearly not ordinary in terms of defense. To test its strength, Mo Yuwan punched it with all her might. It didn't budge. You had to know her strength was now terrifying. Lifting a 1.8-meter-tall man was as easy as picking up a chicken. But even with her full force, the gate didn't move at all. That said a lot about how sturdy it was. Mo Xiying saw this too and was shocked, not just by the sudden appearance of a massive iron gate, but also by the fact that even her daughter's attack couldn't move it. But Mo Xiying was a mature mother now. She'd learned not to ask about these sudden changes. One day left until the apocalypse. Mo Yuwan took her mother and headed out. The mother and daughter drove out, even bringing Da Huang along, planning to stroll through the night market and have some barbecue. After all, there was only 1 day left before the apocalypse. Who knew when they'd next be able to walk the streets like this? They wanted to savor the last bit of ordinary life. They also planned to check out the nearby malls to see if there was anything else they could buy, just in case they'd missed something. Sensing her thoughts, the system granted her another 10 million yuan. Although it wasn't as much as the hundreds of millions she'd received before, it was still a significant sum. Her space also expanded to its final form, 50,000 square meters. In all her years in the apocalypse, Mo Yuwan had never seen anyone with a spatial ability this large. What surprised her most was that she could faintly feel her own ability awakening. In her previous life, she had an ice-type ability. This time, she could sense it was still ice. In a way, she felt this power suited her well. She was a soft, delicate girl, but with ice powers, she could kill without a trace, perfect for playing the wolf in sheep's clothing. At the mall, Mo Yuwan spotted a knife in a display case. The knife was pitch black, very large, longer than Mo Yuwan's 1.62-meter height. The blade was black with golden patterns, clearly made of excellent material, and the hilt was decorated with 2 blooming red roses. It looked ancient and elegant. A small sign below read, "Total weight 20 kg, masterpiece by Master Zhong Zhuang, unnamed." This was a real weapon, she could tell at a glance. Every part of the knife was designed for combat, even exceeding normal standards. The only flaw was that it wasn't sharpened. At 20 kilograms, it was a true heavyweight weapon. Just swinging it would be devastating, let alone actually using it to attack. Mo Yuwan fell in love with the knife at first sight. She asked the clerk about the price, only to be told it wasn't for sale. Even if it were, the price wouldn't be less than 10 million. It was just on display for now. Mo Yuwan didn't insist, just stood in front of the case for a while before leaving. She wanted it, but with 10 million she could buy a lot more supplies. Most importantly, once the apocalypse hit, she could just come back and take it for free. For now, that was the plan. Mo Yuwan could tell her daughter really liked the knife and wanted to persuade her to buy it, but when she saw Mo Yuwan turn away, she followed. They swept through the mall one more time. This time, instead of using the warehouse, Mo Yuwan booked a room at the inn upstairs and had everything delivered there, putting it all into her space from the room. This was their last taste of city life, so Mo Yuwan considered just spending the night there. She remembered clearly that the apocalypse would break out at 4 p.m. the next day. She planned to get up early, send her mom back to the cave, then come out to shop for free, and finally deal with that scumbag. She felt her plan was very clear. After sorting the delivered goods and storing them in her space, the two went downstairs for barbecue. Outside, the night market was bustling. The moment they entered, they were swept up in the lively atmosphere, couples, families, groups of friends, all enjoying the night. The air was filled with the aroma of food. Mo Yuwan and Mo Yuwan bought plenty, and with so many people around, Mo Yuwan occasionally slipped things into her space without anyone noticing. On both sides, vendors were selling earrings, trinkets, souvenirs, and local specialties. Mo Yuwan and her mother enjoyed this last bit of peace, walking quietly side by side. They stopped at a barbecue stall they used to frequent. The owner, a middle-aged auntie, was delighted to see them, her face lighting up with a smile. "Xiao Mo, long time no see. Where have you been all this time?" Normally, Mo Yuwan would have joked back, but this time she just exchanged a smile with her mother and didn't answer. The auntie sensed something was different but didn't press. She took out the menu but didn't hand it over, just asked, "The usual today?" Mo Yuwan nodded. "Yes, thank you." The woman nodded and left with the menu. For regulars like them, the shop always kept a record of their usual orders, making things easier for everyone. While waiting for the food, Mo Yuwan and Mo Yuwan watched the endless stream of people, feeling a bit dazed. It was still so lively here. But soon, everything would change. That thought made them both a little sad. When the food arrived, Mo Yuwan said to the auntie, "Auntie, with Japan dumping nuclear wastewater, you should stock up on food at home. Things are getting a bit unstable outside." She looked serious, her tone solemn. The auntie had watched Mo Yuwan grow up and had never seen her so serious. She instinctively believed her. "Really? Then I'll buy more groceries tomorrow." Hearing tomorrow, Mo Yuwan hesitated, then added, "Auntie, it'll rain tomorrow. When we leave, you should close up early and buy groceries on your way home." The auntie didn't think much of it and agreed. During dinner, Mo Yuwan and Mo Yuwan chatted and laughed, sharing stories from Mo Yuwan's youth that made Mo Yuwan burst out laughing. She'd heard these stories many times, but they were always fun. They blended into the lively night market, surrounded by warmth and humanity. When they finished eating, they had the owner pack up more food to take home. They didn't linger, and after picking up their things, they headed back to the inn. Just as they left the night market, a scream rang out behind them. "Ah!" After that, more and more people started screaming, panic spreading through the crowd. Mo Yuwan instinctively turned around. Everyone nearby was curious, looking toward the source of the noise. A gap opened up, and through it, Mo Yuwan saw a pair of gray-white eyes. A zombie. The apocalypse had arrived early. In an instant, Mo Yuwan's whole body tensed up. Even though she hadn't seen a zombie in half a month, the feeling was still all too familiar. At that moment, the gray-eyed zombie had already knocked the woman he was with to the ground, snarling as he tried to tear into her flesh. The people around hadn't noticed anything wrong with the zombie's eyes yet. They just thought something had happened and crowded closer, trying to see what was going on. To them, it just looked like a fight, something not uncommon at a night market. Mo Yuwan even heard people around her talking. What happened? Weren't they fine just now? Why are they fighting all of a sudden? Don't ask me, I don't know either. I was right next to them and they were just talking. The woman was asking about the guy's hand injury and then suddenly he just snapped. Mo Seeing also sensed something was wrong. Compared to the others, she knew a bit more about the apocalypse. Seeing the man's state, she quickly made the connection. She turned to her daughter. One, wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with her own eyes was completely different. Mo Seeing's face was full of fear. She hadn't expected such a bloody scene. Mo Yuwan glanced at the two people. The woman was already covered in blood from being bitten, but the crowd, though a little scared, still hadn't given up their curiosity. If this went on, the whole area would be overrun. Everyone was watching that spot, so no one noticed Mo Yuwan. She took out a hat and a mask from her space, then put on a hooded sweatshirt, hiding her face in the shadows. After getting ready, she looked back at her mother. Mom, wait for me over there. Be careful. If I don't deal with this, everyone here will die. Mo Yuwan wasn't cold-blooded. She was a living, breathing person. In both her past and present lives, she'd always been like this. Some even called her too much of a saint. But Mo Yuwan only helped within her means. As long as it didn't affect her, she would lend a hand. It was just a small effort. Mo Seeing didn't really want her daughter to go, but looking at the crowd, people just like herself, she finally nodded. Be careful, I'll wait for you outside. To reassure her, Mo Seeing even patted the muscles she'd built up over the past few days. Don't worry about me. I can protect myself now. Mo Yuwan smiled, nodded, and pulled a kitchen knife from her space before heading into the crowd. The biting and tearing had gotten serious. Some people were scared, but their curiosity hadn't turned to fear yet. Some were even filming with their phones. A few had called the police and an ambulance. When they saw Mo Yuwan approach with a kitchen knife, they were stunned and instinctively stepped back. Mo Yuwan didn't bother trying to persuade them to leave. There were too many people. Trying to direct them would be pointless. Even if a few listened, there would still be stragglers. It was better to deal with the source of the problem. She ignored the crowd's reactions, hearing their whispers as she passed. Another lunatic. The man, still gnawing on his partner, seemed to lose interest and lifted his bloodied face. He looked around, confused for a second, then charged straight at the nearest burly man. Ah! People around the man screamed. The man himself was startled but instinctively raised his arms to defend himself. Mo Yuwan dashed forward at lightning speed. The kitchen knife in her hand was sharp and deadly, one swift motion. The man's head fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to react, let alone scream. The next second, she chopped off the woman's head as well. Fast, ruthless, precise. After that, she turned and walked away. Maybe because she was so decisive, the crowd was terrified. No one wanted to watch anymore. They all backed away, giving her a clear path to leave. No one dared stop her, afraid she'd turn the knife on them. Even the man she'd saved looked at her with a complicated expression. Mo Yuwan walked out through the path the crowd had made. She ducked into a nearby restroom, changed into a soft white dress, let her hair down, and emerged looking nothing like the person from before. By the time she came out, the police had arrived and were examining the two bodies, listening carefully to witnesses and reviewing footage. Officer, those two seemed like a couple. They were just eating together, then suddenly started fighting and biting. Look at the woman's wounds! The guy bit her! Her guts were almost coming out. Bit her? The police sounded shocked. Yeah, we saw it happen. Then the guy suddenly looked up and tried to bite someone else. The witness described everything in vivid detail, making the police frown. Then someone in a hat and mask rushed out and chopped off both their heads. She was about this tall, about the same height as that girl over there. Just as Mo Yuwan walked out of the restroom, she glanced at the two people, then at the bodies nearby. She put on a frightened expression, her pretty face going pale. She instinctively took a few steps back, bowed to the police, and then turned and ran away. The police glanced at Mo Yuwan's height, recalled the frightened look on the girl's face just now, and didn't pursue her. They simply recorded her approximate height and turned back to the woman in front of them. "Go on." Of course, Mo Yuwan had done this on purpose. She was already heading toward her mother. But then more screams erupted from the crowd, and then the sound of snarling. She frowned. Now that the police were here, she figured she wasn't needed anymore. With that decision, Mo Yuwan didn't look back. Unlike everyone else, Mo Seeing's attention was entirely on her daughter. She had clearly seen her daughter in action just now. Her technique with the kitchen knife was skilled and precise, chopping straight at the neck. Usually, one blow was enough to take off a head. It was violent, but effective. She pressed her lips together, glanced at her daughter, but said nothing. Mo Yuwan noticed her mother's reaction, but pretended not to. She said nothing either. Everyone has to go through this. You can only adapt on your own. Mo Yuwan didn't take her mother back to the inn. They'd spent quite a bit of time eating barbecue, and now it was already past 11 at night. The mall was closed, but with the apocalypse arriving early, Mo Yuwan planned to seize the opportunity and sweep through the mall for supplies. And that knife, she was going to take it. What she'd done earlier could only slow the spread of the virus, not save everyone. But in such a densely populated place, even a few minutes' delay could save many lives. Who survived would depend on their own luck. Mo Seing also knew what needed to be done. Although their plans had been disrupted, it was only a minor change. Nothing serious. They just needed to adjust the order of things. The mall's main doors were locked, so Mo Yuwan led her mother to the basement, pulled out a tool from her space, and easily picked the lock, taking her mother inside. There wasn't even a scratch on the lock. Inside the mall, Mo Yuwan could clearly hear the screams outside. Chaos had broken out. At this early stage of the apocalypse, even if people sensed something was wrong, they wouldn't think to raid the mall for supplies. Human order still existed. She took out the spatial gem the system had absorbed and made into a necklace and handed it to her mother. After briefly explaining how to use it, she let her mother go collect supplies on her own, while she swept from another direction. Mo Seeing knew this wasn't the time for questions. Once she was sure she knew how to use it, she set off. This way they could work more efficiently. The mall was empty and dark. Even so, to be safe, Mo Yuwan had both herself and her mother change outfits, making sure their faces were hidden. She didn't rush, heading straight for the display case with the knife. Along the way, she tossed anything her space was short on into her inventory, but only took a small portion. She'd already filled her space, and her friends were all still poor as dirt. They needed these supplies more, so she only took what she really needed. As for food, she barely touched it. Finally, she reached the display case with the knife. She could tell the clerk hadn't lied. The knife was valuable. The transparent case was heavily protected, even with an anti-theft lock. With her lock-picking skills, she couldn't do anything about this lock. But would that stop her? Of course not. Mo Yuwan pulled out a military shovel from her space, weighed it in her hand, and smashed it down on the case. Her strength had grown terrifying. Under that force, the case shattered instantly. The mall's security alarm blared. Red warning lights flashed across Mo Yuwan's face, but she remained calm, reaching straight for the knife. A bone-chilling cold spread from her palm through her whole body, but she didn't even flinch. She just picked up the knife. Ding! Highly compatible weapon detected. Auto-binding in progress. Auto-upgrading. Auto-optimizing. Upgrade complete. Blade has been sharpened. The knife, originally 40 jin, about 20 kiai, suddenly felt even heavier in her hand. She almost dropped it, but then, it instantly became lighter. Now, it felt like it weighed only about 10 jin, 5 kg. That must be the auto-optimization the system mentioned. She looked at the knife again. Its appearance hadn't changed much, but the patterns were deeper, the blade even blacker, and the 2 roses on the hilt had darkened. Mo Yuwan thought the previous color looked better. But it was just a weapon. Who cared about the roses? The most important thing was that the blade was now polished and sharp, ready for use. She swung it at a nearby counter. In an instant, the supposedly sturdy counter shattered to dust. Mo Yuwan was very satisfied. She put the knife into her space, then quickly swept the fallen items from the counter in as well. She was already a pro at this. She didn't linger, ignoring the blaring alarm, and continued her sweep. Finally, she met up with her mother at the entrance where they'd come in. Her mother was quick too, clearly aware of the urgency. Mo Yuwan nodded to her, restored the lock to its original state, and they left the mall. Afterward, she led her mother toward the inn. They couldn't stay here tonight. There weren't many people on the street, but the food street they'd just left was clearly overrun. Some people who hadn't figured out what was happening were still curiously looking in that direction. Mo Yuwan pulled her mother along to leave. Suddenly, a pained whimper came from a nearby alley. Hearing the sound, Mo Yuwan frowned slightly, ready to go deal with the person in the alley. But before she could get close, the figure suddenly lunged out, heading straight for her mother. In that instant, Mo Yuwan saw the person's face clearly. It was the barbecue stall owner. Seeing that familiar face, Mo Yuwan was momentarily stunned. After a split second, she realized something was wrong. She rushed toward her mother, shouting, "Mom, watch out!" Mo Yuwan was also startled by the sudden attack. She, too, recognized that all-too-familiar face. But now, the woman's face no longer wore its usual warm smile. Instead, it was twisted and ferocious. Mo Yuwan was so shocked she froze, unable to react. You couldn't blame her. Hearing about zombies and actually seeing one were 2 very different things. Especially when that zombie was now lunging at her, mouth wide open, drooling, and looking at her as if she were a delicious meal. Mo Yuwan was still some distance away from her mother. Even at full speed, 10 meters was not so easy to cross in an instant. Her face filled with anxiety. How could she have been so careless, leaving her mother alone while she went off? This wasn't the late apocalypse, but the very beginning. Her mother was still afraid of zombies. How could she have been so careless? Mo Yuwan was frustrated, but there was no time for regret, only urgency. At the critical moment, Mo Yuwan pulled a kitchen knife from the gemstone necklace Mo Yuwan had given her, clearly one she'd just picked up from the mall. Imitating what she'd seen her daughter do earlier, she swung the knife straight at the barbecue owner's neck. Even after days of training, her strength was nowhere near Mo Yuwan's, and she didn't know how to use proper technique. The first chop didn't go all the way through. She managed to cut about a third through the bone. She thought it was over, but the zombie didn't seem to feel the wound at all. Still snarling, it tried to lunge at Mo Yuwan, but the knife stuck in its neck kept it from moving, so it just grabbed at Mo Yuwan, trying to pull her closer. Ha ha! That once familiar face was now terrifying, mouth wide and bloody, eyes a never-before-seen shade of gray-white. Mo Yuwan shuddered in fear. Instinctively, she yanked the knife free and kicked the barbecue owner to the ground. Before the zombie could react, she hacked at the back of its neck several more times. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but each swing was harder than the last. After all the recent training, Mo Yuwan was actually quite strong. She just hadn't realized it. With that much force, the zombie's head came off on the second chop. But she didn't stop, continuing to hack at the neck over and over. By the time Mo Yuwan reached her, she fell silent at the sight. The barbecue owner's zombie was well and truly dead. When she finally snapped out of it, Mo Yuwan stepped forward and grabbed her mother's hand. "Mom!" But Mo Yuwan didn't seem to hear, still trying to swing the knife down. Mo Yuwan gently squeezed her mother's wrist until the pain brought her back to her senses. She turned and saw her daughter. Mo Yuwan met her mother's reddened eyes, gently took the blood-stained knife from her hand and tossed it aside. The people nearby had been scared off by what happened. Unlike the night market, these people realized something was wrong and had already run away when the barbecue owner charged. Now, only a few people watched from a distance, but the two of them were so heavily disguised that no one could see their faces, let alone recognize them as the ones who'd just been hacking at a zombie's neck. Mo Yuwan gradually regained her composure. Mo Yuwan said nothing, just watched her quietly. This was a hurdle everyone in the apocalypse had to face. Whether it was her mother now, herself in her previous life, or anyone else, no one could escape it. If you made it through, you'd be able to survive in the apocalypse. If you couldn't accept it, you might die the very next second. She knew her mother would be okay. In her previous life, the first time she killed a zombie to protect herself, she'd actually been calmer than this. Because she'd aimed for the neck, and the head had been violently chopped off after several swings, there was a lot of blood, splattering everywhere, even on both of them. Mo Yuwan didn't rush her mother, just waited for her to calm down. The barbecue owner now lay peacefully on the ground. Early-stage zombies were just ordinary zombies, with no crystal cores in their brains, so there was no need to check. Besides, the owner had just been serving them barbecue not long ago. Even if there was a core, it wouldn't have formed so quickly. And since she was an acquaintance, it was better to leave the body intact if possible. Mo Yuwan glanced at the woman's neck, then quietly looked away. Some people were still watching from a distance, but they didn't dare come closer. To them, the two of them must have seemed very strange. Their outfits hid their faces completely, and the way they'd just hacked at a neck was terrifying. Mo Yuwan stared at her blood-soaked hands, dazed and trembling, muttering to herself. Mo Yuwan heard her. "I killed someone. I killed someone. I killed someone. I killed someone." Mo Yuwan put her hand in her pocket, pretending to pull out a napkin, and gently wiped her mother's hands. She kept wiping until all the blood was gone, leaving only some red stains that couldn't be wiped away. Those would have to be washed. "Mom, that was a zombie, not a person." The moment they lose their reason, they're already dead. Footsteps sounded not far away. Mo Yuwan's ears twitched. She could tell right away there was more than one person, and from the sound of their steps, they were well trained, probably the police. She didn't hesitate, grabbing her still dazed mother and running off. During this, Mo Yuwan finally snapped out of it. She was scared, yes, but she didn't want to be a burden to her daughter, especially at such a critical moment. Once she came to her senses, she looked at her hands, still a bit dazed, but carefully patted the back of Mo Yuwan's pale hand, which was stained red like hers. "I'm fine. Let go. I can run." Mo Yuwan glanced back at her but didn't let go, pulling her into a small alley and finding a hidden public restroom to change clothes. She handed her mother a set as well. This time, she chose 2 clean white tracksuits, had her mom wash her hands, and quickly tied up both their hair. The old clothes were tossed into her space without hesitation, and she brought Da Huang out as well. Da Huang was already used to the sudden changes in his surroundings. He looked back at Mo Yuwan with a very human-like expression. Just as they finished, noise erupted outside. She didn't rush out, instead checking on her mother's state. By now she was much calmer. Her breathing was still a bit unsteady, but that was normal. Now they looked just like a mother and daughter out walking their dog. Mo Yuwan gave a couple more reminders before leading her mom and Da Huang out. As expected, there were a few police officers at the door, including a female officer and a male officer, apparently about to come in. The two of them ran right into the officers as they came out. Mo Yuwan's acting skills, honed over time, were flawless. She instantly put on a startled, confused expression. The officers were also surprised to see them. After a moment, they looked the mother and daughter up and down, glanced at Da Huang, and, seeing nothing unusual, just peeked into the restroom and asked routinely, "Is it just you two in there?" Mo Yuwan's expression was perfectly natural, not a hint of a flaw. "Yes, officer. Is something wrong?" The female officer looked them over again. Da Huang, tongue out, sat quietly on the ground. "It's nothing. Wait outside for a moment." She signaled to her partner and went into the women's restroom. Mo Yuwan and Mo Seeing exchanged a look, acting as if they had no idea what was going on, but stayed put. The male officer just glanced at them and said casually, "That's a strong dog you've got." The two looked so normal. There was nothing suspicious about them. Even though their height matched the description, if this was all an act, it was too convincing. Besides, if they were really guilty, they'd be panicking by now. They didn't have any bags or anything. And if they were the ones, their clothes would have to be left in the restroom. So why were they so calm? And they had a dog. Where could that have come from out of nowhere? No one would ever suspect a spatial ability. Sure enough, the next second, his colleague came out of the restroom and shook her head. He nodded slightly at the mother and daughter, then smiled politely. "Sorry to have startled you, but it's not safe out here tonight. Ladies, you should head home early." Mo Yuwan met his eyes, then grinned and patted Da Huang's head. "What could possibly scare me? I'm brave, and I've got Da Huang. As long as it's not ghosts or zombies, I'm not afraid of anything." Her words were carefully chosen. It sounded like a little girl boasting, but she was actually steering the police's thoughts in a certain direction. Sure enough, the officer's expression changed, as if he'd suddenly been reminded of something. He gave a perfunctory reply and went off to report to the other officers nearby. "Get home quickly." Satisfied that her hint had been noticed, Mo Yuwan turned to her mother. "Mom, since the police said so, let's go." Mo Seeing nodded in cooperation. They strolled toward the hotel, but as soon as they turned a corner, Mo Yuwan grabbed her mom and Da Huang and broke into a run. The apocalypse had arrived early. Even if it was less than a day, something was off. Even with her memories from her previous life, she had to be careful. She didn't know if this was the butterfly effect from her rebirth, but either way, caution was best. They returned to the hotel, gathered all their things, got in the car, put Da Huang back in the space, and headed for the tomb. After dropping her mother off, Mo Yuwan changed again, even putting on a wig before heading out. Tonight was just an ordinary game of dress-up. Even though the timing of the apocalypse had changed and her plans were disrupted, she still had things to do. Especially, Ye Gaoyuan needed to be dealt with. Originally, she'd planned to use this opportunity to kill him outright, but now she'd changed her mind. Killing him would be too easy. In her previous life, he'd pushed her mother into a zombie horde, letting her be torn apart alive, and even got her pregnant again. Just killing him now. Mo Yuwan's expression turned cold. So tonight, she planned to give him a fatal blow and then let him fend for himself. She didn't believe that woman would take care of him. If anything happened to him, that woman would be the first to run, without a second thought. Once that woman left, the real show would begin. Mo Seeing didn't know exactly what her daughter was going to do, but she could more or less guess. After some hesitation, she chose not to stop her, pretending not to know anything and staying in the tomb with Da Huang. Mo Yuwan drove alone, heading straight for that man's residence. Not long ago, he had actually gone to the house they'd sold, looking for them. The agent told her mother, and her mother's response was to ignore him. Mo Yuwan guessed he'd realized his money had been swindled, which was why he was so anxious and saw her and her mother as his last hope. So what? A faint, mocking smile curled at Mo Yuwan's lips. All that money had already been turned into her apocalypse supplies, safely stored in her space. She even had to thank her scumbag father for his generous support. Even though it was only 5 million, not a huge sum, a lot of grains make a bowl of rice, right? At first, the agent wasn't happy about taking on a property with personal disputes, since those were always troublesome. But Mo Yuwan told him that Ye Gaoyuan was all bark and no bite. He only acted tough with them, but wouldn't dare say a word to anyone else. The agent was skeptical at first, but after he happened to run into Ye Gaoyuan while checking the house and saw for himself, he realized it was true. Ye Gaoyuan never came back after that. Mo Yuwan explained it was probably because of the agent's attitude. Ye Gaoyuan didn't dare. She knew exactly where he lived. After all, no matter how much she didn't want to admit it, this scumbag was her biological father. His rented place wasn't far from where she and her mother used to live, just a 10-minute walk. That was why he always came to bother them, and why he'd chosen that place in the first place. With the apocalypse arriving early, based on her previous life's experience, the city's situation wasn't great, but not yet catastrophic. But after tonight, who knew what would happen? Even with her memories and overwhelming strength in the early apocalypse, Mo Yuwan wouldn't dare enter the city carelessly without knowing the situation. In the apocalypse, cities were the most dangerous places. Because so many people lived there, the infection spread rapidly. Most people were infected in the city, only a few managed to escape. Later, cities that once belonged to humans became zombie cities. Some zombies even developed a bit of consciousness. These higher-level zombies would lead others, becoming organized and disciplined. Dealing with them became much harder. All things considered, tonight was the best opportunity. Mo Yuwan armed herself in the car, then headed up to the building, following her memory, only to see someone stumbling toward her in the distance. That figure looked very familiar. Wait, wasn't that her scumbag father? He was staggering along, looking utterly disheveled. Mo Yuwan immediately noticed the bloodstains on him, but he didn't seem to be injured. Suddenly, she remembered. In her previous life, on this day, he'd gone out to play mahjong and lost 5,000 yuan. The next day, the day the apocalypse broke out, he'd come to her mother asking for 10,000. It seemed the early arrival of the apocalypse had changed everyone's fate. Still, he seemed to have some luck. He must have run into some of those things and managed to escape. Mo Yuwan was a little annoyed. She glanced at a nearby surveillance camera. There was only one in this area, and Ye Gao Yuan hadn't noticed her yet. She quickly got out of the car, found a blind spot, and covered the camera with a cloth, making sure it wouldn't catch her at all. After that, she returned to the car, pulled her hat down, leaving only a mask visible, and called out, "Ye Gao Yuan." Ye Gao Yuan was on edge, and hearing his name startled him. After what he'd just been through, his mind was full of superstitious fears. He didn't even dare turn around. Mo Yuwan was running out of patience and called his name again, this time with a tone he found familiar. He finally mustered the courage to look back. Even though she was wearing a loose hoodie and looked very different from usual, with none of her usual cuteness, her height and long, shiny black hair gave her away, he recognized his daughter at once. Seeing it was her, Ye Gao Yuan actually felt relieved. At least he'd finally run into someone he knew, even if it was just outside his own building. He walked over without hesitation. Mo Yuwan stood still, smiling. "Well, if it isn't my good daughter? I heard you sold the house. Why'd you do that? Would have been better to give it to me." "Are you here to give me money?" "Money?" Mo Yuwan laughed as if she'd heard the world's funniest joke, her voice rising. She looked at him like he was an idiot, but Ye Gao Yuan didn't sense any danger, still moving closer. Mo Yuwan glanced at the camera to confirm no one would see, then turned and opened the back door of her car, using it as cover to pull out the giant knife she'd just acquired from her space. Ye Gao Yuan really thought she was here to give him money, so he didn't suspect a thing. But the next second, the girl pulled out a knife taller than herself, a truly shocking sight. Without another word, Mo Yuwan swung the blade straight at his lower body, a cold laugh in the air. "Hey, Ye Gao Yuan! Today I'll use your blood to christen my new blade!" Ye Gao Yuan didn't even have time to react. He just felt a sharp pain in his ankle, and the next second, blood was pouring from his foot as he collapsed backward. "Ah!" A scream pierced the night, followed by the thud of his body hitting the ground. Mo Yuwan showed no mercy, her eyes filled with hatred. She walked over slowly, standing beside the man, her hate-filled gaze meeting his tear-streaked, pain-twisted eyes. Even now he didn't stop cursing. "You little bastard! Do you even know what you're doing? Are you trying to kill me? Call an ambulance! My foot is gone! If they can't reattach it, you're dead meat! You better remember what you did today, just you wait!" The pain was so intense, he didn't even notice the massive blade in the girl's hand, something no ordinary person could even lift. Mo Yuwan's expression didn't change at all. The man writhed on the ground like a giant maggot, a stark contrast to her calm, cold presence. The golden patterns on her blade seemed to flicker, blood dripping onto the ground. But no one noticed that the blood soon stopped dripping, as if it was being absorbed by the golden lines. The 2 red roses on the hilt seemed to grow even more vivid. Mo Yuwan glanced at his severed foot and his writhing body. With so much blood, it wouldn't be long before some friends were drawn to the scene. She spoke slowly. "Honestly, I was planning to kill you. But don't worry, I've changed my mind. Things are about to get chaotic out there. You should keep your life and really savor the world as it is now." "How wonderful. I'm sure you'll love it." With that, Mo Yuwan kicked his wound hard, then got in her car and drove away. She wasn't just saying that. Those were his own words from her previous life. "Heaven is finally watching. The apocalypse is great. I'm gonna get rich. Ha 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 ha. All those people who used to look down on me can go die." For most people, the apocalypse was hell. For people like him, it was a carnival. All moral and legal restraints collapsed, and the darkness in his heart was unleashed. Without limits, what wouldn't he do? Arson, murder, and looting were just the beginning. In her previous life, she'd met plenty of people who tortured and even ate others. But there had always been signs before the apocalypse. These people were just held back by law and morality. Before, they could only kill stray cats and dogs. After, it was people. Mo Yuwan didn't kill him. As she left, she saw that plenty of little things had already caught the scent of blood and were heading his way. She quietly avoided the zombies and drove off. He would probably experience the same fate as her mother in her previous life. As for what would happen, who could say? Either way, after tonight, even if he survived, he was as good as dead. It was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, she felt a bit happy. In her previous life, when her mother died, she managed to escape, waking up before Ye Gao Yuan could feed her to the zombies. Later, she found a chance to run away from them. After she grew stronger, she ran into Ye Gao Yuan again. When she met her father again, of course she made sure he experienced what it was like to be torn apart by thousands of zombies. Even though she'd already taken revenge once, her mother could never come back. So even with a second chance, she would never let him go. In a great mood, Mo Yuwan drove back to the tomb. She'd stockpiled a few cars recently, but not many, and only filled each tank once. She'd thought about getting more gas tonight, but decided it was too chaotic on the first day. Better to wait a few days. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Sharpen the blade with blood. The system has upgraded your weapon. 2 additional functions are now unlocked. Function 1. Devour. As the name suggests, as long as the blade is stained with someone else's blood, the host can devour the target's ability and gain the same power. If you accidentally kill the target, you inherit all their abilities, and rewards can stack. Function 2. Accumulate. This weapon was forged with great care and love, so it possesses a certain consciousness, though it cannot express it. Since this world is not a fantasy world, more uses cannot be unlocked, but the system has customized suitable functions. With every drop of blood, the weapon's attack power increases, heavier, sharper, but the weight in the host's hand remains unchanged, and this energy is consumed in the next battle. The roses on the hilt indicate the energy level. The redder they are, the more energy stored. When the roses turn bright red, please use the energy promptly or the blade might get angry. Ding detected that Ye Gao Yuan had latent strength ability. It has been devoured. Since he had not awakened it, he will never awaken it now. Due to the special nature of the strength ability, your physical enhancement has doubled from 20x to 40x, and your teammate's bonus is now 20x. Please train actively. End of notification. Mo Yuwan. Can zombie blood be devoured? She asked the question on her mind. Yes, but only if the zombie has a special ability. This system's voice was different from usual, clean, cold, and to the point, not playful at all. What does accidentally mean? How can you accidentally kill someone? After she asked, the system seemed to hesitate, then replied through gritted teeth. "Dear, we're a lying flat system. We don't support murderous intent." Now Mo Yuwan felt reassured. She thought over the system's notification. There was a lot of information, but it was all pretty clear. Overall, the system's meaning was clear. If the blade was stained with someone's blood, it could absorb that person's ability. If the person was killed, all their ability levels would transfer to her. It was a shortcut. Mo Yuwan knew that in the later stages of the apocalypse, abilities would have levels, and every level up would be a struggle. But she could directly gain others' abilities through killing. But she wasn't that kind of person. She would only kill those who deserved it. So while this function was useful, it wasn't all-powerful. She felt a bit relieved that this blade hadn't fallen into the hands of someone truly evil. Who knows what could have happened then? Even for herself, she had to be careful to stick to her principles. Still, the blood requirement could be used to exploit some loopholes. Another important detail: if someone with potential but not yet awakened abilities bled on the blade, she could still gain their power, and they would never awaken it themselves. The other function was even easier to understand. It was like a charge-up in a game, except the charge was blood. In short, this was a blade that loved blood. No matter which of the two extra functions, they were just concrete manifestations of the system's features. But this system was interesting. On one hand, it called itself a lying flat, slacker system, but on the other, it gave her two functions with such predatory potential. She wasn't sure if it was the system or the blade itself. Either way, it was enough to catch her attention. Then there was something else the system said that really stood out to her. The current world is not a fantasy world. At first glance, it seemed unimportant, just a casual remark. But if you thought about it, it was anything but simple. Where did this system come from? Why did it say this world wasn't a fantasy world? Anyone who's read fantasy novels knows about cultivation, spiritual energy, and so on. But her world didn't have any of that. The most basic thing, spiritual energy, was the foundation of fantasy novels, and you needed it for everything else. Could it be that this system wasn't just an apocalypse system, but had branches in other worlds? Like the main system in some novels? Mo Yuwan only thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on it. For now, it wasn't important. When she came back, she'd run into quite a few zombies, but early-stage zombies weren't dangerous. She didn't fight them head-on, just avoided them. She was in a hurry to get home and sleep. Mo Yuwan got out of the car and entered the tomb. Her mother was inside, sorting supplies. They'd bought so much, and her mom also had the gemstone space now. When she saw Mo Yuwan come in, she glanced at the blood on her daughter's clothes but didn't say anything, just looked away. "I've sorted these things. Put them in your space so I can clear more room and organize the rest." Mo Yuwan didn't say much, obediently putting everything into her space and helping her mom sort all the supplies. Even though both had space, the gemstone wasn't as convenient. Her mom couldn't see inside, and while it had a preservation function, it was more like a fridge's crisper drawer. She couldn't organize things as easily either. Still, even so, it was a rare treasure in the apocalypse. Once everything was sorted, Mo Yuwan took out some food and tools that didn't need refrigeration. "Mom, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Keep these in your space." At first, Mo Yuwan refused, but after thinking it over, she realized her daughter was right and accepted the supplies. By the time she got back, it was almost dawn. After a whole night of work, Mo Yuwan was tired. She took a shower, then flopped onto the 2-meter bed she'd set up in the main chamber of the tomb, even patting the blanket on the nearby coffin. "Bro, I'm going to sleep for a bit. I'll leave you on guard duty." Coffin. Mo sighing. Even Da Huang was stunned by her antics, tilting his head in confusion. When the sun rose, it was time for work. The outside world was already in chaos, and what would happen after dawn was easy to imagine. For example, office workers trying to leave for work, only to open the door and find a zombie baring its fangs. Pretty horrifying, right? Not to mention parents taking kids to school or elderly people out for groceries or a walk. Mo Yuwan felt there was nothing she could do. At this stage, who survived depended on their own ability and luck. All she could do was roll around comfortably on her big, clean bed. Now she finally felt like she was really bound to a lying flat system. Before sleeping, she didn't plan to sleep in too late. She set an alarm for 10 a.m. The internet was still up, so she planned to check the outside situation when she woke up. For now, the area around the tomb was still safe, remote enough that there were no zombies nearby, and she'd set up a special perimeter with high-strength cameras. Even if something did show up, she'd know right away and could deal with it. Besides, in the early apocalypse, zombies were weak, perfect for training. For her, it was just about improving her physical abilities, but her mom and Da Huang could use the chance to get familiar with zombies and learn their weaknesses. With that, Mo Yuwan tossed her phone aside and went to sleep. She planned to go out for a walk later. Meanwhile, Mo Siying took Da Huang out for a stroll. Even though she'd killed a zombie herself yesterday, the barbecue shop owner, she was still a bit dazed. She didn't feel much tension. For her and her daughter, it was just a change of residence to the tomb. Life hadn't really changed. If anything, it was better. For example, when her daughter came back, she didn't even have to make breakfast. Mo Yuwan just pulled a hot meal out of her space, steaming as if it had just come off the stove. Mo Yuwan was woken up right on time by her alarm. Her physical abilities had improved so much that she needed far less sleep. Just a few hours and she felt completely recharged, not the least bit tired. She figured this was related to the system's physical enhancement. It probably didn't just boost her strength, but improved her overall constitution. After all, constitution was a broad term. Mo Yuwan picked up her phone from beside her pillow and, after a moment's thought, opened WeChat first. Because she was reborn, she'd deliberately avoided contacting people from her past. The situation was different now. Some people she'd once been close to had lost contact in her previous life. She had no idea what had become of them. But there was one person she'd run into years later in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Mo Yuwan's eyes. She said nothing, just quietly browsed her moments feed. As expected, the situation was much the same as in her previous life. People were still posting apocalypse videos. There were videos shot from upstairs of people biting each other and scenes of zombies wandering below. Mo Yuwan watched each video, not liking or commenting, just scrolling through. From their captions, it was clear that none of them realized how serious things were. There was no sense of crisis at all. Is the apocalypse really coming? Cry laugh emoji. I'm surrounded. Shivering emoji. Wow, seeing this first thing in the morning. Does anyone know what's going on? Dazed emoji. Is my neighborhood being used to film a zombie movie? Question emoji. No way. This is happening everywhere? Is it a rabies outbreak? Shocking. What are the authorities doing? Is anyone handling this? I'm too scared to go to work. My boss's phone won't even connect, so annoying. The authorities just issued a notice telling everyone not to go out. What's going on? Is the apocalypse really happening? In this age of entertainment, even when something like this happened right in front of them, people still treated it like a joke or just another rabies outbreak. By the time they realized the truth, it would be too late. She glanced at the latest post, exited WeChat, and noticed a few private messages. She didn't check them, but instead opened Douyin. There were no trending topics about the apocalypse, just like in her previous life. This time, Mo Yuwan knew. Someone was suppressing the news. If the truth got out before they understood what was happening, it would cause mass panic. It might not sound like much, but the consequences would be severe. From their perspective, suppressing the news was the right move. Even though there were no videos trending, the comments were full of discussion, with people confirming that the outbreak was nationwide. After a while, some people started to realize something was wrong. The bolder and smarter ones went to supermarkets and convenience stores to stock up, while others still treated it as a spectacle. Mo Yuwan recalled, "At most, in 3 days, all official support would be cut off. In a week, human order would collapse. And in a month..." Her gaze turned cold. She finally saw an official notice. It was the same as the one circulating on WeChat. A special infectious disease had been discovered, mainly spread by biting. People were advised not to go out and a vaccine was being developed. If you encountered one, you were encouraged to fight back. No legal consequences. She had to admit, the response was fast. Just last night she'd been chased by the police for killing zombies and had to hide herself. Clearly, they wouldn't care about that now. Mo Yuwan got out of bed, patted Da Huang's head, got dressed, and went to call her mom. Mo Siying was also checking her phone for updates. She only put it down when her daughter came in. Mo Yuwan didn't waste words. "Mom, suit up. I'm taking you out to kill zombies and get some practice. This is the best opportunity. We need to grow stronger, fast." Mo Siying still had some trauma from yesterday, but she knew her daughter was right. She didn't refuse, just took out her clothes from her space. "Okay, I'll be ready in a minute." Soon, Mo Yuwan led her mom and Da Huang out the door. Their home was in a remote area. There was nothing around, not even zombies. Mo Yuwan didn't drive, since vehicles would be precious later. Instead, they walked along the road toward the city. At the end of the road was a cement factory, but otherwise it was deserted. No people, no zombies. The mother and daughter walked a long way before finally seeing zombies. But there weren't just one. There were 4. There'd been a car pileup. 3 cars had crashed together. 3 zombies were wandering around the wreck, 1 badly damaged as if hit by a car, and 2 with holes in their stomachs, intestines hanging out. Mo Yuwan, "You 3 are really a trio, each one uglier than the last." She couldn't help but complain inwardly. She glanced at the cars. Someone inside one of them had locked the doors and windows tight, and the 3 zombies were circling that car. Clearly, there was a survivor inside. She led her mom to hide behind a tree, but the zombies seemed to catch the scent of living people and started sniffing the air, losing interest in the car. Taking the opportunity, Mo Yuwan explained, "Mom, these things find people by sound and smell. They can't see." She didn't say more, just handed her mom a kitchen knife. "You go, kill one, I'll be right behind you." Mo Siying, who'd been very reluctant to kill zombies, looked at the knife, then at her daughter, gritted her teeth, and stepped out. The 3 zombies immediately noticed her, turning their gray-white eyes her way. Facing those 3 pairs of eyes, Mo Siying straightened her back, nerves taut. Mo Siying seemed to freeze, not knowing what to do, just gripping the kitchen knife tightly in her hand. Although she'd killed a zombie yesterday, there was a fundamental difference between reacting in a crisis and taking the initiative to do it herself. So today was really the first time Mo Siying was truly killing zombies. She wasn't the only one nervous. From a distance, Mo Yuwan watched her mother without blinking, already holding her giant blade, ready to step in if needed. 3 zombies wasn't a lot for Mo Siying's current strength. Mo Yuwan knew she could handle it. At this stage, zombies only had one instinct: to bite. They had no intelligence, no tactics, just a mindless hunger, acting purely on instinct. The only real obstacle was Mo Siying's fear. After tying Da Huang to a tree, Mo Yuwan stepped out as well, following behind her mother with the big blade in hand. The zombies didn't know fear. They just wanted to eat. When the 3 zombies rushed up to Mo Siying, she still hadn't reacted, just staring blankly at the scene. Mo Yuwan felt a surge of worry. Her mother had already raised the knife. This blade was so big that just lifting it brought it close to the zombies' heads. The distance was dangerously close. But in the next second, a kitchen knife stabbed straight through the nearest zombie's vulnerable eye, plunging deep into its skull. Seeing this, Mo Yuwan's hand, which was about to swing her own blade, paused instinctively. Hiss. She'd always thought her mom was a gentle woman, but it turned out she'd inherited her violence from her mother. Her mom was even more ruthless, going straight for the eye. She glanced at the zombie, and for some reason her own eyes felt a little sore. The second zombie lunged, and Mo Siying used the same method, quickly dispatching it. The zombies stabbed through the eye died instantly, only twitching a few times. Just to be safe, Mo Yuwan used her big blade to chop off their heads. She looked at her mother, who was staring blankly at the 3 severed heads on the ground, still holding the kitchen knife, her hand faintly trembling. But compared to yesterday, she was clearly much calmer. Mo Yuan reached out and gently patted her mother's shoulder, then untied Da Huang from the tree, holding the dog in one hand and the blade in the other. The blade was so big that dragging it along the road made an unpleasant scraping sound. She slowly walked toward the car. The person inside had just witnessed the two women in action and was nearly scared to death. Zombies were terrifying, but these two women were no less so. He sat in his car, not knowing what to do. Out of fear, he tried to start the car again, but it still wouldn't work. He felt utterly hopeless. At that moment, Mo Yuwan walked up to the car and knocked on the window with the hand holding Da Huang's leash. The man inside, terrified, cautiously rolled down the window a crack. Through the gap, he saw a very cute girl in combat gear holding a giant blade. His voice trembled with fear. "Sis, do you need something?" "Mo Yuwan." She frowned slightly. "I'm only 18. He immediately changed his tune. "Little sister, please let me go. I'll give you all my money." Mo Yuan's silence was deafening. She thought for a moment, then looked at him and smiled, her dimples making her look sweet, her tone almost official. "Uncle, you're so funny. I'm just a little girl. I just wanted to tell you it's safe now. You can go." But even so, the man's fear didn't subside. He was still terrified. After saying that, Mo Yuwan didn't linger. Whether he responded or not, she just smiled and left. Only after she walked away did the man relax a little. After thinking for a moment, he got out of the car and called after her. "Little girl, do you know what's going on? Can you take me home? I'll pay you." Mo Yuwan stopped, turned around, her smile gone, her tone now calm and in stark contrast to her earlier cuteness. "Have you seen zombie movies? This is just the beginning. If you run fast enough, maybe you can still use that money to buy some things. Hurry up, you have family at home, right? In a couple of days, you won't be able to get into the city." She didn't spell it out, but she'd said enough. The man had only just calmed down a little. Before these two women showed up, those three things had been circling his car for ages, even attacking it. Luckily, his car was sturdy, so they hadn't gotten in. He'd only been saved because of these two. Otherwise, he'd have been done for. He forced himself to calm down and think about her words. Though still scared, he caught the key points. "You have family at home? You won't be able to get into the city." He immediately understood. Without hesitation, he took a box of instant rice and a case of bottled water from his trunk. He traveled a lot for work and always kept supplies in the car. As Mo Yuwan returned to her mother's side, she quickly placed a backpack behind a nearby tree while the man's back was turned, then returned to her spot. She could guess what he wanted to do. Sure enough, the man approached with the supplies. She didn't react, just looked at him calmly. He set the supplies down a safe distance away, not getting too close. He'd been confused before, but now he realized that keeping a safe distance was important in this situation. It was a sign of goodwill. "Little girl, can I trade these for that kitchen knife?" "I need to get into the city. My wife and child are still there. I have to get them out." He pointed to the kitchen knife in Mo Saying's hand, still dripping with blood. At that moment, Mo Saying finally came back to her senses. She looked at the man, then at her daughter, but didn't make a decision. Mo Yuwan handed the dog leash to her mother and set the big blade down on the ground. After its upgrade, the blade was so heavy that even setting it down gently produced a crisp, ringing sound. Mo Yuwan walked toward the man empty-handed. Although the man didn't know what she was going to do, his face was still filled with fear, though he tried hard to control it. For him, just coming over to negotiate had taken all his courage. He hadn't forgotten how this seemingly delicate girl had just decapitated zombies with that massive blade. He'd never seen anyone wield such a huge weapon before. It was clear her strength was terrifying. Mo Yuwan was a very kind person. Sometimes she might seem a little crazy, even ruthless, but she always had her own code of conduct, especially when it came to other survivors. If they didn't cross her line, she would never harm them. Only zombies were her targets. But that didn't stop others from being afraid of her, like the man in front of her. Mo Yuwan simply walked up to him and stopped. She glanced at the box of water and the box of self-heating rice, then took out 4 bottles of water and 4 boxes of rice. The water was no big deal. There were 24 bottles in the box, so 4 was just a small portion. But there were only 8 boxes of rice, so she took half. After taking what she needed, she didn't say anything to the man. She just turned and walked behind a tree, used her backpack as cover to pull a baseball bat from her space, then slung the backpack over her shoulder. She walked back and placed the bat on top of the box of self-heating rice. "This is more suitable for you than a knife." Then she glanced at the kitchen knife in her mother's hand. "The blade is bent." Mo Yuwan kicked a zombie head on the ground, making its face hit the dirt, and pointed at the back of its skull. "Hit here. Hard." After saying that, she slung on her backpack and left. The man was stunned for a moment, staring at the food and the bat at his feet before he understood. He couldn't quite figure out what the girl meant, or why she was doing this. After all, he'd offered all his food in exchange for a kitchen knife with a bent blade. He wasn't blind. He'd seen how the knife had been used to kill zombies. But he hadn't expected her to give him a brand new baseball bat and only take a small portion of the food. He looked at the bat. The tag was still on it. It was new. He wondered if he'd just met a good person. But were there really so many good people left in the world? Especially now. Kindness at a time like this could get you killed. But she still chose to do it, which left him a little dazed. He hesitated, watching the mother and daughter walk away, but in the end, didn't chase after them. For them, saving him was probably just a casual act, maybe just to get the older woman to practice killing zombies. He glanced at his broken-down car, took a deep breath, and checked the other 3 cars nearby. He found one that still worked. He took another deep breath, cleaned it up a bit, and drove toward the city. He knew the girl was right. Going back to the city now wasn't wise, but he had no choice. His family was there. Not long after Mo Yuwan, her mother and Da Huang started walking again. The man's car caught up to them. As he passed, he deliberately slowed down. "Thank you." He rolled down the window and shouted to Mo Yuwan, then sped off toward the city. Mo Yuwan tightened her grip on Da Huang's leash for a moment, then relaxed. She smiled and looked back at her mother. "See, Mom? I told you. Killing zombies is easy." Mo Seeing was gradually getting used to it. She was no longer as nervous as before. She looked at the car driving away and asked, "You're just letting him go? Not helping him?" Mo Yuwan understood her mother's feelings. She'd been the same at the start of her previous life, always wanting to help others. She didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "Help him how? Go into the city with him and rescue his wife and child?" "Sure, we could do that. But then what? Bring them back to our place?" Mo Seeing fell silent. She knew that was impossible. The tomb was her and her daughter's home, with high-level defenses, but those only protected against outside threats, not the dangers of human nature. It was a place just for her and her daughter. There was no way and no reason to bring others in. If they did, they'd be putting themselves in danger. She wanted to help, but she wasn't that selfless. Thinking it over, she realized her daughter had already done plenty by giving the man a baseball bat. After all, they didn't lack food, they only took a token amount. The man needed it more. As for the bat, they had plenty, stockpiled and taken from the mall. Seeing her mother deep in thought, Mo Yuwan let her be and continued walking toward the city with her. As they got closer to the city, there were more people and more zombies. Mo Yuwan didn't step in, letting her mother handle the zombies, but she did get a pleasant surprise. She hadn't expected Da Huang to fight zombies too. He bit right through a zombie's throat. Mo Yuwan was a little worried. Zombie blood was infectious, and having it go straight into Da Huang's mouth was scary. But after checking him over, she found nothing wrong. She guessed zombie blood couldn't infect animals. The two of them continued toward the city center, and before long, it started to rain. The raindrops stung as they hit. Mo Seeing felt the sting of the raindrops on her skin and thought it was just her imagination, frowning slightly. Why does this rain feel both painful and itchy? Is it just me? Mo Yuwan paused, then replied, It's not just you. She looked at her mother. Mom, do you remember when Japan discharged nuclear wastewater not long ago? Of course, Mo Yuwan remembered. The incident had caused a huge uproar, and many people were furious, especially in China, where public sentiment toward Japan was already negative, making the anger even stronger. Later, as the news faded, people stopped paying attention. After all, they were just ordinary people. Even if they opposed it, there was nothing they could do. Mo Yuwan smiled. This is acid rain, caused by that incident. After the apocalypse, researchers confirmed it. But those responsible got what they deserved. She didn't elaborate, just left it at that, then changed the subject. Later research showed that people who got caught in the acid rain were more likely to awaken abilities than those who didn't. In my previous life, I was out playing with classmates on this day and got caught in the rain. 2 months into the apocalypse, I awakened my ability. Mo Yuwan looked at her mother and gave a cute smile. So, Mom, just bear with it. In her previous life, her mother died early and never got caught in the acid rain, so whether she could have awakened an ability was unknown. But this time, her mother was definitely getting rained on. If she awakened an ability, great. If not, it didn't matter. She was confident she could protect her mother in this life. Compared to that, the harm from the acid rain was negligible. Thinking of this, her expression grew serious as she remembered her missing grandparents and the entire village. But she quickly hid it, not wanting her mother to notice and get upset. Mo Yuwan checked the time on her phone. 2:00 p.m. In her previous life, the acid rain had started around this time, though the zombie outbreak hadn't happened until 2 hours later. This time, the timing was a bit different, but not by much. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Mo Yuwan was less resistant to the acid rain. She still didn't fully understand what abilities were for, but she knew Mo Yuwan's space was an ability. So it had to be useful. She didn't want to hold her daughter back. Da Huang also seemed uncomfortable with the acid rain, constantly trying to scratch himself. But Mo Yuwan stopped him. By the time they reached the city center, it was already 4 p.m. They'd spent a lot of time clearing zombies along the way. The streets were desolate, already showing the early signs of the apocalypse. Mo Yuwan wondered if her rebirth, and all her rumors and boasting while shopping, had created a butterfly effect because the outbreak was clearly slower this time. In her previous life, by this point, the streets were already crawling with zombies. The density now was much lower. Even though the apocalypse had arrived, Mo Yuwan remained cautious to her core. Entering the city, she still wore a hat and mask. In the early days, people hadn't realized how bad things were, so she and her mother's uniqueness would make them targets. With these disguises, even when base civilizations formed later, anyone who'd seen them would have a hard time recognizing them. There were more zombies here than on the way in, but still not many. Mo Yuwan joined the fight, but instead of her big blade, she casually pulled another baseball bat from her backpack. She and Mo Yuwan worked together seamlessly. One swing, one zombie. Many people in the surrounding apartment buildings watched from their windows. For them, today was a nightmare. At first, they didn't understand what was happening, but now, fear was setting in. It wasn't just 1 or 2 zombies anymore. There were more and more. Older people were slower to react, having never seen zombie movies or read such novels, but younger people were already thinking in terms of zombies. Many had realized it was time to stock up. They watched from above as Mo Yuwan and her mother fought below. Once they entered the more crowded areas, Mo Yuwan put Da Huang back in her space. He was too recognizable. She knew people were watching. There were a lot of eyes on them. Those intense stares from all directions were impossible to ignore. She knew what they were afraid of. Supplies. If she hadn't shown up, they might not have felt such urgency. But now, seeing her, their sense of crisis was heightened. Mo Yuwan didn't go to any nearby supermarkets, just killed zombies, but didn't clear them all. She left a few behind. People needed to grow. Before leaving the area, she managed to capture 3 zombies that weren't too strong, put cardboard boxes over their heads, and led them to a hidden corner out of sight from any building. Mo Yuwan didn't know what her daughter was up to, but she kept a close eye on the 3 zombies, afraid they'd break free. Then she saw her daughter take out a rescue rope and tie it around the zombies' waists, layer after layer. Next, she pulled out a modified cart from her space and tied the other end of the rope to it. Finally, she tied a piece of meat to a stick and held it out in front. When she was done, she nodded at her mother, signaling her to get on. Once Mo Yuwan was on the cart, Mo Yuwan removed the boxes from the zombies' heads. As expected, the 3 zombies immediately locked onto the meat and started chasing after it. But the meat always stayed just out of reach no matter how hard they tried. The cart began to move slowly. Zombies pulling a cart? Mo Yuwan looked at her daughter with a very complicated expression, but her daughter just looked back as if to say, "I knew it would work." Mo Yuwan sat down comfortably, smiling at her mother. After saying this, Mo Yuwan gave her mother a perfect demonstration. A gray brick traced a parabola through the air as Mo Yuwan threw it straight out, hitting the nearest zombie squarely on the head. Bang! A dull thud sounded. She had thrown it with great force, and the zombie's head caved in. The zombie seemed stunned for a moment, even forgetting to chase after them. It looked like this one had only recently died. Red and white brain matter oozed from the wound. The scene was somewhat disgusting, but the zombies behind were blocked by it because it suddenly stopped, tripped, and fell flat on the ground. Their previously orderly formation was thrown into chaos. Mo Yuwan quickly counted. There were about 20 zombies, not too many, all attracted along the way. Now, with the chaos at the back, only a few at the front were still chasing them in an orderly fashion. Mo Yuwan, seeing this, learned quickly. She hefted the stone in her hand and threw it at a zombie behind them. Her aim was excellent. She hit the zombie right away. However, her strength wasn't as great as Mo Yuwan's, so it only slowed the zombie down, making it momentarily confused. Mo Yuwan glanced back at Mo Yuwan in surprise. She hadn't expected her mother, who always seemed so gentle and frail, to have such a good throwing arm. Thinking this, she couldn't help but praise her. "Mom, great aim." Mo Yuwan was also a bit stunned. That moment just now gave her a strange sense of familiarity. After thinking for a while, a distant memory surfaced. "When I was little, I used to throw stones and skip them across the water with Brother Jang from next door. I even hit birds in the trees." She said this a little embarrassedly since it didn't really fit her current image. Mo Yuwan hadn't expected her mother to have such a past either. After all, ever since she was born, her mother had always been so gentle. But now, her mother seemed much more down to earth. She couldn't help but laugh. "That's great, Mom. Keep throwing for a bit. Just treat it as a game. In 2 more minutes, we'll be out of here and we'll take care of these things directly." Mo Yuwan took a big stack of stones from her space and put them on the small cart. Mo Yuwan didn't really understand what her daughter meant by "take care of them all," but she kept picking up bricks from the ground and throwing them behind her. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit of her childhood return. After all, she hadn't done anything so unseemly since growing up. But her strength wasn't as great as her daughter's. It took her 2 throws to stop a zombie. Mo Yuwan, meanwhile, sat down again, slowly closed her eyes, and a few wisps of icy energy leaked from her body. Standing next to her, Mo Yuwan also felt it, but just assumed it was because it was night and raining, so the temperature had dropped. She didn't think much of it. There was something Mo Yuwan hadn't said. Back in the city just now, she had felt her ability fully awaken. And strangely, the level of her ability was very high. She could feel that it was only 1 level lower than it had been right before her death in her previous life. Although these few levels made a huge difference in the later stages of the apocalypse, right now, her ability was absolutely overwhelming. In the later stages of the apocalypse, the ability levels were simple, from F level up to SSS level. It was said there was an X level above that, but it had never appeared. When she died, the highest level ability user known to the public was only S level. As for how ability levels were judged, every base had a special testing system. You just had to go in once. Mo Yuwan had been through it. It wasn't as simple as in novels like putting your hand on a stone and having your level displayed. Instead, it was through combat. Each level had a group of testers. They usually hid among ability users on missions, but every so often they'd return to the base to do a day of testing duty, wearing masks. Before her death in her previous life, Mo Yuwan was A-level. Actually, her real ability should have been only B-level, but because her ice ability was a mutated one, her level was rated higher. Her current level, not considering rarity, should be around C-level. Although that might not sound high, it's important to understand the context. Most ability users were unranked, and going from unranked to F-level was already a huge leap. According to later data, the first F-level didn't appear until a whole year after the apocalypse began, let alone now, when no one had awakened abilities yet. In this situation, Mo Yuwan's level was especially terrifying. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and called out to the system in her mind, asking if this was its doing. But unfortunately, the system played dead and ignored her. She had to give up on that idea. She felt the ability in her body. Unlike the slow growth in her previous life, this time she had started at her peak. Her body was still a bit unaccustomed, so she needed to circulate the ability a few times to get used to it before she could use it. But she was already quite adept. A few minutes passed quickly, and the zombie cart soon reached a deserted area. On one side of the road were empty fields, on the other mountains. Only the streetlights glowed faintly, and not far away were the corpses of a few zombies they had dealt with earlier that day. Unfortunately, the first man they encountered was the only survivor on this road. With no one else around, Mo Yuwan drew her broadsword from her space. In almost an instant, the heads of the 3 zombies pulling the cart fell off. Maybe because of inertia, their feet didn't stop right away, and they ran a few more steps before collapsing. The cart was momentarily out of control, so Mo Yuwan put a brick on the ground and used her hand to make a simple break. Because they stopped, the group of zombies behind caught up. Mo Yuwan had dealt with quite a few earlier, so there were fewer now, but it was still overwhelming. Seeing her daughter's actions, Mo Yuwan was worried. She opened her mouth as if wanting to call out to her. Mo Yuwan seemed to know what she wanted to say and turned back. "Mom, watch closely. Let me show you what an ability is." The moment Mo Yuwan finished speaking, Mo Yuwan witnessed a scene she'd only ever seen in movies. All the raindrops in front of her suddenly stopped, suspended in midair. For a moment, she thought time itself had frozen. But she could clearly see that the raindrops in the distance were still falling. It was only in the area around them that the rain had stopped and was floating in the air. A chill radiated from her daughter, and in the heat of summer, Mo Yuwan actually shivered. She watched wide-eyed as the raindrops in front of her began to freeze. The droplets, right before her eyes, slowly turned into tiny ice crystals, yet still floated in the air. These weren't ordinary raindrops, but acidic rain, which made them even more lethal under these circumstances. For Mo Yuwan, she could already control water, but what set her apart from other water ability users was that she could change the form of water, turning it into ice. So in essence, her ability was still water-based, just with more variations than others. The zombies didn't seem to notice the change in the air, nor that the raindrops had stopped and turned into ice crystals. All they knew was that the 2 meals in front of them had stopped running. Even though their faces were expressionless, Mo Yuwan could still see excitement on them, as if they were very happy. As for Mo Yuwan herself, she just found it amusing. Thinking this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, who wouldn't be happy to awaken such a powerful ability right from the start? The air around them seemed to dry out as Mo Yuwan separated the moisture, adding it to the already formed droplets. The little ice crystals grew larger and larger. Although it seemed like this would take a while, for her, it was only about 30 seconds. Mo Yuwan could clearly feel the air drying out. Even the moisture on her own skin was less. The ice crystals in front of them grew bigger and bigger. Soon the largest were the size of soybeans, the smallest like grains of rice. She saw her daughter raise her hand and bring it down in the direction of the zombies. The next second, she saw all those little ice crystals move on their own, shooting rapidly toward the group of zombies. They moved so fast she could even hear the whistling sound as they cut through the air. Yet, the ice crystals seemed to automatically avoid her, flying only toward the zombies. What followed was the sound of sharp objects slicing through flesh. She saw one bloody hole after another appear on the zombies, as if out of nowhere. Their already filthy clothes were quickly stained red, and the exposed skin was pitted with tiny holes, looking terrifying. If you looked closely, you'd see there was nothing in those holes, no weapon left behind. Because the ice had melted. The little ice crystals kept attacking the zombies, and soon, some of them fell. Their bodies were covered in bloody holes. A shocking sight. If Mo Yuwan hadn't seen the ice crystals herself and heard her daughter's explanation, she might have thought she was seeing ghosts. After all, even ghosts weren't this scary, bodies full of tiny holes with no weapon left behind. This wave of attacks lasted about a minute. The zombies soon all fell, with barely a patch of intact flesh left, though their heads were mostly untouched, at most a few tiny holes in the forehead, not enough to damage their features. When all the zombies had fallen, the rain around them resumed as if nothing had happened. The ice crystals left no trace, only bloodstains on the ground. As the rain fell, even those bloodstains were washed away. These zombies had only recently died, so their bodies still bled. After all this, Mo Yuwan looked as if nothing had happened. She didn't seem to have expended much energy, just looked a little tired. Mo Yuwan looked at her, and for the first time, truly understood what abilities meant. After all, she'd only ever heard about them before, and her daughter had never explained in detail what abilities were. She just knew such things would appear. Now, seeing it for herself, she was deeply shocked. Mo Yuwan smiled at her mother and explained, "My ability is ice. This is one way I use it. There are many ways to expand on it. It all depends on how well you can control your power. If you can control it well, anything you can imagine doing with ice, any form it can take, you can do. But in the apocalypse, it's mainly used for attack." After explaining, Mo Yuwan prepared to get in the cart and leave with her mother. On this trip, they'd killed at least 50 zombies. The apocalypse was inevitable, and humanity needed to grow, but her actions today had greatly increased the survival rate of people in Tongcheng. If anyone was smart, they'd probably start moving around in the next few days. As she thought this, she looked at the 3 zombie corpses that had been pulling the cart and fell silent. She'd been careless. She'd gotten carried away, showing off, and forgot to leave 3 zombies to pull the cart. Their home was very far from the city, which was why there were no people or zombies around. Now, with nothing to pull the cart, walking back would take a long time. They'd walked here mainly to clear out zombies along the way. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Yuwan decided not to go back and catch more zombies to pull the cart. Instead, she simply took a car out from her space. She suddenly remembered there was a gas station not far away, so she could stock up on some gasoline, since they didn't have much left. With no one extracting oil, gasoline would only become scarcer and eventually run out, and it was still the main energy source for cars. Just in case, Mo Yuwan had also bought a few electric cars, but those were only suitable in certain conditions. She got in the car, stopped by the gas station on the way, and filled several basins with gasoline, which took quite a bit of time. But considering how important gasoline was, the time spent was well worth it. The 2 of them didn't get home until midnight. But when they thought about the importance of gasoline and everything they'd accomplished today, all the exhaustion felt especially worthwhile. Especially in the city, wherever the 2 of them had been, the concentration of zombies was much lower than elsewhere. After a long day, they'd only grabbed a few buns for lunch, something quick and easy, so by nightfall, they were both starving. She didn't even consider having barbecue or hot pot. After such a tiring day, choosing to eat something so troublesome would just be asking for more suffering. Mo Yuwan simply took out 2 servings of spicy hot pot from her space. Before the apocalypse, spicy hot pot was sometimes looked down upon in certain circles, but now things were different. Who cared about conditions? Being able to eat spicy hot pot at all was a luxury. The familiar taste of sesame sauce filled their mouths, and Mo Yuwan felt completely satisfied. After eating their fill, she dragged her tired body to tidy up and was about to shower and sleep when she suddenly remembered the acid rain outside. After a moment's hesitation, she took out several large basins from her space and set them outside to collect rainwater. Once that was done, she and her mother took turns showering, changed into soft pajamas, and lay down on the big bed. After being out in the acid rain all day, both of them, and even Da Huang, felt uncomfortable. But after a shower, they felt much better, at least no longer sticky and clammy. Still, the skin of both people and the dog was visibly not quite right. Mainly, it was a bit red. She knew this was the effect of the acid rain and didn't pay it much mind. This rain would last a whole week. That's why, in her previous life, those with abilities were either very brave or in desperate situations in the early days of the apocalypse. The timid, or those with enough food at home, didn't go out at all during this week. Only the brave or the hungry ventured out to look for supplies. Of course, most of those people died. So, the real ability users were basically those who had gone out during the first week and survived. The proportion was definitely not high. In fact, it was extremely low. But because the population base was so large, the number of ability users wasn't actually that small. Before going to sleep, Mo Yuwan glanced at her phone. She had received quite a few messages on WeChat, mostly from people she used to be close with, expressing concern. But since her university wasn't local, she wasn't in the same city as her classmates. As for old classmates from middle and high school, she didn't really keep in touch. Mo Yuwan was a relatively solitary person. She was good at socializing and getting along with others, but she didn't actually enjoy it. So sometimes people felt she was very nice, but there was always a sense of distance. Overall, it was a gentle kind of detachment. So after graduation, even though people had a good impression of her, no one really took the initiative to keep in touch. Maybe that wasn't a good thing for others, but for her, it was just right. She didn't reply to those messages of concern. After all, the communication network would soon be down. These contacts could only let others know her current situation, but were otherwise useless, especially since they weren't even in the same city. Knowing whether the other person was safe or not was sometimes worse than not knowing. Besides, in the apocalypse, people were the most dangerous thing. Sometimes, not letting others know you're still alive might actually be the wiser choice. On Douyin and other social platforms, things were already different from when she'd gone out that morning. Now, a lot of the outside situation was being posted online. It wasn't that the ban had been lifted, but simply that there were too many people posting for the authorities to keep up. Mo Yuwan thought about posting a video she'd casually taken of killing zombies to show everyone that zombies weren't actually that scary, but then she discovered, oh. When she tapped the plus sign in the middle, it showed that the function was temporarily disabled. In other words, for most people, the video upload function was now directly shut down. Thinking about it, it made sense. There was no way to keep up with the bans, so shutting down the function entirely was the simplest and most effective solution. It solved the problem at the root. Since she couldn't post, Mo Yuwan didn't force it, but she did try uploading to other platforms like Xiaohongshu. She managed to upload to a few platforms. After all, Douyin was the main battlefield for social content, so it was the first to be shut down, while less popular sites were still working. After posting, Mo Yuwan didn't bother to check for responses. Being able to upload those videos was just a sudden idea she had today. Remembering to do it was good enough. She was too tired to care about explaining anything. Just as she was about to put her phone down and enjoy her first good sleep of the apocalypse, a text message came in. The sender was Gu Yongnian. He didn't send any words, just a very meaningful symbol. Seeing this symbol, Kuchu immediately knew that he had probably realized something was wrong with the outside world and was starting to understand what she'd said before. That question mark contained a lot. Probably a lot of Gu Yongnian's doubts. But Mo Yuwan had no intention of replying. After all, things weren't that serious yet. human order still existed in the city. When zombies started forming crystal nuclei, that would be the true beginning of the apocalypse. She glanced at it and tossed her phone aside to sleep. Come on, what could be more important than sleep? Mo Yuwan slept soundly, but Gu Yongnian couldn't sleep at all. He was a mercenary, yes, and his combat skills were strong, but could someone please tell him what was going on outside? Precisely because he was a mercenary, he thought he'd seen 80% of the world's bizarre events. He'd even seen many secret experimental subjects in research centers. But what was that outside? Zombies? That was the only explanation, right? He looked back at the pile of weapons in his warehouse. It wasn't much. Compared to what he'd given that girl, this was just a tiny fraction, barely a drop in the bucket. But if there really were zombies outside, these things suddenly became extremely important. He fell silent. That girl, did she know all along this would happen? For Gu Yongnian, his suspicions felt entirely reasonable. Whether it was from the few hints she'd dropped before, or the weapons she'd asked him to procure, none of it was simple. In fact, everything about her suggested she had known about the current situation in advance. If that was true, then what kind of role was she playing in all of this? He couldn't help but recall the girl's appearance and demeanor. For a moment, he even wondered if the appearance of those things outside was somehow related to her. After all, she gave off a very dangerous aura, one that only came from being tempered by hardship. He himself had been trained since childhood to reach this level, but she was almost his equal. Given that, her background was worth pondering. Suddenly, Gu Yongnian thought of her appearance again. She wore a dress, smiled sweetly, and her body showed no signs of training. She wasn't particularly tall, just an ordinary, exceptionally pretty girl. If she really was in the same line of work as him, there was no way there wouldn't be any rumors about her. Someone like that, if she appeared in the mercenary or assassin world, would be a trump card. Even if her combat skills weren't that strong, her looks alone would make people let down their guard. The more Gu Yongnian thought about it, the more cautious he became. Maybe he'd sensed from the start that she wasn't simple, but now, thinking it over, there were even more suspicious points. He stared at his phone, waiting for her reply, but after a long time, there was still nothing. If she didn't reply, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep, but he also knew he couldn't send another message, or he might annoy her. So he just held his phone all night, only snapping out of it when the phone finally died. No way, right? Could she really be sleeping? That thought flashed through Gu Yongnian's mind. But with things outside the way they were, could anyone really sleep? Don't be ridiculous. At this point, Gu Yongnian still didn't know what was happening on Mo Yuwan's side. He suspected she might be sleeping, but if he ever saw where she lived, he'd have no doubts. He'd be certain. She was definitely sleeping at that time. But that was for later. For now, Gu Yongnian plugged in his phone to charge and suddenly realized something terrifying. If she really had foreseen all this, then everything happening now was within her expectations. The amount of weapons she'd asked for. Gu Yongnian frowned. He put down his phone and without hesitation grabbed a couple of weapons and headed out. He suddenly realized this might not be just a simple infectious virus. It might really be the end of the world. That amount of weaponry wasn't just for temporary use. It was clearly for a long-term struggle. And that long-term struggle was worth thinking about. Regardless, what he needed most right now was food and supplies. Once he'd figured that out, he went out to gather resources. If others could deduce things from Mo Yuwan's actions, of course Gu Yongnian could too. Right now, not many people were fighting over supplies in the city. Most people still had food, and the danger outside wasn't clear yet, so only a small number would choose to go out. But what about when the food runs out? By then, finding food and supplies wouldn't be so easy. After a good night's sleep, Mo Yuwan picked up her phone again. The first thing she checked was the situation in Tongcheng, since that was the closest city to where they were. The situation there was closely tied to them, which was why she'd been willing to go in and clear out some zombies right away. Of course, there was another important reason. Maybe people would choose to hide in deserted places for now, since the cities they'd built with their own hands had become zombie hotspots, and they didn't have the ability to go back. But the resources and infrastructure in the cities were extremely important. The essence of human civilization was there. Humans couldn't abandon the cities. So, once things developed, if there was a chance, the cities would have to be reclaimed. But the density of zombies made that extremely difficult. At least, until Mo Yuwan returned, in other words, more than a decade into the apocalypse, humans still hadn't managed to reclaim the cities. But she knew people had tried, just never succeeded. With her rebirth memories and her overwhelming strength at this stage, Mo Yuwan chose to clear out a batch of zombies as soon as the outbreak began, which would make things much easier later on. Of course, there were other difficulties, but those were problems for the future. At least for now, the situation in the city was much better than in her previous life. Last night, it seemed quite a few smart people had gone out to scavenge for supplies, and today, Douyin was flooded with videos. Every video showed shops being looted. That's right. Douyin's ban seemed to have been lifted. All kinds of videos were popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Mo Yuwan watched them, and while she could get the latest updates, she wasn't happy. Because this only meant one thing. Either Douyin's command or tech department had been completely overrun, or the authorities had given up on suppressing the news. Neither was a good sign, but honestly it wasn't something she could control. Mo Yuwan narrowed her eyes. In her previous life she'd known someone official and they'd gotten along well. He was upright, but she didn't have his contact info and he wasn't from Tongcheng. He'd just been trapped there by chance during a mission and after losing contact, hadn't left. He probably hadn't arrived in Tongcheng yet. Even if she wanted to provide information to help the authorities act more efficiently, she had no way to do so. After all, who would have thought she'd be reborn? Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and made a post on a certain Q&A platform, roughly speculating about the situation after the apocalypse. This platform had a very useful feature: anonymity. Once you chose to post anonymously, others couldn't view your profile or access your information, but this was only effective against ordinary people. For those in power on the platform, finding out who posted was actually quite easy. However, for Mo Yuwan right now, this was enough. She wrote her post in a speculative tone so no one would ever suspect she was someone reborn. Even if someone noticed something was off in the future, by then the media would probably have completely collapsed, so what would it matter? Her post was fairly detailed, mostly about survival rules in the apocalypse. For example, don't foolishly stay at home without going out. After finding food, leave the city as soon as possible. Zombies would become the main threat, and things would only get more dangerous as time went on. She also wrote about what kinds of food are easier to store, which are more filling, and which are more convenient to carry. She emphasized that after the apocalypse, the most important thing was to be wary of the people around you. In the apocalypse, zombies weren't the scariest thing. People were. She picked and chose, writing a bunch of practical advice. If someone mastered these things, surviving would be much easier. The post quickly made it to the front page. There was no other reason. The situation outside was just too serious. If yesterday people could still joke and laugh, today no one could laugh anymore, and a strong sense of crisis had set in. The density of zombies outside had greatly increased. After all, yesterday some smart people went out to look for food, so there were bound to be people who got infected. Plus, what Mo Yuwan and her mother cleared out yesterday was only a small portion. The city was so big, what they could do was just a drop in the bucket. The number of zombies was still huge, and with people going out to look for supplies, some got infected because they were too scared to fight back in time. The situation was much worse than yesterday, and this was already after Mo Yuwan and her mother had gone into the city and cleared out a wave. If they hadn't gone in, today's situation would have been even worse. As for how bad it could get, it didn't really matter anymore. In short, in her previous life, very few people managed to get out of the city. This time, at least half as many more would make it. People under her post clung to it like a lifeline, desperately commenting and leaving messages, wanting to know more ways to survive. Some even noticed something was off and asked Mo Yuwan why she knew so much. Mo Yuwan didn't reply to everyone. She just left a comment under her own post. Just an apocalypse fiction enthusiast, so I have some basic knowledge. These are just guesses, please judge for yourselves. After posting this, Mo Yuwan logged off and didn't bother to see what people were saying. After checking the situation in Tongcheng, Mo Yuwan browsed the news from other cities. Sure enough, compared to other cities, Tongcheng was like a pure land. Although there were quite a few zombies, the density was much lower than elsewhere. She was satisfied with the results of her efforts. She opened WeChat and found a message. It was from a contact with a cute bunny avatar. The last message was sent by the other person yesterday. She had seen it then but hadn't replied. Momo, are you okay? Things outside don't seem right, like there are zombies. Are there anywhere you are? Mo Yuwan thought for a moment before typing a few lines. I'm fine. There are zombies here too. Be careful. I've already left the city. If this really is the apocalypse, being with people is actually the most dangerous thing. If it's not, then it's good to get out for a while anyway. I found a place in the suburbs. Try to get your family out too? All right, there's no electricity outside. I need to save my phone battery so I won't chat anymore. Even if you don't leave, make sure you have enough food at home and don't let others find out you have supplies. She forwarded the post she had just made to her friend. I read this post. It makes a lot of sense. Take a look. The reply came almost instantly. Why do you say that? Isn't it better to stick together at times like this? Did something happen to you? Mo Yuwan glanced at these two messages but didn't reply. She just exited WeChat. This person had been a good friend when she was little. Around the age of 12, the friend moved away, and they hadn't seen each other since, though they occasionally chatted. In her previous life, after all communication was cut off, she lost contact with this friend. Since they weren't in the same city, it was basically impossible to know what happened to her. She gave this warning because, when she was little, she'd been bullied by older kids for looking weak, and this friend had stood up for her. Actually, Mo Yuwan hadn't needed protection. Although she wasn't strong physically, she was clever. She had plenty of ways to make those bullies pay. But at the time, that figure, not much taller than herself, had stood in front of her. Even after many years, she remembered it clearly. So even though they hadn't met again, Mo Yuwan had always wanted to repay that kindness. This was a very good opportunity. She'd said all she needed to say. As for what happened to her friend afterward, she wouldn't worry about it anymore. After all, she couldn't go out of her way to visit her just because of something that happened in childhood. After replying to this message, Mo Yuwan checked Gu Yongnian's messages. He hadn't sent anything since yesterday, clearly not wanting to bother her. Since he hadn't offered to help, she would only say a few words at most. She thought for a moment and replied to Gu Yongnian, "It's the apocalypse, not because of me. I just know about it, that's all." As a former mercenary, Gu Yongnian had no trouble finding food, especially since he still had the heavy weapons Mo Yuwan had left him. He was already very capable, and in about an hour he'd managed to avoid everyone and bring back a pile of food. He replied to Mo Yuwan instantly. "You knew all along?" Mo Yuwan had no intention of replying to his question, so she simply ignored it. "If you can't survive, you can contact me." Gu Yongnian. Should I be thanking you for that? To Gu Yongnian, this sentence was pure provocation. Even if no one else could survive, as a top mercenary, there was no way he couldn't make it, okay? Mo Yuwan's words just made him feel challenged. Mo Yuwan didn't even bother to reply to him. She was just stating a fact, not cursing him to die. In this situation, everyone was basically fending for themselves. Anyway, in the end, he would definitely come to her. That is, if his actions in this life hadn't changed because of her presence. But Mo Yuwan still had confidence in him. Rather than accepting him right away, it was better to let him suffer a bit first. The next second, her phone vibrated again. "I can't survive right now. Go ahead, tell me." When Mo Yuwan saw this message, she couldn't help but let a twisted expression slip onto her face. But thinking about it, this was very much in line with Gu Yongnian's personality. If it were someone else saying this, she probably wouldn't bother to respond. But Gu Yongnian was different. She was certain that if she really ignored him, he would keep pestering her. Just thinking about it was scary. For a moment, Mo Yuwan really didn't know how to reply, but clearly he had already thought of all the possibilities. After waiting about 3 minutes without a response, he started bombarding her with messages. Mo Yuwan's eyebrow twitched, and she simply turned off her phone. Anyway, all communications would be down soon. If he was that bored, he could spam her all he wanted. Mo Yuwan didn't care. She could just turn off her phone and use another one to get outside information. She tossed her phone onto the bed, got up, patted Da Huang, the dog, lying by the bed, and took him to find her mom. Mo Siying had clearly just gotten up as well and was checking her phone. This had basically become a daily ritual for the mother and daughter after waking up. Mo Yuwan didn't stop her from checking. After all, they should cherish it while it lasted. She took out a steaming bowl of wontons from her space, sat down on a stool in the side room, and started eating. "Mom, what are you eating?" she asked while eating, glancing back at Mo Siying. Given the current times, Mo Siying didn't really have much of an appetite. She didn't even want to eat, but as her daughter, Mo Yuwan immediately picked up on her intention and cut her off. "Mom, you can't skip meals. Think about it. In a few days, people will be fighting over a single bite of food, and we still have hot breakfast. How can you not eat? Shouldn't it taste even better the more you think about it?" As she spoke, Mo Yuwan took out another bowl of wontons from her space, deliberately putting on a pained expression as she set it down next to her. "Just eat a little, even if it's just to make do." Mo Siying looked at the steaming bowl, then at her daughter, and finally sat down, picked up the disposable spoon, and started eating. They didn't forget about Da Huang either. Mo Yuwan took out a raw beef bone from her space and tossed it into Da Huang's bowl. The situation now was definitely different from before the apocalypse. If it were before, Mo Yuwan would have been strongly against feeding pets raw meat, but now it was the apocalypse. Eating raw meat could, to some extent, stimulate Da Huang's ferocity. Da Huang used to eat only family leftovers. After all, that's how rural dogs are usually raised, and they're always healthy. Now, suddenly switching to this, he was a bit unaccustomed, but a dog's craving for meat and bones is instinctive, so he quickly started eating. After breakfast, Mo Yuwan took her mom outside. Today they weren't planning to go into the city, but to farm. No matter how much food they stockpiled, it would eventually run out. Besides, the space wasn't really hers. It belonged to the system. If one day it disappeared, taking all her food with it, what would she do? So of course Mo Yuwan had also stockpiled a lot of seeds. Originally, the cave was very well hidden, but after the last upgrade, a big iron gate and a tall wall had appeared in the middle. It was impossible for people not to notice someone was living here, so Mo Yuwan didn't plan to hide it anymore and decided to just let it be. She would plant vegetables inside the walls. After all, the only ones who could notice someone living here would be people. It was drizzling outside, but the mother and daughter still chose to work in the rain. Mo Yuwan took 2 hoes from her space and handed one to her mom. "Mom, teach me how to till the land." Mo Yuwan definitely didn't know how to do it, even though she'd watched her grandparents do it when she was little, and had even tried it for fun. Playing around and actually working were 2 different things. This was real planting. But her mom was different. She'd grown up in the countryside, so she must be better at it than her, right? She must have done it before. At least, that's what Mo Yuwan thought. Mo Siying hesitated, took the hoe, and for a moment looked a bit lost. When Mo Yuwan turned around, she saw her mom's confused face and immediately felt alarmed. She hesitated and asked, "Mom, don't tell me you don't know how either." A flash of embarrassment crossed Mo Siying's face. She was a little sheepish. Your grandparents usually didn't let me do this kind of work." Mo Yuwan was surprised and asked instinctively, "Then who did it?" Mo Siying thought for a moment. "There was a big brother next door who always helped our family with this. We paid him, but he moved away later." Mo Yuwan didn't care much about this, but just stared at the land in front of her, troubled. She didn't know how, and her mom didn't either. How were they supposed to farm? But the next second, her mom brought a little surprise. I don't know how, but I do know that if you want to plant something, you have to turn over all the soil first. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, and while her phone still had internet, she opened Douyin and searched how to farm. At a time when opening Douyin would immediately show you the situation outside, searching for something like this felt a bit surreal. Fortunately, although the recommendations on Douyin were no longer watchable, the search function still worked just fine. Very soon, a very professional video explaining how to farm appeared. The person in the video was an older man whom Mo Yuwan recognized. He often appeared in textbooks and was a highly respected academician at the Academy of Sciences, mainly focused on agricultural research. In fact, the reason people could eat their fill nowadays was largely thanks to this academician's contributions. Mo Yuwan just sighed with admiration for his achievements, then started learning with her mother. While studying, she kept glancing at his face, and other thoughts kept flashing through her mind. His abilities were obvious to all, but he was getting on in years. She wondered what would happen to him after the apocalypse. She didn't know if anyone would choose to offer him some protection. Mo Yuwan was doubtful about that. But even so, there wasn't much she could do. Even if she wanted to offer him shelter, she had no idea where he was. Everything could only be left to fate. After watching the video, she checked the IP address of his account. It happened to be in the same province as Tongcheng. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and decided to send him a private message. Hello, academician. You've probably seen the situation outside. Your talents will be crucial for humanity in the future, and you'll become someone everyone wants to protect. Please do your best to ensure your own safety. I can offer you the greatest protection, a worry-free life, and a fully equipped laboratory. If you're interested, please reply to me. In a week, all communication channels will collapse. Even if you don't want to come to me, once the official base is established, I can escort you there. The reward will be something you'll find worthwhile. My phone number? 133. Sorry for the disturbance. Since they weren't mutual followers, she could only send one message, so Mo Yuwan made it long and didn't hide anything from him. After all, he could truly be called a hero. Before the apocalypse, the fact that everyone could eat their fill was thanks to him. For someone like this, Mo Yuwan didn't want to hide her intentions. On the contrary, his safety was more important. After all, food would always be a top priority both before and after the apocalypse. Especially after the collapse of human order, rebuilding these things would be even harder than starting from scratch. Mo Yuwan didn't care whether he joined her group or not. She only cared about his talent and his life. His abilities would be useful both before and after the apocalypse, and his contributions to humanity were undeniable. He deserved to live well. Fortunately, although he was over 50, he wasn't so old that he couldn't move around. There was still hope. As for mentioning a reward, that was just to prevent him from suspecting she had ulterior motives and being afraid to contact her. After all, the most expensive reward in the world is free. While turning over the soil, Mo Yuwan kept thinking about this. If he agreed, she decided she would go to his city alone and bring him back. If he really was in the same province, there was a good chance she could pull it off. But if not, there was nothing she could do. In her previous life, after the apocalypse, Mo Yuwan had never heard any news about him. Both she and her mother were novices at farming, with no experience or skills to speak of. Just getting the job done was already quite an achievement. Meanwhile, Da Huang watched the two of them with a look that was hard to describe. Meeting his gaze, Mo Yuwan fell silent. She actually had the strange feeling that Da Huang was looking down on them. But thinking about it, it made sense. Da Huang had grown up with her grandparents. He might actually know more about this stuff than she did. Just as she was thinking this, the next second she saw Da Huang stand up, walk over to a patch they hadn't touched yet, and start digging up the soil with his paws. Mo Yuwan watched for a while. He was surprisingly skilled at turning the soil, and it looked much neater than what she and her mom had done. Mo Yuwan fell silent. In the end, she just looked away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. It was too demoralizing. Wasn't it enough already? Did he have to rub it in? So unfair. It wasn't until evening that Mo Yuwan thought. Da Huang was digging with his bare paws. Wouldn't his feet get hurt? After returning to the tomb with Da Huang, she carefully checked him over. It turned out there was no problem at all. In fact, his paw pads seemed even tougher than before. Mo Yuwan was relieved, but still cleaned Da Huang up a bit, since his paws were full of dirt. By the end of the day, they had finally turned over all the soil in the yard, a small accomplishment. If her grandparents had been here, they probably could have finished in half a day. Thinking of this, Mo Yuwan felt a little disappointed, but she quickly cheered up. There was no point dwelling on it would only add to her worries. After dinner, Mo Yuwan replied to Gu Yongnian. After some hesitation, she suddenly felt that bringing him over directly wasn't a bad idea. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person and didn't need any more tempering. He probably understood how to kill zombies better than most. Even if he had no experience killing zombies, he had killed people before. There was a lot in common. But thinking about how he still had a lot of the weapons she'd left him, it wasn't realistic to expect him to come on his own. She'd have to go pick him up. With that in mind, she replied to him, "Send me your address. I'll come get you tomorrow." Gu Yongnian seemed to be waiting by his phone for her message. He always replied instantly, and this time was no exception. He immediately sent his address. He'd gone out during the day, too. Gu Yongnian had already noticed that, after just one day, the zombies had grown stronger. Ordinary people might not notice, but with his extensive combat experience, he could tell easily. As time went on, it seemed the zombies would level up and their numbers would increase. If she really had a safe place, he felt he could totally stick with her. And for some reason, he always felt like she was very familiar with him and knew him well. Every time they messaged, he had the illusion that she was an old friend. That was one of the reasons he was willing to trust her, even though he knew it sounded a bit ridiculous. Mo Yuwan didn't reply again. She planned to go herself tomorrow. But since it was the apocalypse, even with her overwhelming combat ability, she still needed to plan her route a bit. Mo Yuwan opened Lack of Morals map on her phone and searched for the address Gu Yongnian had sent. Just as she expected. Although she wasn't originally from Tongcheng, she had grown up there, so she was quite familiar with the city's addresses and layout. Even after so many years, her memories were still vivid. So as soon as she saw the address, she knew roughly where it was. Not good. To get from her tomb to that location, she would have to pass through a commercial street. That street was always packed on weekends. Mo Yuwan had even seen videos of it on Douyin, and it was truly a sea of people. Now, the zombies there hadn't fully dispersed to other areas. Once zombies got out, they wouldn't just stand still. They'd wander everywhere, especially during the day. While they weren't afraid of sunlight, they hated it, so they'd deliberately hide, possibly in any dark corner. It had only been 2 days, not enough time for the density there to decrease. If she rushed through, it would be dangerous. If she didn't go that way, she'd have to take a huge detour. Travel time in the apocalypse was several times longer than before, not because of vehicles, but because of traffic jams. Mo Yuwan didn't dare make a rash decision. She kept flipping through the map, trying to find the best route. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat a sea of zombies. She also considered using her powers for a large-scale attack, but there would definitely be people around. If there were people, they'd see her use her powers, and she'd have to worry about hurting humans. For a while, she really couldn't come up with a good solution. Gu Yongnian didn't know where Mo Yuwan lived. Actually, the spot he chose was fine. It wasn't the same place she'd gone to last time, but rather a location on the outskirts. It was safe and sparsely populated, but the key problem was that Mo Yuwan was in the north of the city, and Gu Yongnian was in the south. North and south. She'd have to cross the most crowded area. She glanced at the ring road but couldn't make up her mind. The situation on the ring road was unknown. During rush hour, the ring road was always packed since many people commuted between cities. but who knew what it was like on the day of the outbreak? Mo Yuwan knew that both options were dangerous. In her previous life, she'd met a couple who escaped from the ring road. They'd clearly experienced something terrifying, but no matter how she asked, they wouldn't say what happened. But since the timing of the zombie outbreak was different this time, the situation on the ring road must have changed too. After much thought, she decided to go through the city. She could drive to the edge of that street, find a spot where no one could see her, put the car into her space, and then walk through the area on foot. And Mo Yuwan looked up at the tall buildings. In this part of Tongcheng, the buildings were very close together, so close it had even made the news. Only a few buildings were far apart. With her physical abilities, it might be possible to travel across the rooftops, but she'd have to see how things were when she got there. The most important thing was to clear out some of the zombies in that area. Otherwise, it would be a dead end for ordinary people in the future. Having made up her mind, Mo Yuwan went to bed happy. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, she noticed a change in her body. For some reason, she was surprised to find that her physical strength had improved significantly compared to the day before, noticeably so. It was almost on par with the time she'd gained the strength ability from Ye Gao Yuan with her broadsword. She instinctively wanted to ask the system, but then remembered her system and suddenly didn't feel like asking. It probably wouldn't answer her anyway. Just as she was about to speak, she obediently shut her mouth. Still, it was a good thing. After getting ready, she told her mom she was going into the city to pick someone up. Mo Yuwan was very worried when she heard. "You're going alone? Let me go with you. The city is too dangerous now. I don't feel safe with you going out by yourself." Mo Yuwan had already guessed her mom would say this. She just smiled. "Mom, don't worry. I'll do better if you don't come with me. If you're with me, I'll have to worry about your safety, especially since I have to cross the whole city today." Although it sounded a bit harsh, Mo Yuwan knew her daughter was right. This was different from before. Even though her physical strength had improved a lot, her mental resilience hadn't caught up, and she'd only slow her daughter down. If it was just wandering around the outskirts, it would be fine for practice. But from her daughter's words, she could tell this time wouldn't be that simple. In the end, she could only nod helplessly. This time, Mo Yuwan didn't even bring Da Huang, leaving him at home. Ever since she realized Da Huang seemed to understand her, she especially liked talking to him. It was just a pity Da Huang couldn't talk back. She crouched down and looked into Da Huang's wise eyes. Maybe it would be sarcasm to say this about a husky, but Da Huang's eyes really were wise. He looked very smart. "Da Huang, you stay here and watch the house. Take care of Mom, okay? If you sense anything wrong, remind her to call me." Da Huang looked at Mo Yuwan seriously, then nodded and patted her hand with his paw. Mo Yuwan understood. He was telling her not to worry. She felt Da Huang's changes were definitely influenced by the system. He'd always been smart, but now he was on another level. There's a difference between smart and really smart. Mo Yuwan also liked Da Huang a lot, but he was always closer to her daughter. Now that he was even smarter, she happily patted his head. "Don't worry, we'll just work in the yard today and won't go out." Only then did Mo Yuwan leave. She didn't choose to go on foot today. Since she had to pass through the most dangerous city center, there was no need to waste her energy on pointless walking. She took out a very inconspicuous sedan from her space and set off toward the city along the route she'd planned yesterday. Perhaps because she had already come through and cleared the area once, the journey was relatively smooth, with very few zombies along the way. The corpses of the zombies she'd killed before were still lying where they fell. Mo Yuwan frowned at the sight. It was summer, and with the rain, she wondered if these corpses would cause any problems. Like a plague. If an epidemic broke out now, it would be absolutely deadly. Unfortunately, Mo Yuwan's ability was ice-based. If only she had a fire ability, she could just burn the bodies and not have to worry about this. But since there hadn't been a plague outbreak in her previous life, it was probably fine. She recalled Gu Yongnian's ability. Unfortunately, if he had the same power as in her previous life, it was lightning-based, a mutated ability. He couldn't burn corpses either. At most, he could char them. and it would take a long time to reach that level. Mo Yuwan thought of her broadsword. Right now, it seemed no one had awakened a fire ability yet. Otherwise, she would have cloned one immediately. Such a convenient power was really tempting. The journey was smooth. Quite a few zombies saw her car and chased after it, but when they realized they couldn't catch up, they gave up. That's right, Mo Yuwan was driving fast, barely stopping at all. In the end, only 3 zombies followed her to her planned parking spot. She didn't waste any time, simply pulled out her broadsword and took care of them. This was the basement of an office building. A few cars were still parked there, clearly untouched for a long time. Only a handful of zombies wandered about. Mo Yuwan circled the garage and found a blind spot in the surveillance cameras. She drove over, put the car away, and figured that on the cameras, it would just look like the car drove in and then vanished. She was still very low-key, wearing a mask and hat, bundled up tightly, and left through the blind spot. This time, though, she carried her broadsword openly on her back. Yesterday, her mom had noticed it was inconvenient for her to carry the sword, so she'd taken apart a few genuine leather bags and made her a huge sword sheath. Mo Yuwan was touched when she received it, but when she looked closely at the pattern, wow, wasn't that the signature Hermes orange? She gave her mom a strange look. Mo, seeing, knew what she was thinking and nodded without hesitation, explaining, "These things are useless now. I grabbed one from the mall that day. It's perfect for this. Very sturdy." Mo Yuwan looked at her Hermes orange sword sheath and finally slung it over her shoulder. Better than carrying it by hand. And honestly, the orange color actually matched the broadsword in a weird way. The color was a bit eye-catching, but it made the sword itself less conspicuous. Once you accept this setup, it's actually not bad. At least Mo Yuwan didn't mind it anymore. The sheath made it much easier to carry and draw her sword, saving time. She left the garage from another direction, sticking to the blind spots. This building wasn't in the city center. She'd chosen it for safety. She didn't plan to go straight to the rooftop from here. On the outskirts, the buildings were too far apart. She pressed the elevator button. The moment she did, Mo Yuwan was tense all over. Even with her overwhelming strength, she had to be careful of zombies suddenly appearing. The underground garage was relatively safe. The car entrance had a barrier, which could block zombies to some extent. If they didn't smell food or hear obvious sounds, they wouldn't fixate on a spot. Those barriers meant to block cars could be useful now. Other exits were inside the building. Usually there were elevators and emergency stairwells. The stairwells had doors, and the elevator had to be called. Unless by coincidence it was rare for zombies to get down here. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. As it turned out, Mo Yuwan's caution was justified. Inside stood a zombie, covered in blood, crouched on the floor gnawing on something. The sudden opening of the doors left the zombie momentarily confused. Then it caught a strong scent of food. The next second it lunged at Mo Yuwan. Her sword was already ready. She instantly decapitated it. It had been gnawing on a person, a middle-aged woman. Her abdomen was a bloody mess, almost chewed through. Mo Yuwan glanced at her, then looked away. She hadn't started turning yet. Mo Yuwan stepped directly into the elevator. The woman looked up at the masked, hatted girl in front of her. The girl wore a clean, sharp combat uniform, but her shoes were far from clean, stained with obvious dirt and blood. The woman couldn't tell what all the stains were, but some were clearly blood. And she was holding a sword bigger than anything the woman had ever seen. Her voice was hoarse. Mo Yuwan could tell she was already starting to turn, but she heard the woman's words clearly. "You're not going to kill me?" The words were broken and harsh. By now, most people knew that being bitten meant infection. Mo Yuwan hadn't planned to reply, but she glanced down at the woman. "You haven't turned yet." A strange emotion flickered across the woman's face. She spoke with difficulty. "Because I'm still human?" Mo Yuwan didn't answer. That was tacit agreement. As long as someone hadn't fully turned and there was no immediate danger, she wouldn't kill them. After all, not being fully zombified meant they could still feel pain and had their mind. The woman struggled to reach out to Mo Yuwan. In her hand was a blood-stained note and a heart-shaped pink diamond necklace, also stained with blood. "Please, give this to my daughter. She's in the building, up ahead. 18, short hair, very pretty." Mo Yuwan frowned slightly. The woman was already starting to lose her mind and turn. She didn't take the items. The woman's arm was already turning blue with zombification, and her veins were becoming more and more pronounced. The same pattern quickly spread across the woman's eyes. She lifted her head and began to rise from the ground in a slow, eerie way, but her hand still held tightly to those 2 items. Mo Yuwan saw the pain on the woman's face. Even though her eyes had already turned grayish-white, there was still a trace of pleading in them. "That one just now was my husband. We hid our daughter across the street. Please, just give these to her." Before she could finish, she suddenly lost control, opened her mouth wide, and lunged straight at Mo Yuwan. At that moment, the elevator reached the ground floor. There were only 2 zombies wandering in the lobby, but the woman's voice quickly drew their attention, and they turned toward the elevator. Mo Yuwan frowned, immediately chopped off the woman's head, and strode out of the elevator. The 2 zombies rushed at her, but her blade met them, and their heads fell just as quickly. In situations like this, as long as the number of zombies wasn't overwhelming, Mo Yuwan was absolutely dominant. Once the lobby was quiet again, Mo Yuwan glanced back at the headless corpse on the ground. The woman's head was off to the side, mouth still wide open, but Mo Yuwan saw a single tear fall from those gray-white eyes. She sighed. In the end, she went back into the elevator, put on gloves, took the note and necklace from the woman's hand, and sealed them in a bag. After a quick inspection, she tossed them into her space. She looked at the woman's head again. "I won't go out of my way, but if I pass by, I'll give them to her." The woman was as dead as could be, but Mo Yuwan always sought peace of mind. If she happened to run into something like this, she'd help if it was convenient, but she wouldn't go out of her way. The building the woman mentioned wasn't on her planned route, and she hadn't intended to go there, but now the woman had died right in front of her. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and decided to pick up Gu Yongnian first, then see how things went. If things were okay on the way back, she'd go. If not, then forget it. After all, the girl might not even be alive. 18 was a good age for the apocalypse, strong and agile, but not necessarily mature enough. It was all up to fate. At this point, she'd completely forgotten that she herself was also 18. Mo Yuwan headed outside. She was familiar with this area, having grown up in Tongcheng. Whether as a child or later, she often came here with classmates to hang out. This area had all kinds of places: cinemas, hot pot restaurants, barbecue joints, you name it. It was always convenient for fun. She didn't hesitate and walked in a certain direction. Now, the road was completely empty. No people, no zombies, just a few corpses on the ground, making the place look bleak and terrifying. A light rain was falling, adding to the apocalyptic atmosphere. It didn't seem so bad at first glance, just a scary vibe, nothing truly dangerous. But in reality, it wasn't so peaceful. In the dark corners, zombies were gnawing on something, the sound of chewing echoing out. Whatever they were eating was clearly very tough, with a constant crunching sound. Mo Yuwan immediately realized they were chewing on bones. She didn't linger, just walked up behind a zombie and chopped it down without looking at what it was eating or what it looked like, then kept moving forward. She didn't go out of her way to clear zombies. If she saw one, she'd deal with it. But she wasn't being thorough. Soon, she reached the building where she planned to start moving across the rooftops. From here, the distance between buildings shrank, and the density of zombies increased noticeably. Mo Yuwan glanced back at the street behind her. It still looked empty and desolate, but she could already hear dragging sounds and zombie growls. The sounds were clear in her ears. Zombies were starting to stir. She saw pairs of eyes appearing in the shadows, so many she couldn't count, just a dense mass. No wonder this was the city center. The numbers here could almost form a small zombie horde. Some zombies had even stepped into the sunlight, slowly moving toward her. Mo Yuwan didn't hesitate and slipped into the building. Even if she used her powers now, she probably couldn't handle them all alone. Fighting head-on would be foolish. But clearly the building itself wasn't simple either. As soon as she entered, zombies emerged from all directions in the lobby. Mo Yuwan sighed and counted. About 20 or so. She didn't hesitate and used her ability. Outside, zombie roars echoed. They were desperate to get in, surrounded inside and out. The scene Mo's sighing had witnessed before repeated itself. The air suddenly dried and tiny droplets began to form in the air. This time, Mo Yuwan's power activated much faster. She was more skilled now, and her control over her body had improved. It took less than 10 seconds to condense the droplets. The water droplets shot straight at the zombies. The attack lasted about 10 seconds, and all the zombies fell. She didn't linger and headed for the elevator. When the doors opened, a man was crouched in the corner, clutching his head and trembling. Mo Yuwan frowned. She seemed to have a strange fate with elevators today. Every time she entered one, there was someone inside. Annoying. She pressed the button for the top floor, not intending to speak to the man. But he quickly realized the elevator was moving and looked up in surprise. The first thing he saw was a pair of combat boots, then a very sharp-looking broadsword, still dripping blood. Even though he was crouched, he could still judge her height. It was a not-so-tall woman. "Hey!" When Mo Yuwan heard the man's voice, her frown deepened. She really didn't want to bother with him, but sometimes things just don't go the way you want. At least, that was the case now. The man lying on the ground seemed to feel slighted that this small-looking girl was ignoring him, which made him unhappy, but he quickly cheered up. He'd been feeling useless, but now, seeing such a petite girl, his confidence returned. His voice grew louder. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" His tone was extremely nasty, downright awful. Of course, Mo Yuwan had no intention of responding. The elevator was already halfway up the building. Soon it would reach the top floor. She simply ignored him, focusing on herself. But the man, feeling even more humiliated by her silence, glared at her with growing hostility and stood up. He was a short man, maybe only about 1.6 meters tall, just a few centimeters taller than Mo Yuwan. But at this moment, his expression and posture made him seem like he was 1.8 meters tall, full of confidence. "Little girl, you know what it's like out there, right? How could a weak little thing like you possibly survive the apocalypse? How about this? Take off your hat and mask. Let me see your face. If you're cute enough, call me Big Brother and I'll protect you." The air around Mo Yuwan grew colder. But the man didn't notice anything strange. His eyes were fixed on the sword in Mo Yuwan's hand. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. The blade was dark and shiny, obviously made of special material, with ancient patterns etched into it, and 2 red roses on the hilt. No matter how you looked at it, it was a fine weapon, though the roses were a bit girly. No matter, he could just remove them later. A flash of greed appeared in his eyes. "Or how about this? If you don't want to follow me, I can still protect you. Just give me that sword, how about it?" So all his previous words were just a setup. His real goal was her sword. Mo Yuwan understood. Her expression changed, becoming unreadable. She hadn't planned to pay him any attention, but suddenly changed her mind. "You want my sword?" She didn't bother to hide her voice, and her cute, girlish tone echoed in the elevator. Hearing her voice, the man became even more convinced he could get the sword. Even though he couldn't see her face, her figure and voice were the very image of a young girl, the kind that made people want to protect her. At least, that's how he felt. He was practically melting, wanting nothing more than to pull her into his arms and take care of her. Because of this thought, he didn't even question how such a big sword, almost as long as a person, could be carried by a girl who looked so delicate. The fat on his face quivered, making him look even more sleazy. "That's right, little sister. Give me the sword and I'll make sure you live in luxury. Stick with me and you'll never suffer." He seemed to think of something amusing, and his eyes gleamed. "Only eat sweets. Never suffer." Mo Yuwan was so disgusted she almost wanted to vomit, but she forced herself not to show it. She'd heard this line back in school. It was a nasty, vulgar joke, and sometimes people would even swap out sweets for body parts, always with loud, funny laughter, never realizing how revolting it was. She composed herself. "I could give it to you, but I'm afraid you can't hold it." To the man, this should have been a warning, but he was too blinded by lust to notice. He blurted out, "How could I not? If a little girl like you can hold it, how could a man like me not?" Mo Yuwan raised an eyebrow, looking unconcerned, and held out her hand. The man didn't think twice, assuming she was really going to give him the sword. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Seeing this, Mo Yuwan withdrew her hand. "Oh, we're here. Come out with me, I'll give it to you outside." The man never once suspected the girl in front of him was anything but harmless. Even now, when she called him out, he sensed no danger. He followed her out without hesitation. As he stepped out, Mo Yuwan's expression grew even more playful, though her face was covered so no one could see. If he could have seen, the contrast between his excited face and her mocking one would have been stark. The rooftop was empty. At least, it looked that way. Almost deserted. The rooftop led straight to the terrace, and usually no one came up here, let alone zombies. The stairwell was locked. Mo Yuwan glanced around. The man was now very close to her, and she kept her word. When he was close enough, she tossed her sword to him. The man eagerly reached out to catch it. The next second, bang! A heavy thud echoed. The sword Mo Yuwan tossed had landed right on the man. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream followed. The two sounds were loud and clear in the otherwise silent building. Mo Yuwan rubbed her ears. When things quieted down, she heard a rustling sound. She glanced back. Sure enough, the rooftop wasn't completely empty. Some zombies had been hiding. They had no awareness. Maybe they'd come up here looking for safety before turning, and now, as zombies, they didn't know how to get down, so they just wandered the building. Mo Yuwan wasn't interested in dealing with them. There was a glass door between them, and now that the noise had stopped, they'd calmed down a bit, but they could still smell living humans and were watching this way. Mo Yuwan walked over and picked up her sword. The man had been hit hard, barely able to speak, blood trickling from his mouth. She'd never tested the weight of her sword after the system upgraded it, but judging by how badly he was hurt, it had to be at least 50 jin, about 25 calorie. Of course, the effect wasn't just from the sword's weight. Her own strength played a part too. At this moment, the man's eyes were full of venom as he glared at Mo Yuwan. But Mo Yuwan's eyes were full of amusement. She didn't hesitate, picked up her broadsword, and without bothering to make a new wound, simply dabbed a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. As despicable as this man was, he was still just a stranger. Mo Yuwan didn't take his life outright. If he didn't have the potential for an ability, then what she did was no big deal. If he did, all the better. Her action basically robbed him of the chance to use his power to bully others in the future. In the apocalypse, ability users were rare. Even the simplest strength or speed abilities attracted attention and special treatment. Just like soldiers in the old days. Soldiers fought wars, and in daily life they got priority in lines and such. It was only natural. The difference was, after the collapse of order, some people deserved that privilege, and some didn't. The next second, a system notification sounded. Another strength ability. Mo Yuwan didn't care and turned to leave. She glanced back at the glass wall. There were quite a few zombies on the rooftop, maybe 20 or so. After picking up her sword, the man was still lying on the ground, unable to move, looking like he wanted to say something. Mo Yuwan didn't even look at him. Using her pocket as cover, she took out a tool from her space and easily pried open the lock on the rooftop door. It wasn't a built-in lock, just a chain lock. She calmly removed the chain, then looked back at the man. Now his eyes were full of pleading, all the venom gone. Mo Yuwan saw it, but just smiled at him, holding the lock. "Lying around is fun, but if you don't want to die here, you'd better get up and run. If you run now, you might still make it." Hearing this, the man coughed up more blood, splattering it all over the floor. The pleading vanished, replaced by a death stare. He opened his mouth as if to say something. Logically, Mo Yuwan shouldn't have been able to hear him. His voice was too weak. But by reading his lips, she knew what he said. "I'll remember you. You'll die a horrible death." Mo Yuwan was unfazed. "Dude, it's the apocalypse. The streets are crawling with zombies. There's a whole bunch behind you and you're still trying to scare me with childish threats? Save your breath. Besides, you wanted my sword. It's not like I didn't give it to you. You just couldn't catch it. Why blame me?" She was perfectly reasonable. The glass behind them wasn't reinforced, just ordinary glass, and it was already about to give way. Mo Yuwan noticed and walked into the rooftop passage, glancing back at the man who was struggling to get up. Her cute voice carried a clear note of amusement. "Good luck, big brother. Hope you survive." As she spoke, she closed the rooftop door and locked it with the chain from outside. The moment the lock clicked, her expression turned cold. She really hated people like him. Men like that practically wore their depravity on their faces, always thinking about abusing women, looting, and killing. Just like her scumbag father. Mo Yuwan didn't hide her disgust for such people, but she rarely killed humans herself. It always made her uncomfortable. Unless someone did something truly unforgivable. But she believed everyone had their fate. She'd intervene, but if someone survived after that, it just meant they weren't meant to die. That's how she felt about this man. She didn't kill him, just left. Whether he lived or died was no longer her concern. She was strong enough. Even if people like him tried to get revenge later, the result would be the same. At most, it would just be a little more trouble for her. Downstairs, the sound of shattering glass rang out, but Mo Yuwan didn't look back. She walked straight to the rooftop, took out her prepared tools, and quickly set up a connection to the building across the street. It was a special steel cable, something she'd made herself based on her previous life's experience. The whole process went smoothly. With the help of special equipment, the cable stretched straight to the next building and was very secure. She gave it a hard tug to make sure, then zipped across. She easily retrieved her tools and repeated the process, moving from building to building. No wonder these buildings in Tongcheng had once trended online. The gaps between them were really that small. She barely used any effort to cross 3 buildings. Just then, the rooftop door of the building she started from was broken open. A few zombies burst out. Mo Yuwan just glanced back and left. She crossed 7 buildings in total, making it through the densest part of the city center. From every rooftop, she could hear noises below. She didn't even need to look to know it was zombies having a party. It took her about an hour and a half to get through. At the last rooftop, she went downstairs. As soon as she reached the floor below the top, she heard some unpleasant sounds. Zombie growls. Mo Yuwan listened and could tell there were quite a few, so she didn't head for the elevator, but kept going down a few more floors. This building, in some ways, had good security awareness, but in others, none at all. The emergency stairwell was locked. By old standards, locking the emergency exit was illegal, but now it actually kept this area zombie-free, giving Mo Yuwan a safe way down. But there were still a lot of zombies on every floor. Mo Yuwan's expression darkened. She went down nearly 10 floors before finding one that was almost silent. She was hesitating about whether to go in when a system notification suddenly sounded in her head. In the extreme silence, it startled her. Ding-dong. Detected. Ding-dong. Detected a psychic-type zombie. New mission. Please kill and plunder its ability within 10 minutes. No penalty for failure. If completed, your psychic ability will be upgraded to D rank. Please take note. Mo Yuwan was startled. Not just because of the sudden system notification, but because the system's voice was unusually loud and serious this time. She couldn't ignore it, even if she wanted to. A psychic-type zombie. She hadn't expected that, less than a week into the apocalypse, there would already be zombies with abilities. In her previous life, it had taken about a month for ability zombies to appear, and the first batch of human ability users had appeared a few days after that. A lot of people had died back then. Mo Yuwan couldn't figure out if the earlier arrival of the apocalypse this time had caused ability zombies to appear sooner, or if, even on the original timeline, there had already been zombies with abilities at this point, just hiding their powers. For once, the system replied before she even asked. It's not because the apocalypse started early that zombies awakened abilities sooner. The system was as annoyingly smug as ever, but Mo Yuwan didn't mind. At least it was actually responding today. She pondered the meaning. So, in her previous life, there were already ability zombies just a few days after the outbreak? They just hadn't shown themselves yet? She glanced at the door in front of her. It was locked. For some reason, a chilling thought crept into her mind. Could it be that these awakened zombies had consciously hidden themselves, waiting until their abilities fully matured before coming out? When humans awakened abilities, they'd get a fever. Maybe zombies, before awakening, would be very weak too. It made sense. But this time, Mo Yuwan hadn't had a fever. Thinking about it, since she'd brought back so many ability levels from her last life, it was normal not to have a fever. Strictly speaking, she hadn't really awakened an ability. If that was true, it was terrifying. Her eyes narrowed, and she gripped her sword tighter. She'd been planning to keep going down, but now she changed her mind and stood at the door, quickly unlocking it. But she didn't push the door open. She could clearly hear zombie growls. There was a zombie right behind the door. Was it the psychic type? She didn't know, nor how many zombies were on this floor. What if she opened the door and found the whole floor full of zombies? Mo Yuwan's face scrunched up in frustration. Stupid system wanted her to go in and kill the zombie, but wouldn't even tell her what was inside. If you can detect a psychic-type zombie, can't you also tell me where it is? How many zombies are in there? Is that too much to ask? Not at all, right? The system's voice came again with a hint of schadenfreude. Dear host, this is to help you better lie flat in the apocalypse, so we're only reporting the zombie's location. There's no penalty for not completing the mission. Please choose for yourself. Mo Yuwan couldn't help but curse in her head. Stupid system. Still, she had to go in. Psychic abilities were extremely rare, practically a must-have for survival. If she was lucky and got an offensive psychic skill, she could attack both zombies and humans. It was silent, much quieter than her ice ability. Unless the target was also psychic or had an exceptionally strong will, most wouldn't even notice the attack. Plus, it could be used for both detection and offense. Next time she was in a situation like this, she wouldn't have to worry. She could just use her psychic power to scan for people or zombies and wouldn't be caught off guard. Mo Yuwan steadied herself and carefully pushed the door open just a crack. Sure enough, through the crack, she met a pair of gray-white eyes. Then, the rest of the scene came into view. More than 20 zombies, all right at the door. Mo Yuwan slammed the door shut, but the sound shattered the silence. The zombies, hearing the noise, were instantly agitated and began attacking the door. Grr-grr-roar! All kinds of zombie noises came from the other side, along with scratching and biting at the door. A vein throbbed on Mo Yuwan's forehead. She didn't hesitate. She activated her ability, forming a thick ice shield in front of her instead of water droplets. The moment the shield formed, she flung the door open. As expected, with the door's resistance gone, the zombies lunged out. Several slammed straight into her ice shield. When they hit the ground, they left long, bloody streaks on the shield. Disgusting. Taking advantage of the chaos, Mo Yuwan raised her sword and started cutting them down. Once there were no zombies directly in front of her, she dropped the ice shield. She then manipulated the broken ice on the ground, sending it flying at the remaining zombies. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies were down. She went around and finished them off. A system notification sounded. Ding, detected host has killed 1 fire-type zombie. Ability automatically absorbed. Congratulations, host, you have gained a fire ability. Initial level, F. Mo Yuwan was stunned. She'd been hoping to find the psychic type among these zombies, but instead, she'd found a fire type. Fire abilities weren't rare, but they were a solid offensive power, an unexpected bonus. And it started at F rank, not 0. Perfect for her current needs. It had to be said, dealing with these zombies wasn't difficult, just disgusting. After taking a moment to sense her new fire ability, Mo Yuwan finally took in the state of the floor. The whole level was empty, still looking as it had before the apocalypse, except now there were bloodstains everywhere. Other than that, nothing seemed different. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, then carefully gripped her broadsword and walked in. After all, this was a psychic-type zombie. She had to be extra cautious. She had no idea where it was. The opponent was just a zombie, but a psychic one, which meant it might have already sensed her presence. Even though her level was higher, the special nature of psychic zombies meant her advantage was limited. This was definitely the most dangerous situation she'd faced since her rebirth. She moved forward cautiously, scanning her surroundings. But even with all her care, she suddenly felt her mind go fuzzy. The next second, Mo Yuwan's vision blurred, and when she could see again, she found herself standing in her old living room. It was the apartment she and her mother had just sold. She glanced out the window. Snow was falling, everything blanketed in white, beautiful at first glance. She was wearing a thin black hoodie and summer cargo pants. Her hair felt itchy. She touched it. Her hand came away greasy. She probably hadn't washed her hair in a long time. A chill hit her, making her shiver, but it didn't cloud her judgment. She forced herself to focus, looking around. The scene felt eerily familiar. Both the look and the feeling. She knew this place. The next moment, Ye Gao Yuan walked out of a room looking annoyed, pulling up his pants. He was cursing under his breath. "Stupid woman, she should feel honored I'd even touch her again. How dare she refuse?" It's not like it's the first time. What's she being so dramatic for? Shh. Mo Yuan's expression changed instantly at those words. Her face went cold. She instinctively reached for her broadsword, only to find her hands empty. Ye Gao Yuan zipped up, looked up, and saw Mo Yuwan standing not far away. He smiled, looking disgusting. "Oh? Wan, you're back? How'd it go today? Find any supplies?" Familiar words, familiar people, familiar scene. Mo Yuwan remembered clearly. In her last life, she'd answered, "What did you do to my mom?" This time, she asked the same thing, but her voice was icy, not trembling. "What did you do to my mom?" He answered the same way as before. "Nothing. What can a husband and wife do?" "Why are you asking, kid? Not your business." Mo Yuwan's murderous intent was impossible to hide. Now she was sure. This was the day her mother was raped in her previous life. Her mother got pregnant because of this. He always claimed he couldn't help himself, that he loved her mother too much, that once a couple, always a couple. Even after divorce, her mother was still his property. He shamelessly insisted that not using protection wasn't his fault. Later, after her mother got pregnant, during their escape, he pushed her into a horde of zombies, blaming her for not protecting his son. When Mo Yuwan tried to fight back, she almost lost her life. She was lucky to survive. That was the last thing she saw before her rebirth. She hadn't expected to return to the day her mother was raped. If it had to happen, why couldn't she go back to before it happened? Mo Yuwan's eyes turned red. This time, she didn't waste words. She pulled a fruit knife from her pocket and stabbed it straight at Ye Gao Yuan's neck. "Poochie!" The sound of flesh tearing. The man shattered like a mirror. The scene changed. Ye Gao Yuan again, this time with a woman beside him. She was dark-skinned but not ugly. She had a unique charm, a great figure, and wore revealing clothes. She clung to Ye Gao Yuan's arm. "When are you divorcing her? Didn't you say you'd marry me?" Her voice was coy. "Wait a bit, just a few more days." "You're making me wait again? I've waited so long. I don't care." "And what's so special about her? She only gave you a daughter. Divorce her, marry me, I'll give you a son." "Really? You can guarantee a son?" "If not, I'll just keep having kids. In my family, we keep going until we get a boy." Mo Yuwan watched the two of them from not far away. Pain shot through her hand. Someone was gripping it hard. She looked down. Her hand was so small. A large hand was holding hers. She looked up. It was her mother. Her mother looked exhausted, hair messy, dark circles under her eyes, red-rimmed, no jewelry, dressed plainly, carrying 2 bags of groceries, staring blankly ahead. Mo Yuwan didn't hesitate. She used all her strength to break free. She had a backpack. She remembered when she was about 10, there was a small knife in her pencil case for sharpening pencils. She grabbed the little knife and ran after the couple. Without a word, she stabbed the man in the neck again. A crisp sound, cold as ice. "No matter how many times I do this over, I'll never hesitate to kill you." The man, feeling the pain, turned in shock and met his daughter's hate-filled eyes, disbelief on his face. "Wan." Then he collapsed again. Mo Yuwan, holding the bloody knife, turned to her mother and smiled. It was a bright smile, but if you looked closely, you'd see the forced bravado in her eyes. "Mom, I killed him for you. Don't cry, okay?" But her mother didn't answer, just stared at her. The next second, her mother shattered and darkness fell again. Mo Yuwan stood there, lost. Suddenly, a question popped into her mind. Who am I? Why am I here? She looked down at her blood-stained hands. She'd gripped the knife so hard it had cut her. The next second, the world lit up again. The blood was gone. The wound had vanished. "You filthy bitch! Why is it so hard for you to cook a meal? Can't you even do such a simple thing?" It was Ye Gao Yuan again. He was yanking her mother's hair, her mother's face twisted in pain, kneeling on the floor, both hands clutching her head, trying to lessen the pain. Bang! Crash! With his other hand, the man smashed a plate on her mother's head. The plate shattered, pieces scattering everywhere, making a crisp sound as they hit the floor. Mo Yuwan felt a cut on her own leg. Looking down, she saw blood running down her calf. "Ah!" A strange woman's scream came from behind. Mo Yuwan turned and saw that there were many people watching. There was a glass door, not an open one. None of those people had faces. She remembered. This was when her parents ran a logistics shop. The people outside were from the same logistics park, colleagues and neighbors. She heard their comments. "They're fighting again. What's wrong with this family? The kid's right there. Their child is so young and they don't even try to shield her. Aren't they worried about traumatizing her?" If you ask me, he's not hitting her hard enough. Aren't women supposed to cook? If you can't even make a meal, what use are you? Women are supposed to serve men, aren't they? If you can't serve your man, what's the point? Staying home all day, isn't this your job? We men work so hard outside. Mo Yuwan looked at the person speaking, wanting to remember their face. But they had no faces. A woman seemed to notice Mo Yuwan's expression and quickly tried to smooth things over. "That's not true. Zhao Mo is home alone most of the time, right? She has to run the shop and handle shipping orders. She even goes out to work and earns a good living. You all should show some decency." "Ah!" She heard her mother's scream. Mo Yuwan didn't hesitate. She rushed to the kitchen, struggling to grab a kitchen knife from the stove. She seemed even smaller this time. Without hesitation, she ran back and, using all her strength, stabbed the man in the stomach with the knife. She'd wanted to stab his neck, but she wasn't tall enough. "Ah! The Ye family's kid killed someone." "Whoa! Call the police!" "I told you this would traumatize her, letting him beat his wife in front of the kid. Now look, he's dead." "Is this the time to talk about that? Call the police." The voices faded, and the faceless people disappeared. Only Ye Gao Yuan lay on the ground, and Mo Siying was left clutching her head, crying. This time, Mo Yuwan didn't pull out the knife. She wasn't strong enough. She wiped the blood from her hands onto her white dress, red stains blooming across the fabric. She ran to her mother, gently touching her face. "Mom, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." She heard her own voice. Her mother shattered again. The scene shifted. Her mother sat on the bed, holding a bowl of millet porridge with brown sugar and a boiled egg, her belly swollen, one hand unconsciously stroking it. In front of Mo Yuwan was the same meal, set on a plastic stool. Her mother ate and cried. Mo Yuwan didn't touch her own food, just watched. "Mom, get an abortion and get a divorce." She heard her own voice. That was what she wanted to say now, and she remembered. She'd said it once before. Her mother's sobs stopped. She looked at Mo Yuwan in disbelief. "Wan, what are you saying? How would we live if I divorced your father?" "It's okay, Mom, don't worry about me, as long as you're happy." This was something Mo Yuwan hadn't said in her previous life, but she wanted to say it now. Back then, she couldn't say such emotional words. It felt awkward. If we can live together, that's best. If not, it's okay. Don't worry about me. I want you to be happy. Her mother fell silent, not answering. Mo Yuwan suddenly smiled, a bright, innocent smile, but her words were, "It's okay, Mom. I'll go kill him for you." She picked up a small knife from her desk, the same kind as before, just older now. She didn't look at her mother, just went downstairs. Sure enough, the man had just finished eating and was smoking. The table was empty, even the soup gone, but you could tell there'd been fish and meat. 3 main dishes. Mo Yuwan stabbed the knife into his neck again. She met Ye Gaoyuan's terrified face and smiled. Before the scene shattered again, she glanced at the empty plates on the table, with only a few bones and fish spines left. Her mother later told her that, when she was pregnant, the best food she had was millet porridge with brown sugar and eggs. Not a bit of meat, not even vegetables. But Ye Gaoyuan ate all the food her mother worked so hard to make. How could she describe her heartbreak? The scene quickly shifted again. Her mother's sobs returned. She looked up to see her mother alone at the kitchen sink, crying as she washed dishes, her hands red from the icy water. She looked down. She was wearing a sweater, but still felt cold. Mo Yuwan stood by, watching. The man's arrogant voice rang out again. "Why are you crying? It's just washing dishes. Why are you so dramatic? What woman doesn't wash dishes? But Mom just had an abortion. She can't touch cold water." "Says who?" The man, clearly stung, looked furious. "That's all superstition. What woman can't work? Your mom's just being dramatic." "I want a divorce." "I'll take the kid. You go find that other woman." Her mother's rare, firm voice came from behind. Mo Yuwan turned in surprise to look at her mother, whose eyes now shone with determination. "You want a divorce?" The man stared at her in disbelief, as if she were crazy. The faceless people appeared outside the door again. "Why so dramatic? It's just washing dishes. Can't even do that and you want a divorce. Aren't you ashamed?" "Exactly. Her belly's so big. 5 months, right? And she had an abortion, so heartless. Must be seeing someone else." "I'm not. He's the one with someone else." Mo Yuwan heard her mother's weak protest. "So what? What man isn't like that? He hasn't divorced you, so you must still matter. Just make do. It's been so many years." "Yeah, your husband's not so bad." This faceless voice was a woman's, probably in her 30s or 40s, full of that, "I'm saying this for your own good" tone. "Then why don't you live with him?" Mo Yuwan looked at the faceless woman, her expression calm but pressing closer. The faceless woman instinctively stepped back, saying nothing more, though Mo Yuwan could tell she still wanted to say something. Mo Yuwan once again walked to the stove and, as if on instinct, picked up the kitchen knife. This time, she didn't just stab once. She hacked at Ye Gaoyuan over and over. She only stopped when her hands were trembling from exhaustion. "For hurting my mom, for 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 hurting my mom." She heard herself unconsciously repeating this phrase. The man before her was now covered in wounds, not a single patch of unbroken skin left. Her expression had become almost frightening. Mo Yuwan raised her hands, now so heavy she could barely lift them, the knife's tip pointing at the faceless people. For some reason this time, they didn't disappear. "You'd better not spread rumors about my mom. If I can kill my dad, I can kill you too." After saying this, she threw the knife to the ground and hugged her mother again. The floor was covered in blood, and Ye Gaoyuan was now just a pile of mangled flesh. "Mom, I really hate myself. I couldn't protect you back then, and in the end I let him push you into the zombie horde, let him hurt you again and again. If there's a next life, you must live for yourself. I know you care about me, but I want you to be happy even more." But in her arms, her mother shattered once again. She felt so tired. Scenes kept flashing before Mo Yuwan's eyes. Again and again she killed that man. Again and again she was covered in blood. Again and again she stood before her mother. She wanted to wipe away her mother's tears, didn't want to see her cry or suffer anymore. That man's existence had ruined both her and her mother's lives. She herself didn't really care. If it were just her, maybe she wouldn't hate him so much. After all, he was her father. Maybe she was just unlucky to be his child. But he hurt her mother. He made her mother cry so bitterly. All of Mo Yuwan's hatred for Ye Gao Yuan came from how he made her mother suffer. The scene shattered again. Mo Yuwan clutched the kitchen knife tightly, still in a child's body, collapsing to the floor, too tired to stand. Her white dress was still covered in blood, but this time it was a gauzy dress with a withered rose pinned at the waist. She remembered this dress. An aunt had bought it for her, and her mother said she looked like a little princess in it. It was this flower that made her look less bloody now. But it wasn't over yet. The scene reformed. This time, she wasn't in her own body, but watching as an outsider. She saw herself lying on the bed, her father standing behind. He pulled his belt from his waistband and snarled, "Take off your pants! Lie down!" Mo Yuwan saw herself wearing thin jeans, looked outside. It was raining and cold, and her mother wasn't home. She remembered this scene. She only had thin long johns and underwear under her jeans. This time she didn't move, just watched coldly. She saw her own face streaked with tears, stubbornly biting her lip, refusing to move. Smack! The next second she saw Ye Gao Yuan whip her with the belt. Her self's eyes instantly filled with tears, but she still gripped the bedsheet tightly, refusing to cry out. "I told you to take off your pants, didn't you hear me?" Mo Yuwan still didn't move. "Ye Gao Yuan, what are you doing?" Her mother's voice came from the stairs. She saw herself turn, face full of tears, looking at her mother. But Ye Gao Yuan's belt came down again. Her mother rushed over, trying to shield her from the beating. This time, Mo Yuwan didn't just watch coldly. The moment her mother appeared, she grabbed a fruit knife and stabbed it into the man's neck. The belt didn't land on her mother. Mo Yuwan breathed a sigh of relief. The scene shifted quickly, almost in a blink. She was in a new setting. This one felt unfamiliar, but she still remembered it. Looking down, her hands were even smaller. She was probably only 4 or 5. Her father was hugging her mother, who was smiling happily. Mo Yuwan watched them. Ye Gao Yuan noticed her gaze, turned, and smiled dotingly. "Is it Wan's birthday today? Then we won't go to class this afternoon. Daddy will get you out of school and we'll go have fun, okay?" A happy smile spread across her face, uncontrollable. "Okay." She heard her own voice, but nothing else happened. The scene froze there, the family looking happy together. Mo Yuwan watched them quietly. She knew the reason nothing else appeared was because she only remembered that one sentence. She couldn't recall what class she missed, where her parents took her, what they ate, or what they did. All she remembered was her father smiling at her and saying those words. She didn't hesitate. Even though the scene looked so harmonious, she still went to the kitchen, took a knife, and stabbed the man. This time the man turned around in shock, disbelief on his face as he looked at his daughter, only a few years old. "Ah! Wan, what are you doing?" Her mother's voice came from behind, choked with tears. Mo Yuwan turned, trying to hide the knife behind her back, still smiling, but with a hint of confusion. "Don't be afraid, Mom, I just want to protect you." The scene shifted again. Wan, flying kites is too dangerous. Let Daddy do it, you just watch, okay?" Her father was looking at her carefully, coaxing her, afraid she'd be upset. Mo Yuwan nodded. "Okay." Ye Gao Yuan smiled, stroked her head. "Our Wan is so obedient." The kite soared into the sky under his guidance, flying high. It was an eagle-shaped kite. Ye Gao Yuan kept trying to make her happy, running across the grass, calling to her. Wan, look, the kite's flying so high." Mo Yuwan smiled, but said nothing. Not long after, the kite string snapped. The eagle kite, without its string, seemed to fly even higher. Mo Yuwan looked up. The kite was now just a tiny dot in her vision, the sky gray and overcast. Ye Gaoyuan looked at her with regret, as if afraid she'd cry, so he quickly tried to comfort her. Wanwan, that kite was actually an eagle. When it flew up to the sky, it came alive. We can't tie down its freedom, right? So don't cry, the eagle just went home. Mo Yuwan looked at him, a smile on her face, but her gaze swept over Ye Gaoyuan's hands. He was hiding them behind his back. She withdrew her gaze. The eagle went home. After she said this, the scene shifted again, not shattering this time, just a simple transition. Now she and Ye Gaoyuan were back in their home. Her mother was carefully examining Ye Gaoyuan's hand. He had a large gash, the dermis exposed. She took out a first aid kit and gently disinfected his wound. How did you get so careless? Did you go fly a kite or rob a house? Ye Gaoyuan just smiled, as if the wound didn't hurt at all, and looked at her. It's just a little cut. As long as Wanwan is happy, that's all that matters. Poochie! A kitchen knife stabbed into the man's neck again, but his face still wore a smile. The warm scene was broken. Mo Ying sensed something was wrong and tried to look up. Mo Yuwan's cold expression didn't change at all. But before Mo Ying could look up, the scene shattered and rebuilt. This time, it was a lively scene. A wedding. Her mother wore a fur coat, her hair beautifully styled, a happy smile on her face, a red flower pinned to her chest with a bright red ribbon reading bride. All around, people were chatting and laughing, clearly delighted. This time, the people had faces. Ah, Xiao Mo is a good girl, you must treat her well. Xiao Mo, our Gaoyuan's family isn't rich, but he's a good man, hard-working. You won't suffer with him. Happy wedding, wishing you a son soon. Mo Yuwan realized this was her parents' wedding, and the people present were the guests. She'd never seen this wedding herself. She stood still. Suddenly, someone bumped into her. Oh, whose child is this? Can't you keep an eye on her? Little girl, are you okay? Auntie didn't mean it, sorry. Does it hurt? Let me take you to your parents. Who are your mom and dad? She heard the woman who bumped her say. Mo Yuwan smiled at her, about to reply, when the speakers in the distance blared to life. The sound quality was terrible, but you could make out the tune. The sun comes out. I climb the hill. At the top I want to sing. My song drifts to my little sister. She hears me and laughs with joy. In spring the flowers bloom, I hold my sister's hand. Mo Yuwan looked back at her mother, who was covering her mouth, but her eyes showed she was laughing happily. Ye Gaoyuan was holding a microphone, grinning at the woman not far away, his smile wild and youthful, a bouquet of red roses in his other hand. Oh! The whole crowd cheered, clearly loving the scene, faces full of excitement. Only Mo Yuwan watched coldly. She knew these stories, her mother had told her. Every time she spoke of the old days, she looked so nostalgic, even happy. Mo Yuwan hated seeing her like that. After everything that happened, after all Ye Gaoyuan did, how could her mother still reminisce about those times, even openly? What good are these memories? Mo Yuwan stood by, coldly watching, not stopping Ye Gaoyuan from singing. Will you marry me? After the song, Ye Gaoyuan knelt before her mother, smiling. Mo Yuwan hurried over, her legs so short it was hard to run. She shouted loudly, "She doesn't want to! My mom doesn't want to!" Everyone turned to look at her, their faces slowly blurring, turning into faceless people again. Mo Yuwan didn't seem to notice, standing in front of Mo Ying, her small body standing tall. "You're just a scumbag!" A chill filled the air. Earlier, she'd swiped a fruit knife from a restaurant worker preparing fruit. Without hesitation, she stabbed the kneeling man in the throat. His expression turned from disbelief to twisted rage, but this time, the scene didn't shatter. Why? Your mom looks so happy. Why won't you let her? Mo Yuwan smiled, a faint, genuine smile. I said it before. No matter how many times I do this over, I'll always kill you. The man's face turned into Mo Ying's, her expression confused. Wanwan, you can't do this. If you kill your dad, there won't be a you. Let him go. It's okay. Mo Yuwan answered without hesitation. It doesn't matter if I exist or not, I just want you to be happy. The world around her changed. The scene faded, replaced by a white space, not black this time. Her mother disappeared. A figure appeared before Mo Yuwan. He was about 1.8 meters tall, a man, not particularly handsome, his clothes and appearance perfectly intact, but his face was bluish-purple, his eyes gray-white, and he stared at Mo Yuwan with hatred, as if wanting to speak. But all that came out was, "Her." Mo Yuwan watched coldly, her eyes emotionless, but she knew what the zombie wanted to say. She spoke on her own. "I know this is all just an illusion. From the start, I could break your illusion and come here to see you. But your illusion is interesting. It pulled so many memories from my mind that I thought I'd forgotten. I always thought I'd long since stopped caring, that it was all in the past." A thoughtful look appeared on her face, and she spoke slowly. "Maybe I should thank you?" This zombie was clearly different from the others. Very different. Mo Yuwan had sensed something unusual from the moment she was pulled into that space, but maybe because its ability had only just awakened, its control was still immature. If its level had been higher, Mo Yuwan might not have been able to escape. That illusion was interesting. It directly extracted the things a person cared about most from their mind. In other words, their deepest obsessions. For Mo Yuwan, her obsession was her mother. Whether it was Ye Gao Yuan's repeated abuse when she was young, or after the apocalypse when he forced her mother to get pregnant again, or when he pushed her mother into the zombie horde, his harm surrounded Mo Yuwan and her mother in every possible way. Every one of those things was a deep obsession in Mo Yuwan's heart. Even seeing it all again now, it was hard for her to let go. And maybe the way out of the illusion was to let go. Although the scenes played out in no particular order. Sometimes she was older, sometimes younger. Maybe if, from the start, she just watched coldly and not reacted, she could have escaped quickly? But how could she? How could she just watch that scum hurt her mother again and again? By the end, she could feel her emotions becoming unstable. Her powers had started leaking out, which is why she broke free. You could even say she ended the illusion herself. If she'd been able to control her emotions better, maybe she wouldn't have gotten out. Mo Yuwan looked at the zombie in front of her, her expression thoughtful, while the zombie's face was full of unwillingness and a hint of confusion. It seemed to wonder why Mo Yuwan would say she should thank it. From its expression, Mo Yuwan guessed this was a sentient zombie. That was no small thing. In her previous life, sentient zombies didn't appear until a year into the apocalypse, and even then, only a handful. Mo Yuwan pondered. Maybe a lot of things from her last life had already happened, but people misunderstood, leading to the current situation. She couldn't say for sure. Her way of breaking the illusion could be considered a kind of letting go, right? At least that's how Mo Yuwan saw it. Why should the ones who were hurt be asked to forgive? Ye Gao Yuan deserved to die. If she was so determined to kill him and not others, wasn't that a kind of letting go? She just wanted to protect her mother. So, why shouldn't that count as letting go? As Mo Yuwan thought, the zombie in front of her watched her warily, not daring to react. Clearly it was wary of her. Mo Yuwan stared at its face, feeling it looked familiar. Had she seen it somewhere before? The zombie shrank back as she looked at it, not daring to meet her gaze. Mo Yuwan kept staring. After a while, she finally remembered. In her previous life, several bases had joined forces to hunt the Tongcheng zombie king, who was a psychic type, right in the city center. Countless people died, but they never succeeded. Even before her own death, that zombie was still in the center of Tongcheng. Someone had once photographed the zombie and published the picture. It looked just like this one. Supposedly, before the apocalypse, he was a well-known researcher, just passing through to check something and then couldn't leave. The zombie's face gradually overlapped with the one from the published photo. Mo Yuwan fell silent. What luck. She'd just gone out and run into a future zombie king, one of the most troublesome in the apocalypse. Her gaze grew strange, and the zombie shrank back even more. She remembered. Its psychic ability was illusion. No wonder people couldn't escape. Obsession isn't something you can just let go of, especially in the apocalypse where so many lost family and everything they cared about. If you could let go so easily, it wouldn't be an obsession, and Mo Yuwan never thought obsession was a bad thing. If you use it in the right way, obsession is a good thing. It can drive you to work harder. It's because of her obsession that she became who she was. In her last life, her obsession was avenging her mother and killing Ye Gaoyuan. After she succeeded, she felt lost for a while until she found a new goal: to do something for humanity. This world is, after all, a human world. The damned virus would disappear one day. It was just a matter of time. So she always wanted to restore the world to what it was. That became her new obsession. Now, reborn, her obsession hadn't changed. A smile appeared on her face. "I really should thank you, but I can't let you go. You killed many of my people later." As she finished, a broadsword appeared in her hand. She stepped forward, walking slowly toward the man. Maybe the sword had always been there. She just couldn't see it. She didn't move fast, slower than an old man taking a stroll, but her gaze was steady and powerful, fixed on the zombie. As she walked, she spoke. "I never thought obsession was a bad thing, just as I never thought of letting go. Whether it's the old me or the me now, I am who I am." The zombie stared at her, a hint of confusion in its eyes, as if seriously considering her words. "I'll just keep moving toward my goal." With that, Mo Yuwan swung her sword and chopped off the psychic zombie's head. Green blood spurted out. The zombie's face was still frozen in deep thought. This was the blood of a fully zombified being. Clearly, the others outside hadn't finished transforming, and this one, destined to be the future boss of Tongcheng's zombies, really was something else. A system notification sounded in Mo Yuan's ear. "Ding, detected host has killed one psychic-type zombie. Ability automatically absorbed. Congratulations, host, you have gained a psychic ability. Detected host's kill method is unconventional." Detected. Host's kill method is unconventional. Psychic ability is undergoing transformation. Mo Yuan was stunned when she heard this. She hadn't expected such a thing. From this, it was clear. If she had killed the zombie in the usual way, by letting go of her obsession, the zombie would have simply died, and the psychic ability she obtained would likely have been the illusion type. But she hadn't done that. In fact, her approach was risky because obsession can easily consume a person. In endless killing, one could lose themselves. Although Mo Yuan's emotions were unstable, she always knew this wasn't the real world, that her mother was waiting for her outside, and she still had to pick up Gu Yongnian. In the end, it was her deliberate release of her own aura that allowed her to break free. But what would happen to someone else if they kept killing like that? Mo Yuan couldn't say, but she was sure. Even if she had to do it 1,000 times, she would never let go of her obsession. After the zombie died, Mo Yuan returned from that space to the original floor. She was now deep inside the building, having moved unconsciously. Luckily, all the zombies on this floor had been drawn to the main entrance earlier, so there was no danger now. If that zombie's mind had matured a bit more, and it had hidden its minions to ambush her, who knows what would have happened. But that zombie probably also devoured others' minds, so if it were killed physically, it likely wouldn't have mattered. The system in her mind went quiet. Mo Yuan thought for a moment, not rushing to leave, but lingering on the floor. This zombie was too special. Even more than a decade after the apocalypse, it still existed. Mo Yuan was curious why. It was probably an internal issue, but she wanted to check for external factors too. So she walked around the whole floor. Everything looked normal. Nothing seemed off. Mo Yuan figured she was overthinking. Since there was nothing strange, she glanced at the psychic zombie's corpse, thought for a moment, and picked up its head, tossing it into an empty space in her storage. It was special, after all. If she got the chance, she could have an expert study it. She'd always suspected she'd need a place for weird things like this, so she'd set aside space for them. She was about to leave and head downstairs when she thought she could take the elevator and check the other floors on the way. It had only been 2 days since the apocalypse. There shouldn't be any problem with the elevator. Mo Yuan walked to the elevator and pressed the down button. Nothing happened. She frowned and pressed it a few more times. Still, nothing. A strange feeling crept over her. Just then, the system's voice finally sounded again. Transformation complete. Host, do you believe there's no need to let go of your obsession and that it's precisely because of your obsession that you become stronger? This time, the voice was the system's cold, mechanical tone, not the usual broadcast. Mo Yuwan raised her eyebrows at the question but answered without hesitation. Yes. Host, if you truly choose this, your future psychic abilities will be strongly linked to your obsession. Are you sure? I'm sure. She didn't know why the system was saying this, but Mo Yuwan was never afraid. Besides, after living a second life and gaining so many cheat codes, if she still couldn't protect her mother, there'd be no point in living. Psychic ability, transformed version, has been bound to you. Please explore its use on your own. Mo Yuwan. She was stunned. What? Just a binding, no manual at all? She felt powerless to complain. The next second, her head felt light, and an indescribable sensation swept through her whole body. If she had to describe it, it was like suddenly unlocking all her meridians. Most noticeably, her mind felt much clearer. She instinctively closed her eyes to sense the change. She found that even with her eyes closed, she could clearly sense her surroundings. The sounds around her became sharper. With her eyes closed, her perception was even stronger than with them open. She couldn't quite describe the feeling. She tried focusing on the floor below. Another whole floor of zombies, clearly even more than before. She ignored them and tried to direct her psychic power downward, finding the elevator she couldn't call up. Strangely, the elevator was fine. The lights were on. There were some bloodstains, but nothing wrong with its function. Suddenly, the elevator began to move. She saw the lit button, 5th floor. She tried to pass through the walls, floor by floor. This building had about 33 floors. She was on the 25th, so her psychic power had to travel quite a way. Mo Yuwan kept pushing her perception downward. Soon, she reached the 5th floor. Nothing special there, just a lone zombie wandering near the elevator, who seemed to have accidentally pressed the button. It didn't linger and soon left. But the elevator moved anyway. Mo Yuwan withdrew her psychic power, narrowed her eyes, and a chilling suspicion crept into her mind. Why did the elevator not respond to her button, but work fine downstairs? It was just a thought, but she couldn't help but follow it. If it was true, it was terrifying. She suddenly wondered if this zombie was man-made. She'd seen plenty of zombies on her way here. Some were more advanced, but none compared to this psychic one. But if there was human intervention, it all made sense. If this zombie was artificially created, then maybe the whole apocalypse was man-made, and originally there wouldn't have been an apocalypse at all. Mo Yuwan suddenly felt a chill down her spine. If all of this was caused by humans, what was their goal? And then Mo Yuwan remembered something. The lock on the stairwell door in this building was the kind installed on the door itself, unlike the building she'd come from, which used a chain lock. This building's lock was just like a home lock. To lock it, you had to use a key from the outside, or lock it from the inside. When she came in earlier, the door was definitely locked. She'd had to unlock it to get in, and there had been a lot of zombies behind the door, almost like a wall of zombies. So, was the door locked from the inside, or from the outside? Maybe, before they turned, the people here locked themselves in, and the other zombies were people who ran in and got infected? Or was it locked from the outside? Either way, it was very strange. And how to explain the elevator only not working on this floor? Did the zombies themselves stop the elevator from coming up? Even cut off the button's function for this floor? Is that possible? If it's the second option, it's more straightforward. And all the doors in the building were locked. But only on this floor did the system broadcast, telling her there was a psychic zombie. What about the other floors? Mo Yuwan closed her eyes again, doing her best to sense the whole building. Her psychic power had just awakened, and even using it at all was a strain. Trying to sense the whole building was a huge drain, so she could only do her best. but she found that every floor she could sense had zombies, in varying numbers, but nothing special. No sign of other abilities. But on the 6th floor, she did sense something different. A living person. This was the first time Mo Yuwan had sensed such a presence. In a building full of zombies, the aura of a living person was very obvious. There were 5 of them, and they weren't on a specific floor, but in the stairwell. Mo Yuwan narrowed her eyes. If there were survivors, maybe she could get some information she was interested in. She didn't linger on this floor. Since the elevator wouldn't come, she gave up on being lazy and resigned herself to taking the stairs. But compared to before, when she was blind, being able to sense how many zombies were on each floor, and the general situation made her feel much better. She went down floor by floor until she reached about the 7th floor and ran into those people. This part of the stairwell was noticeably cleaner than elsewhere. Clearly, they'd cleaned it up themselves. Luckily, the bathroom was outside the door, not inside, and only separated from the stairs by a wall. So, for now, there was no human waste here. As Mo Yuwan came down, the people were all watching her warily, holding various weapons, standing together as if facing a great enemy. When she appeared, they were clearly startled. Mo Yuwan was wearing a mask and hat, but her eyes were visible. When they met her bright black eyes, the group was stunned, then visibly relieved. They seemed more afraid of running into zombies. Then, Mo Yuwan saw a flash of greed in one man's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He clearly wasn't good at hiding his emotions. He'd only just transitioned from being an ordinary person and wasn't used to it yet. Mo Yuwan glanced at herself. She only had a broadsword, nothing else, just her clothes. What did he want? Did he want her sword too? She pretended not to notice, just glancing over them. There were 5 people in total, 3 men and 2 women of varying ages, looking like company employees. The 3 men stood in front. The 2 women were tightly protected behind. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and walked down. But as soon as she stepped forward with her left foot, one of the men spoke. "Don't move." Mo Yuwan raised an eyebrow as if she hadn't heard, and kept walking. That man was tense all over, and the others, influenced by him, tensed up again after having just relaxed. Mo Yuwan walked past them, only glancing at them, then continued down the stairs. She clearly wasn't interested in people like this. Although the man's wariness was obvious, and there was greed in his eyes, when she passed by, they didn't do anything. She thought for a moment, then stopped at a safe distance and lowered her voice. Having just come out of an unpleasant illusion, she was in a bad mood and not very polite, especially after the way that man looked at her. "What? Life's too easy for you? Want to make it harder? If you get any louder, the door next to you won't hold." At these words, the 3 men's faces changed, and they quickly covered their mouths. The soundproofing here wasn't great, and only after her reminder did they realize the door was already echoing with zombie growls, testing, not attacking yet. But if they made another loud noise, who knew what would happen? They realized the masked woman was right. Mo Yuwan glanced at them, then decided to speak. "I cleared out the 25th floor. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay there for now. There are no zombies. But I suggest you find a chance to leave this place or you might not get out later." After saying this, she headed straight downstairs. In fact, when she met that greedy gaze, she hadn't planned to tell them this. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't good for her. But as she passed, they didn't do anything, just stayed on guard. Whether it was because they thought they couldn't beat her or for some other reason, or maybe just a bit of conscience, they didn't make a move. So she told them. The group was clearly surprised that this woman could clear a whole floor of zombies. The man whose eyes had flashed with greed broke out in a cold sweat, while the others were overjoyed and dropped their guard. Mo Yuwan shook her head at their reaction. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began. Their mindset hadn't changed yet. Mo Yuwan wasn't interested in teaching others how to survive the apocalypse. She was about to leave when she paused, then turned back to say something to them. "As an exchange, you have to answer a few questions for me." The group immediately looked at Mo Yuwan, their eyes still holding a bit of naive confusion. Meeting their gazes, Mo Yuwan wasn't sure how to start. She thought for a moment, then looked at the man who had shown greed in his eyes earlier, but hadn't joined the others in celebrating after she mentioned clearing out a floor. She looked at him and asked, "Were you the ones who locked the doors in this building?" The man was stunned by her bright black eyes, clearly not expecting such a question, but he quickly responded and admitted, "Yes." Mo Yuwan nodded, thought for a moment and asked, "Was the elevator on the 25th floor broken before the apocalypse?" At this, a petite girl who had been shielded behind the three men poked her head out and looked at Mo Yuwan. "I know about that." The girl had big eyes and looked very cute as she blinked at Mo Yuwan. "It was already reported for repair before all this happened, but we hadn't had time to get someone to fix it." Mo Yuwan nodded and looked at the group. "Last question." Everyone held their breath nervously. "Is the door downstairs locked? I want to leave." The group was stunned. Then, one of the women took out her phone, generated a one-time door code, and gave it to Mo Yuwan. "You just need to enter this code. Afterward, it will expire." The cautious man didn't stop her but reminded, "Please just make sure not to let any zombies in." Mo Yuwan nodded and turned to go downstairs. She heard the group behind her start to celebrate quietly. "Brother Joe, we don't have to stay in the stairwell anymore." "Who is that woman? That sword of hers is terrifying. So long. She doesn't look tall or strong, but she can wield it." "Enough. All we need to know is she's not someone we can mess with. She cleared a whole floor of zombies." "Brother Joe, should we go up? Didn't she say we should leave, or we might not get out later?" "Are you stupid? She said to wait for the right time. Now is definitely not the right time, right?" "Where did she come from anyway? Did she come down from the 25th floor?" Mo Yuwan didn't care about their chatter. She was still thinking about the 25th floor. If what they said was true, then there was nothing strange about the 25th floor. They had locked the doors, and the elevator just happened to be broken. It was just a coincidence. She couldn't help but marvel at her own wild imagination. If the apocalypse really was man-made, what kind of power could pull that off? Mo Yuwan smiled and continued downstairs. In the end, the apocalypse was probably just a coincidence. Even by the time she died, people had only figured out that the apocalypse was related to the recent rain, and that rain was linked to Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater. But all of it was probably just coincidence. No one knew how the first zombie appeared. Back on the street, Mo Yuwan found a spot with no people or cameras, took out her car and started driving again. After passing through the city center, the rest of the way was basically easy. Mo Yuwan drove out of the city smoothly. The zombie density here was much higher than the area she'd cleared, and she could feel that many people in the residential areas were watching her, and even some zombies started chasing her car. She ignored them and drove straight through the city. As for these zombies, she'd come back to clear them out after picking up Guyongnyeon. She didn't plan to be so quiet on her way back. Unfortunately, the zombies only chased her for a while before giving up. After about half an hour of driving, she finally reached the address Guyongnyeon had given her. It was a deserted suburb with no one around, practically uninhabited. It seemed Guyongnyeon had really taken her advice seriously. He'd found a place well away from people. Mo Yuwan found the house Guyongnyeon mentioned, and as agreed, knocked on the door 3 times. 1 short, 2 long. The door quickly opened. Guyongnyeon came out. He looked different from before. Now he had deep dark circles under his eyes. Mo Yuwan was surprised and teased. "Did you go out stealing or something?" Guyongnyeon, looking tired, rubbed his hair and looked at Mo Yuwan as if she were a monster. "At a time like this? You can still sleep?" Mo Yuwan paused, not answering. Not only could she sleep, she slept like a log. But Guyongnyeon dragged her to the room where he kept his weapons. Everything was sorted, and there was a big bag of daily necessities. After bringing her in, he looked at her expectantly. Mo Yuwan. She didn't hide anything, just put everything into her storage space, then looked at him. Let's go. Be ready for a tough fight on the way back. Gu Yongnian looked at her, confused, clearly not understanding why she said that. We have to go through the city center. My place is on the other side. Your place is on the other side? Gu Yongnian was stunned, then shouted, feeling like he'd seen a ghost. Mo Yuwan felt a headache coming on. She'd already used a lot of psychic power on the way here, and now Gu Yongnian's yelling made it worse. What? You think it's not hard enough, so you want to fight your way from your front door all the way through? Gu Yongnian choked, but knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue. He lowered his voice and asked, Then how did you get here? Mo Yuwan was cold and blunt. I walked. Nonsense. Of course I know you walked, but do you know how terrifying the city is? It's full of zombies. Haven't you seen Duyin? Mo Yuwan looked at Gu Yongnian with a hint of impatience and gave a slight smile. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm heading back. Gu Yongnian. Then you have to guarantee my safety and make sure I get through there in one piece. Mo Yuwan was both amused and exasperated. You're a top-tier mercenary, and you need an 18-year-old girl like me to protect you? Are you kidding? But Gu Yongnian didn't care about that. He knew this seemingly simple girl was anything but simple. After all, she was talking about crossing straight through the city center. If it were him, even with all his weapons, he wouldn't be 100% confident he could make it. He admitted he was skilled, but those were zombies. Crossing through a horde of zombies was no joke. Anyone who's been watching Duyin lately knows just how terrifying the situation in the city is now. He glanced at Mo Yuwan's clothes. They weren't clean, stained with quite a bit of blood, and her shoes were downright filthy. His gaze then shifted to the large blade on Mo Yuwan's back. Where'd you get that knife? Looks pretty cool. Of course, Mo Yuwan could tell Gu Yongnian wasn't just complimenting her blade, he was probing. She actually didn't have much guard up against Gu Yongnian, since they'd fought side by side for a long time, trusting each other with their backs. So she felt she understood him, at least the Gu Yongnian from that time. As for what he was like now, she couldn't be 100% sure, so she still kept a bit of caution. Ever heard of a $0 shopping spree at the mall? You've never tried it? Maybe it was Gu Yongnian's quirky personality, but whenever Mo Yuwan was with him, her mood noticeably improved, and she even had the energy to banter with him. Gu Yongnian fell silent. It had been days since things went wrong, and he'd long since gone out to scavenge for supplies. Of course, he'd experienced $0 shopping sprees, but what kind of mall would have a blade this big? Gu Yongnian was a professional. He could tell at a glance that the blade was sharpened. A blade this long wasn't even available at the training grounds from his childhood, let alone something with such fine craftsmanship. This thing would have a special status in the mercenary world. Everyone could imagine how useful it would be. The longer the blade, the greater the attack range, but also the heavier it would be. So you'd have to weigh the pros and cons. Gu Yongnian picked out the key points. And something this big wasn't easy to carry. But now that it was the apocalypse, it would probably be in high demand. He just looked at it. Nothing more. Once outside, he saw the car Mo Yuwan had parked in front of his house. The car was very clean, didn't even have a license plate, and was a fairly ordinary but very safe sedan. He blurted out immediately, "What, is this another $0 shopping spree find?" Mo Yuwan didn't think much of it and tossed the car keys to him. "You drive." "Bought it before the apocalypse." Gu Yongnian thought for a moment, didn't refuse, and got into the driver's seat with the keys. Mo Yuwan had already programmed the route into the car, so all he had to do was follow it. After getting in, she closed her eyes to rest. Her mental energy was pretty drained and she needed to recover. Besides, with a skilled teammate by her side, even if trust wasn't at 100%, it didn't really matter. Mo Yuwan knew that even if he had any bad intentions, he'd wait until they reached her base before making a move. Plus, he still needed to see her ability in action. But unfortunately, his own ability hadn't awakened yet. Actually, Mo Yuwan was overthinking it. Gu Yongnian had never once considered making a move against her. Not even once. He knew his own limits. Whether it was Mo Yuwan's grasp of the current situation, her ability, or that obviously extraordinary blade on her back, all made him wary. He was smart enough to know who he could mess with and who he couldn't. Besides, he could sense that Mo Yuwan had no intention of harming him. In fact, she'd trusted him from the start. Gu Yongnian was very sensitive to emotions, so he could clearly feel that trust. He didn't know why, but he'd never liked betraying people. The car wasn't going too fast or too slow, partly to avoid attracting the zombies behind them, and partly to let Mo Yuwan rest well. Both of them had professional driving training, so driving smoothly and quickly was no problem. His speed was much slower than when Mo Yuwan had floored it on her way here. When they finally entered the city limits, Mo Yuwan opened her eyes. "Stop the car." Gu Yongnian hesitated, but still stopped. After all, there were a dozen or so zombies chasing them. Mo Yuwan put on a hat and mask in the car, grabbed her blade, and got out. The zombies hadn't even had time to get close. She moved with crisp efficiency, taking out all the zombies behind them in an instant. It happened in the blink of an eye. It was the first time Gu Yongnian had seen this young girl in action, and seeing her now, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. For one reason. Her blade technique was similar to his own. He'd learned his at the base, and aside from his comrades, he'd never seen anyone else use such an efficient style. Even though everyone used blades, each person had their own subtle differences. This method was energy-saving, and only people from his base knew it. Even if others saw it and tried to learn, it wasn't that easy. Not to mention, her technique was unnaturally skilled. The next second, a small flame ignited beside the girl. The flame shot straight toward the dozen or so corpses on the ground, as if it had a mind of its own. Gu Yongnian's eyes widened. The corpses on the ground quickly caught fire on their own. Not only was Gu Yongnian watching, but many others were peering out their windows at the scene. Who could say how shocking this was for them? There was no lighter, no tools, just a fireball appearing out of thin air, flying to the corpses and setting them ablaze. No matter how you thought about it, it was unbelievable. And the flame was clearly brighter and fiercer than any ordinary fire, as if it carried a devouring rage. Mo Yuwan stood there, watching the zombie corpses burn to ash. Blazing flames burned on the ground, the zombies' bodies already gone. The firelight illuminated Mo Yuwan's face, dyeing her whole body red. With her mask on, her expression was hidden. Of course, she knew that people on both sides of the street would see what she was doing, but it didn't matter. Sooner or later, some of them would awaken abilities, and sooner or later, everyone would know about powers. The sooner they found out, the easier it would be for them to accept it. The downside was that some people might remember her, and her actions in the apocalypse would be noticed by these people. But who cared? She wore a mask. No one could see her face. There were so many people in the world with similar builds. And besides, she had a natural cheat code. A face that would instantly make people drop their guard. Anyone who saw her face probably wouldn't connect her with this her. Besides, just talking about the city center, how many people besides herself could actually cross from one side to the other? Mo Yuwan felt there were hardly any who could make it through directly. Even though she'd cleared out the biggest problem inside, the city center was still a sea of people. How many could actually bring this news across? Mo Yuwan's greatest advantage was still her innocent-looking face. When she got back in the car, Gu Yongnian looked at her as if he'd seen a ghost, his expression practically saying, "What on earth are you? Give me a heads up so I can be prepared." Mo Yuwan just glanced at him, then turned away. "You'll have it too, eventually. Not just you, a lot of people will." Gu Yongnian was silent for a moment, then restarted the car and asked, "Abilities?" Mo Yuwan looked at him in surprise, then teased him naturally. "Didn't expect you to be into fantasy novels." Gu Yongnian didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, he focused on the road and replied seriously, "I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, haven't I?" Mo Yuwan thought he had a point. "Who taught you your knife skills?" Mo Yuwan glanced at Gu Yongnian. "Is that important?" Gu Yongnian fell silent. Actually, it wasn't that important. After all, the apocalypse had already arrived, And who knew what had become of their base? He didn't have deep feelings for the people there. At most, they just knew each other. Besides, there probably wouldn't be a chance to meet again. With the collapse of human society, distance had become a huge problem. Even moving around within the country was difficult, let alone going abroad. It was basically a pipe dream. But he was sure of one thing. He remembered everyone at the base, and there was definitely no one like the person in front of him. Not only that, there wasn't even any news about her. Mo Yuwan knew what he was thinking. For Gu Yongnian, that base held a special place in his heart, almost like home. But he didn't actually like it. In other words, Gu Yongnian was still awkward at this stage, though his experiences after the apocalypse had made him more open. Mo Yuwan still preferred the Gu Yongnian from her previous life. She rubbed her head, thought for a moment, and finally explained, "I learned it from a big brother when I was in danger before." Of course, that big brother was Gu Yongnian himself. Later, Mo Yuwan was able to survive for so many years in the apocalypse largely because of Gu Yongnian. He'd taught her everything he knew, holding nothing back, as long as she could learn it. But in this life, Gu Yongnian might never know this. After saying this, Mo Yuwan closed her eyes, clearly refusing to continue the conversation. Gu Yongnian drove in silence. He knew Mo Yuwan was right. Whether she answered or not really wasn't that important. He just wanted an answer. Whether or not her answer was true, whether it was the real answer or not, she'd given him one, and he couldn't keep asking. Along the way, Mo Yuwan continued clearing out zombies as before. At first, Gu Yongnian just watched, but later he joined in, helping her take out a large number and easing her burden. Mo Yuwan and Gu Yongnian worked together seamlessly. This surprised Gu Yongnian greatly. When he was a mercenary, he rarely worked with others. He always operated alone, so he wasn't good at teamwork and even resisted it. So when he started fighting, he tried his best to coordinate with Mo Yuwan. After all, she was just a young girl, no matter how strong she was, so he felt he should at least try to cooperate. But he soon realized he didn't need to do anything special. She already understood his fighting style perfectly. There was a bit of awkwardness at first, but she quickly adjusted. Both of them trusted each other enough to watch each other's backs. Their speed and coordination were perfect. Every time they could clear out a group of zombies in under 3 minutes, then get back in the car. Mo Yuwan's initial discomfort was because this version of Gu Yongnian was still different from the one she knew later. At this point, he didn't know what teamwork was and never cooperated with anyone. He only thought about himself when fighting. But the Gu Yongnian she knew later always worked with her, maybe because she was the youngest and everyone liked to cooperate with her. Now, it still felt a bit strange. They were all loners, really, every single one of them. But once they came together, they worked as a team. That period was when Mo Yuwan had the most contact with others, but unfortunately, they were later separated. This time, Gu Yongnian stayed silent and didn't ask anything. Soon the car reached the area near the city center where they'd just come from. Mo Yuwan had Gu Yongnian find a spot without surveillance and switched to another car. This time, she picked a big, tough-looking SUV with a huge sunroof. Even though he already knew she was special, Gu Yongnian was still amazed by her car magic. Mo Yuwan ignored him, got in the passenger seat, and opened the sunroof, as if to check out the surroundings. Ahead was a place packed with zombies. This time, with Gu Yongnian there, she didn't plan to sneak across the rooftops but was ready to force her way through. Gu Yongnian didn't really understand what she wanted to do, but still got in the driver's seat. Mo Yuwan set the navigation, then looked at him, her expression extremely serious, with a hint of madness in her eyes. Seeing that look, Gu Yongnian felt a chill down his spine. No matter what happens next, just focus on driving. Don't hesitate, just floor the gas pedal. Gu Yongnian. He looked at Mo Yuwan's face, which seemed like she was about to go on a heroic last stand. Even though he figured she was up to something, he couldn't quite guess what she was planning. Mo Yuwan didn't say anything more. She stood up, then reached into her space and pulled out a machine gun, mounting it on the car roof. As she secured it, she said to Gu Yongnian, "We're going to brute force our way through. If we don't clear out the city center now, it'll only get harder later. By then, coming back will be nearly impossible. Human civilization is in the cities, but if it's just the two of us, there's no way we can save a whole city. We're not capable of that yet. But if we don't act now, it'll be even harder to reclaim the city in the future." It was as if Mo Yuwan was talking to Gu Yongnian, but also muttering to herself. Once she'd skillfully fixed the heavy machine gun in place, she met Gu Yongnian's utterly shocked gaze. Mo Yuwan looked a bit puzzled. "What are you staring at? Drive." Gu Yongnian. "It's nothing." He started the car and said, "It's just, you don't seem like the type to think about these things. Why care about ordinary people? Isn't it enough just to survive yourself?" Mo Yuwan propped her foot on the armrest next to Gu Yongnian, getting a feel for the heavy machine gun she hadn't used in a long time. "What are you talking about? Aren't you the same kind of person? I heard you never hurt civilians when you took jobs, only targeting those who did truly evil things." Mo Yuwan paused, then glanced teasingly at the man in the driver's seat. "Wolf King?" Gu Yongnian froze. She'd never called him by his code name before, always using his real name. He'd been on leave for a year, and after everything happened, he'd lost contact with the base. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since anyone called him that. He'd always thought she didn't know his code name. For a moment, he grew even more curious about this young girl's identity, but couldn't figure it out. He didn't say anything more, just started the car, unusually silent. Since they needed to clear out zombies, the car didn't go fast, just crawled along. Mo Yuwan didn't start shooting right away either, instead having Gu Yongnian lure as many zombies as possible toward the city center. The seemingly empty streets came alive as the car passed, with eyes and low zombie growls emerging from both sides. Even though nothing was visible at first, the roar of the engine attracted them, and pairs of grayish eyes seemed to look their way. As the car passed, the zombies all emerged from the shadows and began chasing after it. Mo Yuwan kept watching the zombies behind them, but didn't fire, just kept observing. Gu Yongnian glanced up at her. Seeing her hesitate, he wondered if maybe she was just too young and not used to handling this kind of weapon. He called out, "Can you handle it? If not, switch with me, I'll shoot, you drive." It wasn't that Gu Yongnian looked down on her, but after all, she was just a teenage girl. She wasn't like the people from the base. At her age, she should be protected. But Mo Yuwan didn't respond at all, just kept watching the zombies. She'd already seen 2 powered zombies today. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be some among this group too. Even though the situation in that building was clear, it obviously wasn't someone deliberately keeping the zombies inside. Mo Yuwan still felt something was off. It was an indescribable intuition, a sense that something was being overlooked, or that something just wasn't right. So she decided to observe this horde carefully. If it wasn't someone keeping them there to make them stronger, then it was just a coincidence. But if it really was a coincidence, then with so many zombies there should be a few powered ones among them. In fact, after killing so many zombies over the past 2 days, only 2 had powers. Of course, there was another important reason she hadn't started shooting yet. Even though they'd reached the city, the density of zombies on the outskirts wasn't yet overwhelming. There were still quite a few ordinary people struggling to survive. The heavy machine gun was too destructive. Mo Yuwan didn't want to risk it, so she was doing her best to minimize casualties and avoid harming humans. What they were doing now was basically herding the zombies, planning to wipe them out in the city center. She'd already checked the central area from the rooftops earlier. While it wasn't quite a zombie tide, it was still deadly in the early days of the apocalypse. Zombies wandered the streets, about 1 every 2 square meters, and now there was a whole horde following their car. But even with these numbers, no matter how closely she watched, she didn't see any special zombies. Everything seemed normal. The car was about to enter the city center. Gu Yongnian had only seen the situation there on his phone. Those videos were basically the last messages from some survivors, warning others not to come. Some of the captions were just a few simple words. If you don't want to die, don't come. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. But that didn't stop her. At this moment, Mo Yuwan pulled out a speaker and started playing a classic Western song that actually fit the situation pretty well. "See you again?" Gu Yongnian was so startled by the music that he instinctively hit the brakes, making Mo Yuwan bump into the glass by the sunroof. She frowned and rubbed her stomach. "Are you crazy? Why are you playing music now?" Mo Yuwan was clearly annoyed, her brows furrowed deeply. "I told you to just drive. What are you doing? Ignore it and keep driving." "Never seen a woman make an entrance with her own BGM?" Gu Yongnian. He looked at the zombies ahead, all suddenly turning their faces toward them. Meeting those gazes, he just felt irritated and resignedly floored the gas pedal. Honestly, he was on the verge of a breakdown. The zombies, hearing the music, all charged in their direction. There were just too many, at least 100 or two. Mo Yuwan had basically created a mini zombie horde. Probably half the city's zombies were now in the city center, and at least half of those were now charging at them. Gu Yongnian gripped the steering wheel tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet Mo Yuwan's face remained calm, even as the zombies drew dangerously close. Unhurried, she pulled an RPG rocket launcher from her space and hoisted it onto her shoulder. A light rain was falling from the sky, the drops stinging as they hit, but Mo Yuwan's expression was resolute, her eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead. Holy shit! Gu Yongnian felt like he was losing his mind. Using an RPG in the city center, even he had never done something like that. Sure, it was the apocalypse, but wasn't this a bit too crazy? Who in their right mind would pull out something like this at the very start of the apocalypse? Did she even understand how destructive this thing was? Gu Yongnian couldn't help but wonder. But he still remembered Mo Yuwan's instructions, and drove carefully, afraid of making any mistakes. There were still people alive in the buildings on both sides of the street, but they were all hiding inside. The lucky ones had managed to claim an entire floor, while the less fortunate, like the group Mo Yuwan had encountered, were just barely surviving in the stairwells. At this moment, hearing the commotion outside, they couldn't help but crowd around the windows, watching the scene unfold. And what they saw shocked them. An SUV was barreling down the street, heading straight for a horde of zombies. From the sunroof, a small figure could be seen wearing a hat and mask. No one could make out their face or even their gender, only that there was something mounted on their shoulder and a heavy machine gun set up beside them. And most striking of all, music was blaring from the car. Wasn't that the theme from Fast and Furious? For a moment, everyone watching was stunned, a strange thought flashing through their minds. This world has finally gone mad in a way I can't understand. No one could make sense of what was happening. Who could possibly understand a scene like this? But in the next instant, boom! Holy shit! That exclamation echoed through many of the surrounding buildings as people witnessed the scene. A burst of fire erupted before their eyes, accompanied by a deafening explosion that made the very buildings tremble. It was as if the rain in the air was instantly vaporized. In the face of such overwhelming force, the rain might as well not have existed. They'd seen fire like this before, but only on TV, never in real life. The shock of this moment was overwhelming. Where did this lunatic come from? A man standing in one of the buildings muttered. No one answered him. Everyone just stared, dumbfounded, at the scene below. The fire was precise, blasting the gathered zombies into pieces. Only a few zombies, dragging their mangled bodies, still struggled to move, as if trying to catch up to Mo Yuwan's car. Mo Yuwan tossed the spent rocket launcher into the car at her feet. She knew people were watching. Now was not the time to use her spatial ability. But most of the zombies had already been blown to bits by her single rocket, and the rest were no longer a threat. Mo Yuwan switched to the heavy machine gun and began picking off the remaining zombies one by one. The car gradually approached the area where the RPG had exploded. Gu Yongnian shouted, "Get in!" Without hesitation, Mo Yuwan dropped back into her seat. The car drove straight into the firelight. After a few seconds, they emerged from the flames. People in the nearby buildings had been holding their breath, only relaxing when they saw the car make it through. It was a scene they would never forget. Before the apocalypse, most people could only see something like this in movies. Even later, as they struggled to survive in the apocalypse, they would sometimes think back to this day. That car and the people in it. No one knew where they came from, but they brought a blaze of hope, burning away the endless rain and lifting everyone's spirits. That firelight, with its unstoppable force, cleared the zombies below and gave the survivors a chance to live. It was fire, but also hope. If that car hadn't appeared, they could easily imagine that only death awaited them in the end. Very few would have survived. Who could guarantee it would be them? At the very least, their chances of survival had increased dramatically. The density of zombies below had been terrifying, not just outside, but even inside their own buildings. Going out for supplies had been a pipe dream, but now, with half the zombies below gone, they could at least try to venture out. It was no longer a certain death sentence. Their eyes followed the car as it sped away. The zombies chasing after them had no sense of danger. Their only goal was to catch up to the car ahead, so even when they saw the fire, they charged in without hesitation. Very few made it out. After bursting through the blast zone, Mo Yuwan stood up again, using the heavy machine gun to mow down the remaining zombies. The sound of gunfire filled the air, and Gu Yongnian, strangely, felt a surge of excitement. It was the first time he'd ever felt this way. Even though he was always around weapons, he'd never had a chance to use them like this. Unless he was hired to a war zone. But Gu Yongnian specialized in assassinations, so he'd almost never experienced this. And he was a loner, rarely teaming up with others. Yet today, just driving the car was enough to get his blood pumping. This girl was something else. Her actions seemed casual, but in reality, every step was calculated. When to use the rocket launcher, when to switch to the machine gun. Even the seemingly ridiculous music had a purpose. If she hadn't played that song, the zombies wouldn't have gathered so quickly. With just one rocket, she couldn't have wiped out so many. At least a third would have remained. Even the distance from which she fired the RPG was carefully chosen. It allowed for maximum damage to the zombies without harming the buildings on either side, maybe because there could still be survivors inside. Only after they'd left the city center did Mo Yuwan return to the passenger seat. Speed up. After closing the sunroof, she finally tossed all the weapons back into her space. Gu Yongnian silently pressed the accelerator, but couldn't help glancing at Mo Yuwan and saying, "That was awesome." At this point, Mo Yuwan looked a bit disheveled. As cool as she'd been just now, using heavy weapons inevitably left her looking a bit grimy, and the rain had soaked her through. She turned to Gu Yongnian looking confused. "What did you say?" Gu Yongnian realized that after all that weapon fire, even with earplugs, her hearing probably wasn't great right now. He just shook his head at her and gave a big thumbs up. Mo Yuwan grinned happily. She had to admit, using heavy weapons was really satisfying. Absolute, overwhelming force. And if one shot wasn't enough, just fire a few more. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with a few more rounds. By now, the zombies behind them had all been left far behind. Gu Yongnian drove into an underground parking garage, the same one Mo Yuwan had used when she first arrived. Actually, according to Mo Yuwan's original plan, after brute forcing her way through, she should have gone home. Her tasks were already done. But thinking of the woman she'd met earlier in the elevator, she decided to check out the building the woman had mentioned. She wasn't exactly a saint, but since the person had come right to her, helping was just a matter of convenience. The most troublesome part was simply making a detour. Besides, she still had those items with her. It wasn't appropriate to keep carrying them around, so it was better to give them directly to the woman's child. In a way, they could be considered mementos. After parking the car, Mo Yuwan got out with Gu Yongnian. This time, she parked the car in a hidden spot instead of putting it into her space. They took the elevator again and exited into the lobby. When she and Gu Yongnian stepped out of the elevator, they saw the woman's corpse. Gu Yongnian looked around, noticing how familiar Mo Yuwan seemed with the place, and guessed she'd been here before. He didn't think too much about why she'd come back, just followed her lead. Mo Yuwan led him to the building across the street. Gu Yongnian thought there must be something important there. This building wasn't on Mo Yuan's original route, so it was her first time inside. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of zombies clustered near a door. Clearly, something was behind it. When Mo Yuan walked in, the zombies didn't even react at first to the arrival of fresh food. Mo Yuan was actually exhausted. The whole day had been physically draining, and all she wanted was to go home and collapse in bed. She wanted to use her ability and burn all the zombies in one go, but both her mental and fire powers were depleted, so she couldn't. She could still use her ice ability, but with Gu Yongnian around, Mo Yuan wasn't the type to reveal all her cards to others. So, for now, she decided not to expose her ice power. Maybe after she acquired more abilities, it wouldn't matter to show a few. Resigned, she pulled out her broadsword from her space, ready to finish things quickly. Gu Yongnian could tell she was tired. It made sense. When she'd arrived at his place, it wasn't that late, and he'd seen what happened in the city center. There was no way she'd cross that area head-on. She'd probably used stealth or something similar. She must have killed a lot of zombies along the way, which was extremely exhausting. Thinking this, he reached out to take the sword from Mo Yuan, intending to let her rest. He could handle this number himself. He glanced at the zombies ahead, about a dozen. Not a small number, but not overwhelming either. Mo Yuan looked at him in surprise as he tried to take her sword, but didn't stop him. In fact, she looked a bit gleeful. She was curious to see how someone else would handle her sword. She didn't let go completely, still using a bit of strength. Gu Yongnian tugged but couldn't lift it. He gave Mo Yuan a strange look. She just smiled at him, saying nothing. Gu Yongnian tried again, and this time managed to lift it. He spun it in his hand, then looked at Mo Yuan with a weird expression. "You use this to fight?" He weighed the sword. It was at least 50 jin, about 25 kilos. While it wasn't impossible to lift, using it to attack, let alone perform fancy moves, was extremely difficult. Even for him, wielding it was barely manageable. But doing it with style was another matter. Mo Yuan glanced behind him, shook her head helplessly, and took the sword back. "If you want to test the weight, just do it. Why comment?" Gu Yongnian turned around and saw the zombies had all turned their heads, apparently hearing their voices and starting to search for them. But most of the zombies were still attacking the door, so not all had noticed them yet. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan gripped her sword and, like a reaper, swiftly and skillfully took out the zombies. In no time, a dozen heads rolled to the floor. Honestly, Mo Yuan preferred the more direct approach they'd used earlier. Blowing things up was so much easier. But heavy weapons were consumables, and she needed to save them for when they were really needed. Plus, cold weapons didn't make as much noise, so they wouldn't attract more zombies. Once all the zombies were dealt with, Mo Yuan skillfully opened the emergency exit door. Gu Yongnian hadn't even seen how she did it. He looked at her strangely. "You're really not in the same line of work as me?" Mo Yuan shrugged, smiling. "Don't be so surprised. In a few years, the streets will be full of people like you." Gu Yongnian was silent for a moment, not arguing. If things really stayed like this, wouldn't half the survivors end up as fighters like him? The emergency exit opened to an empty stairwell. Nothing seemed out of place. If Mo Yuan hadn't accepted that woman's request, she wouldn't have bothered to check. The woman had been a mother, worried about her child, and had given Mo Yuan 2 items. Maybe in other circumstances Mo Yuan wouldn't have helped, but she understood a mother's worry for her child. She also understood what it felt like to be a daughter in the apocalypse, not knowing where your mother was. For her, not knowing how her mother was doing was worse than knowing she'd died. If she had to choose, she'd pick the latter. She started up the stairs. The building wasn't tall, just 6 floors. She didn't take the elevator for this reason. Since the main door had been locked and the zombies kept out, it was clear someone had used the stairs to go up. It was easier to check each floor this way. After all, if you took the elevator, you might open the doors right into a zombie's face. On the 2nd floor, there were just 3 or 4 ordinary zombies wandering around. Mo Yuan glanced at them and kept going. The third floor was a children's training center. All the rooms were empty, with faint bloodstains on the floor. No sign of survivors or zombies. The fourth floor seemed to have been an office before. Nothing there, everything neatly arranged. When Mo Yuwan stepped onto the stairs to the fifth floor, she paused, a bit hesitant. Gu Yongnian, seeing her stop, looked up at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Mo Yuwan still didn't move. "Don't you think it's a little strange?" "Strange?" Gu Yongnian frowned. Thinking back over the whole building, there really was something odd about it. The zombies on the first floor were all gathered at the emergency exit, as if something had just run in there. The second floor only had a few zombies, hardly a threat. The third floor had bloodstains, but no people or zombies. The fourth floor was so tidy that, if someone said this was before the apocalypse, you'd believe them. What could have happened to make things this way? He glanced at Mo Yuwan. "Are we still going up?" Mo Yuwan didn't hesitate and continued upward, but she said to Gu Yongnian, "You stay here and cover me. Don't come up." Gu Yongnian didn't seem happy with that. "Can you handle it alone?" Mo Yuwan didn't respond at all, just went upstairs. Honestly, if Gu Yongnian didn't come, she could use her ice ability. At this stage of the apocalypse, no one should be able to hurt her. But if Gu Yongnian followed, she'd have to hold back. Gu Yongnian hesitated, but didn't follow. He didn't have much team experience, but he knew that if his partner had made up their mind, his job was to trust their choice completely. Mo Yuwan knew this, which is why she didn't answer him. The fifth floor. It was unfinished, still and silent as death. Unlike the floors below, this one felt a bit bloody, with a lot of bloodstains on the floor. The whole building felt strange, and Mo Yuwan couldn't figure it out, just that it was too quiet. An eerie kind of quiet. In the current situation, if you really had a place this clean, there should be people living there, and there shouldn't be bloodstains on the floor, or it should be full of zombies. But now, there were no zombies, no people, just bloodstains. No matter how you looked at it, it was weird. She rubbed her head and sent her mental power toward the only place she hadn't checked, the top floor. She'd only just gained her mental power today and was already close to exhaustion, her head faintly aching. If she kept using it, who knew what might happen? At first glance, the fifth floor seemed normal. Until, in a corner, Mo Yuwan saw something she'd never expected. A group of humans were locked in a transparent room. There were people of all ages inside. The oldest looked over 50, the youngest maybe 5 or 6. There were even a few teenagers. It all looked unremarkable, but the strange thing was, on the other side of the glass door, there was a bloody little child standing outside, or rather, a little zombie. It seemed to sense something and looked in Mo Yuwan's direction. Mo Yuwan felt uneasy and withdrew her probe. No matter how she looked at it, this situation felt wrong. In the apocalypse, everyone knew that child zombies were more dangerous than adult ones. The reason was simple. Children were more agile, their bodies smaller and more flexible. So they could do things ordinary zombies couldn't. This little zombie was odd, as if it had mutated. Mo Yuwan didn't plan to go up for now. The people inside the glass room looked terrified, but for the moment, they weren't in danger. After all, the zombie was so small, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the glass and hurt them. Although this little zombie seemed unusual, it didn't seem to have awakened any special powers or intelligence. Unlike the psychic zombie Mo Yuwan had encountered before, there was no special energy coming from it. She was still thinking when she suddenly heard a very soft footstep behind her, so soft it was almost unnoticeable. But Mo Yuwan still heard it, and instinctively turned around. It was that little zombie. It stood about a meter behind her, head tilted, as if curious. It didn't attack Mo Yuwan, just stopped there, making her skin crawl. For a moment, her mind was filled with horror stories. If it was just a zombie, it wouldn't be so scary. Zombies were a known threat, and as long as you knew what you were dealing with, there was nothing to fear. But this one was clearly different. At this stage of the apocalypse, Zombies would never stop in front of a human. They'd attack immediately. But she actually saw confusion in this child's eyes. For a moment, she wondered if this wasn't a zombie, but some kind of ghost story. Mo Yuwan's mind raced through all the scary stories she'd ever heard, from childhood tales to horror novels she'd read as an adult. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought popped into her head. What if this kid suddenly started talking? Like asking her to play a game or something? Mo Yuwan felt a cold sweat break out. She was good at dealing with zombies, but ghosts? She had no experience with that at all. One was a physical threat, the other metaphysical? While Mo Yuwan's thoughts were running wild, the child just looked at her, making no move to attack. Mo Yuwan studied the child, tightening her grip on her sword. She noticed something odd. The child's blinking wasn't normal. He blinked, and blinked rapidly, almost like some kind of animal. Even his cheeks and jaw moved in a strange rhythm. His eyes. Mo Yuwan couldn't say what animal it reminded her of, but the way his cheeks moved was definitely abnormal. It made her think of an animal, a frog or a toad. They puff out their cheeks like that. For a moment she thought it might be some strange disease, but his face was already bluish, clearly a zombie, especially with those grayish eyes. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, then crouched down to meet the child's gaze. The child suddenly smiled. His smile was odd, supposedly innocent like a child's, but on that face it just looked bizarre. But he only smiled, making no other move. Mo Yuwan, not sure what she was thinking, reached out and touched his arm. It was warm. Warm? Mo Yuwan wanted to touch again, but the child suddenly lunged and bit at her arm. She quickly pulled her hand back and raised her broadsword to strike, but hit nothing. She looked closely. There was no one in front of her. Mo Yuwan froze, doubting herself for the first time. In both her previous and current lives, she had never encountered something so strange. Her hand still felt warm, even a bit sticky, with some odd mucus covering her fingers, left behind from the child's skin. No matter how you looked at it, he wasn't normal. If she had to compare his skin to something, it would be a snake. That slippery feeling. Mo Yuwan carefully touched the spot on her hand where she'd made contact, and could even feel scales. But it was warm. His cheeks felt like a frog's. His eyes and skin were zombie-like. His blinking was extremely abnormal, also like some kind of animal. And then he just vanished. No warning, no footsteps, no cover. He simply disappeared before her eyes. Mo Yuwan started to wonder if she was hallucinating from overusing her mental power. She hesitated, unable to figure it out. After thinking for a moment, she took a small glass vial from her space and scraped her hand, collecting some of the remaining mucus. She was never one to dwell on things, since the child had disappeared, right under her nose, without her noticing how, she could only be sure, from the mucus and the sensation, that he had really been there. If she had to explain it, she'd say it was like a haunting. After all, from a physical perspective, it was just too bizarre. But as the saying goes, the end of science is metaphysics. Mo Yuwan went up to the 6th floor. Everything was just as she'd sensed with her mental power. The people were huddled together in the glass room, their eyes full of fear as they looked out. Mo Yuwan easily unlocked the door. There were exactly 15 people inside. She glanced around, then fixed her gaze on a girl. The girl had short student hair and wore a school uniform. She looked terrified, clutching another girl's arm tightly. Even from a distance, Mo Yuwan could see how much force she was using. The girl being grabbed must have been in pain, but she didn't make a sound and was even comforting her. This second girl also wore a school uniform, her hair in a ponytail. She looked well-behaved, about 169 cm tall, with fair skin and big, likable eyes. Maybe this was what many people's first love looked like in their school days. Mo Yuwan just glanced at them, then walked toward the two girls. The short-haired girl shrank back in fear, dragging the ponytail girl with her every time Mo Yuwan took a step closer. Mo Yuwan. She hesitated, then stopped, not moving any closer. The others in the room also noticed what was happening. None of them left,
but all stared at her, curious about what she was going to do. Besides, it wasn't safe outside. They didn't dare act rashly. Taking advantage of her pocket's cover, Mo Yuwan took out the note and necklace the woman from the other building had given her. Both items were sealed in a bag, still stained with a bit of blood. Mo Yuwan lowered her voice, making it sound a bit more mature. Do you recognize it? The short-haired girl kept her head down, not daring to look at Mo Yuwan. Mo Yuwan was a bit helpless, but the ponytail girl patted the other's arm. Isn't that the necklace your mom always wore? You even showed me a photo once. You said your dad worked 3 months to buy it when he confessed to your mom. The short-haired girl's head snapped up at that, staring at the items in Mo Yuwan's hand. The style was the same, but it was stained with blood. She gripped the ponytail girl's arm even tighter, whispering, "Jiangzi, you're mistaken. That's not my parents. My mom never takes her necklace off." The girl named Jiangzi blinked, looked at the necklace in Mo Yuwan's hand, then at Mo Yuwan herself, a flash of doubt in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end, didn't. Is that so? Well, maybe I was wrong. Mo Yuwan was really not good at this kind of situation. She wanted to just leave the necklace and go, but she understood. The girl probably didn't want to accept her mother's death. After thinking for a moment, she didn't approach, but put the items on the ground. These were left to me by a middle-aged woman. She said her daughter was in this building. Short hair, teenage. I met her in the elevator. She'd already been bitten by a zombie when I found her. She told me the zombie that bit her was her husband. If these aren't yours, I won't look for the girl anymore. I'll just leave them here. After putting the items down, Mo Yuwan turned to the others and said, "Answer one question for me and you can leave." She was thin, not tall, and her voice was clearly female. Some people started to look down on her, their eyes full of disdain, as if they'd forgotten how they'd just been cowering like quails in the glass room. Mo Yuwan didn't care about their attitude. "Just now, did any of you see a child near the door? Looked like a zombie, cheeks puffing like a frog, blinking abnormally fast." She tried her best to describe the strange little boy. The people exchanged glances, but all shook their heads, looking a bit uneasy. Mo Yuwan frowned and turned again to the ponytail girl, Jiangzi. "No one?" The ponytailed girl named Jiangzi looked puzzled, not understanding why this faceless big sister was suddenly looking at her and asking her specifically, but she still cooperatively shook her head. She really hadn't seen anything. Mo Yuwan truly felt like the world had become surreal. That little boy. She'd clearly seen him standing at the door to this group with her mental probe, and the people inside had all looked terrified. No matter how she matched things up, it all made sense. But if they hadn't seen the boy, what exactly were they afraid of? Mo Yuwan frowned deeply, but since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to just ask directly. This time, Mo Yuwan didn't look at anyone else, only at the two girls. The short-haired girl was clearly still lost in her own thoughts, unable to shake off her fear and sadness, but Jiangzi's eyes were bright and confused as she looked at Mo Yuwan. Mo Yuwan asked directly, "Then what were you all afraid of?"
"Why were you all huddled in here?" Jiangzi was startled, then explained, "Just now something attacked us. We couldn't see anything, but wounds appeared on our bodies." "But none of the wounds were fatal." As she spoke, Jiangzi rolled up her school uniform sleeve, revealing her arm. On her fair skin was a thin red scratch, not very obvious, and the blood had already stopped. The wound had already healed, but she had more than one such wound on her body. Even the short-haired girl's uniform was torn in places, likely from similar wounds. Jiangzi pointed to the others in the group. Everyone had wounds, varying in size and location, but without exception, everyone had them. Mo Yuwan was silent for a moment. "So it only left these wounds on you? Didn't really hurt you?" Jiangzi tilted her head. "Seems so. We didn't see any weapons or anything else, but the wounds just appeared. There really weren't any fatal injuries." Jiangzi paused, then added, If I had to say, it kind of felt like it was playing with us. Mo Yuwan actually agreed with that description. If she was right, all these wounds were probably caused by that little boy. But even though she could see him, no one else could. She had no idea what was going on, and when the boy was with her, he hadn't tried to hurt her. He'd only tried to bite her when she touched him. And none of these people had fatal wounds, which fit a child's temperament. Mo Yuwan didn't dwell on it. The boy had disappeared right in front of her. If he wanted to show up again, he would. He couldn't have gone far in such a short time. If she couldn't see him now, it just meant he didn't want to be seen. Kids always did whatever they wanted, with no logic. Mo Yuwan nodded and looked back at the two girls. Where are you planning to go? I have a car downstairs. If you're not heading toward the city center, I can give you a ride. If you want to go to the center, I'd advise against it for now. Wait a while. The short-haired girl finally looked up at Mo Yuwan. Why? The number of zombies there is beyond your imagination, let alone your ability to handle them. If you insist on going to your deaths, I won't stop you. Mo Yuwan wasn't a saint. She'd help if she could, but she'd never try to save people who were determined to get themselves killed. That wasn't being a good person. That was being a martyr. After she said this, not only the two girls, but many others looked over. The fact that they were on the outskirts of the city center meant they had strong ties to the area. Many had family there, and before the apocalypse, they'd been relatively well off. Not necessarily rich, but definitely living comfortably. Some had tried to escape when the outbreak started, but ended up in the wrong place for various reasons, like someone who should have been in the east of the city ending up in the west. In short, many people needed to cross the city center to find their families or return home. The unluckiest ones had homes right in the city center. Mo Yuwan had just caused an explosion, and while the total number of zombies had dropped, the noise would attract more from the surrounding area. The city center would only get more dangerous for now, but the surrounding areas might be safer for a while. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, then addressed everyone. If you need to head outward, today and tomorrow are your best chances. The next few days the center will be full of zombies, but the outskirts will be much safer. Think it over. With that, she stopped looking at them and turned back to the two girls. What about you? What will you do? Jiangzi glanced at the short-haired girl beside her, then asked for her. Big sister, you said the owner of that necklace is across the street? Can we go take a look? The short-haired girl visibly trembled at Jiangzi's words. Mo Yuwan glanced at her. You can, but your friend probably doesn't want to. Honestly, I think it's better if you don't. Jiangzi looked at the short-haired girl, full of concern, but in the end she didn't make the decision for her. They all understood. There was a good chance the woman next door was her mother, but if she didn't go, she could keep pretending her parents were still alive as a kind of comfort. But if she went and it was true, she'd lose even that hope. No one could make that choice for her. It was hers alone. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment and said, Come downstairs with me. Think carefully about what you want to do. I have 2 baseball bats in the car you can use for protection. She glanced at the group nearby. They still hadn't left. It was a strange mix of people. Men, women, old, young. One particularly fat man kept glancing their way. Mo Yuwan didn't say anything, but she'd been quietly watching him. Something about him wasn't right, whether it was his eyes or something else. Right now, with herself present, things were still okay. After all, these 2 girls looked very young, and one was even facing the pain of losing her parents. If anyone had bad intentions, now would be the perfect time to act. Mo Yuwan completely forgot that her own physical age wasn't much older than the 2 girls, but right after she mentioned getting them something for self-defense, the man who'd been watching them all along showed a look of disdain, as if he'd just heard the world's biggest joke. His eyes no longer hid anything. It was naked greed, mixed with an indescribable lust. Tch, disgusting. Mo Yuwan hated this kind of man the most. She'd already run into one earlier, and now there was another. But it was also related to the current environment. At the start of the apocalypse, this kind of person was everywhere. Many women were barely surviving. squeezed into the cracks of society, simply because of their natural disadvantage in physical strength. She stopped looking at the two girls and walked straight toward that group. Her steps were casual, unhurried, not showing any urgency, almost like she was just taking a stroll. Seeing her approach, the group thought she had something to say and stopped talking, turning to look at her. This faceless woman didn't seem threatening, but ever since she'd appeared, the strange, inexplicable attacks had stopped, so they had some trust in her. All eyes were on her. But she didn't look at anyone else, her bright eyes fixed straight on that man, her expression unreadable. Meeting those clear, clean eyes, the man was clearly startled, then started to smile as if he'd thought of something that made him very happy. Mo Yuwan couldn't hold back anymore. She suddenly sped up, and with a burst of strength landed a kick right in the man's stomach. "Ah!" The man's scream echoed through the small space. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Mo Yuwan's kick was powerful. The man was sent flying, landing on the ground and writhing in pain. Mo Yuwan walked over slowly, stopping beside him, her gaze lowered. "Did you enjoy the view?" The man didn't answer, still clutching his stomach and groaning, but even in pain his eyes were full of contempt. Mo Yuwan saw it but pretended not to. She kept looking at him. "Do you think you're something special? Now that human order is collapsing, you don't see police or laws anymore, no authorities to enforce the rules. You think you're tough, that with your natural male strength, you can do whatever you want?" Her voice was soft, but everyone heard it clearly, and they all froze. It wasn't just the man on the ground who thought this way. Many of them had similar ideas. People had realized that if things kept going like this, might makes right would become the new norm, and some were already itching to try it. In such circumstances, women would naturally become possessions in their eyes, just like in China's past, when women, due to their physical disadvantage, became men's appendages, unable to protect themselves from oppression. They didn't even dare to resist. If they did, the consequences could be even worse. Every era has its scum. In this era, it was people like them. In the past, at least some would still protect women to some extent. Now, most people had learned to be cold, to stand by and watch, because they could barely take care of themselves. It was the same, and yet not the same. There was no absolute right or wrong, just as the world itself wasn't black and white, including Mo Yuwan herself. Her tone was gentle. "You might think you're powerful, that you can control the lives of those weaker than you. But what's the point? You can control others, but others can control you. See? Now you're the one writhing at my feet. This is the might makes right you wanted. My strength is greater, so I can look down on you like this. How does it feel?" Mo Yuwan's words were a wake-up call for everyone present. There were plenty of men here who'd looked at women with disgusting eyes. Mo Yuwan didn't care, nor did she expect a few words to change their minds. So she was just saying it. In the end, brute force was the simplest and most reliable solution. Thinking this, she stepped on the man's beer belly. "Look at that! You're under my foot now!" Gu Yongnian, seeing that Mo Yuwan hadn't come down for a while, got worried and finally came up to check. As soon as he arrived, he saw Mo Yuwan with her foot on a man's stomach. He twitched his lips but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked over to her. "Don't dirty your shoes. Just kill him, otherwise you'll have to clean them later." Mo Yuwan laughed at that. Gu Yongnian had said the same thing to her in her previous life. It always seemed like he didn't know what was going on, but he'd stand by her unconditionally. Mo Yuwan looked at him, smiling so happily that even with her face covered, her sparkling eyes were visible. "You're here?" This guy was looking at those two girls with that kind of gaze. "I'm teaching him how to be a man." Gu Yongnian understood. He patted Mo Yuwan's arm. "Don't be so hostile. Let go for now." The man under her foot looked relieved, even glancing at Gu Yongnian with gratitude. Gu Yongnian understood. This guy was probably saying, "Thanks, bro." He'd thought Mo Yuwan wouldn't listen, but to his surprise, she pouted and lifted her foot. She was just a cute girl after all. How could she really be that fierce? The next second, "Holy shit!" a man nearby cried out in shock, disbelief in his voice. Mo Yuwan instinctively turned to look, only to see everyone staring behind her in astonishment. She blinked, then turned to look as well. She saw Gu Yongnian holding a blood-stained knife and blood pouring from the lower half of the man's body. Mo Yuwan hadn't even processed what had happened before someone covered her eyes. It was Gu Yongnian. He didn't put his hand directly on her face, just gently shielded her vision. "You're just a little girl, don't look. I'll handle this. Go play with those two girls." Mo Yuwan was stunned, confused. She immediately pulled his hand away and glared at him. "I want to see. What could there possibly be that I can't look at?" As Mo Yuwan spoke, she looked down at the man on the ground. Blood was pouring between his legs, and an unidentifiable object rolled a few times on the floor before coming to a stop. Mo Yuwan fell into a strange silence. At first, she hadn't realized what had happened, but if she didn't get it now, she'd have to be a fool, not just slow. No wonder Gu Yongnian was called a genius. He went straight for the man's lifeline, not holding back at all. Mo Yuwan was stunned. She looked at Gu Yongnian beside her. His face showed no sign of guilt or embarrassment, as if this had nothing to do with him. He even looked a little innocent. In the end, Mo Yuwan just silently gave him a thumbs up. "All right, I'll leave things here to you. I'm taking the two girls downstairs." With that, she turned to leave, not sparing a glance at the wailing man on the ground. The man could barely speak now. The fact that he hadn't passed out was a testament to his willpower. Mo Yuwan glanced at him again, then hesitated. She used her broadsword to make a small cut on his arm, dipping it in his blood. She didn't know if this man had the potential for an ability, but with his size, the chance of awakening a strength-type power was high. After all, abilities were somewhat related to one's natural gifts. But this guy was scum. Expecting him to change was a fantasy. Better to make sure he'd be just an ordinary person in the apocalypse. Well, actually, being an ordinary person now would be hard. He'd be a cripple at best, and definitely wouldn't have any powers. When Mo Yuwan approached with her broadsword, the man's face was full of terror, as if he might faint at any moment. But she only made a small cut on his arm, not chopping it off. Mo Yuwan felt she'd already been merciful. The man was so scared he nearly passed out, and when he realized she'd only made a small cut, he was almost in disbelief. He hadn't expected to be let off so easily. Actually, Mo Yuwan hadn't planned to cut him at all. But she was a bit squeamish about the blood down there. After finishing, she left with Jiangzi and the short-haired girl. As she turned, a notification sounded in her mind as expected. Sure enough, it was a strength ability. She didn't bother looking at the man again. Even though the world's order had collapsed, Mo Yuwan still believed the saying, 3 feet above your head, the gods are watching. There might be no rules now, and people could do whatever they wanted. But that didn't mean there were no consequences. Even if nothing happened right away, who could say what trouble might come later? Mo Yuwan always believed, you reap what you sow. These people might think they could act recklessly without paying a price, but the cost of their actions had already been set. Mo Yuwan took Jiangzi and the short-haired girl downstairs, told them to wait by the road, then brought the car around. Using the car as cover, she took 2 baseball bats from her space. Baseball bats were something she'd stockpiled a lot of. They were simple and effective in the early days of the apocalypse. Easy to use, anyone could wield one, and they packed a punch. But in the later stages, they weren't as useful. She hadn't stockpiled them for herself, but for ordinary people. To her, they were nothing, but they could save someone's life. Mo Yuwan had always understood this, so she never hesitated to help when she met ordinary people. She asked the 2 girls again if they wanted her to take them to the outskirts, but they refused. It seemed the short-haired girl had made up her mind. The 2 of them had decided to go to the building across the street to see if her parents were really there. Mo Yuwan stood behind them, watching as they walked toward the building, neither stopping nor encouraging them. After all, it was their choice, and whatever the outcome, they'd have to bear it themselves. With that, Mo Yuwan got in the car. This time, she sat in the driver's seat. Not because of anything else, but because Gu Yongnian probably didn't know the way, and even if she told him, he might not find the place. But where Gu Yongnian would stay was a problem. The tomb only had 2 side chambers and a main chamber. If she brought him in, it wouldn't be ideal. If it were just her, like in her previous life, it wouldn't matter. But this time, her mother was still around, so she had to consider her mother's feelings. She sat in the car, thinking about all this. About 10 minutes later, Gu Yongnian came down. His knife was clean and even the bloodstains on his hands were gone. Mo Yuwan reasonably suspected he'd spent the whole 10 minutes cleaning up. But she didn't say anything. Gu Yongnian opened the driver's door, surprised to see her in the seat, then went around to sit in the passenger seat. He sat down, a teasing look on his face. "How old are you? Can you even drive?" Mo Yuwan didn't answer, just glanced at him. "If I couldn't, what would I be doing here? Sightseeing?" Gu Yongnian was at a loss for words. Mo Yuwan didn't linger, flooring the gas and speeding off. Today had been quite the day. Compared to the earlier roads, this last stretch had already been cleared by Mo Yuwan, and the explosion she'd caused had drawn many zombies away, so the density here was much lower. She didn't know about other cities, but if there was a well-controlled city, Tongcheng would definitely be among the best. Since the apocalypse began, Mo Yuwan had entered the city twice, each time clearing out large numbers of zombies and gathering plenty of supplies. But she still didn't take food or other essentials. She only took things that weren't urgently needed by humans. There were basically no zombies left on the last stretch of road. The few that did appear were quickly dealt with by Gu Yongnian. It wasn't until the car truly left Tongcheng that Gu Yongnian looked at Mo Yuwan with a complicated expression. They had actually made it to the outskirts. A few hours ago, when he'd heard her plan, he'd honestly thought this little girl was just daydreaming. He hadn't expected her to actually pull it off. Aside from some danger at the start in the city, the rest of the journey had been smooth. But how could such a soft-looking girl be so fond of using heavy weapons to bulldoze her way through? Mo Yuwan didn't notice his complicated look. She was lost in thought, but after a while she spoke up. "In that building we went to later, I saw a person?" Her tone was uncertain, as if she didn't know how to describe the little girl. Gu Yongnian found it odd. "You can't tell if it was a person or a zombie?" Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, then described the child to Gu Yongnian, emphasizing the way the cheeks puffed out, the skin, the eyes, and other abnormalities. After hearing her description, Gu Yongnian was stunned, and finally understood why Mo Yuwan had hesitated over the word person, but he had a guess. "From your description, it sounds like some kind of animal gene fusion." "Look, you said its jaw puffs out like a frog's breathing. The skin and eyes are zombie-like, but it's warm. The skin is slimy and scaly like a snake. There may be other features you didn't notice, but overall, doesn't it sound like a mix of zombie, human, and various animals?" Mo Yuwan was silent for a moment. Thinking about it that way, it did make sense. She didn't respond, but continued, "That kid disappeared right in front of me. No sound at all. I didn't even notice how he vanished." Her brows were still furrowed as she spoke. Maybe others wouldn't think much of it, but to Mo Yuwan it was extremely abnormal. In this life, and especially in her previous life, she'd survived the apocalypse for years and developed sharp reflexes. Now, with her psychic ability, her perception was only stronger. So for that child to disappear right in front of her was just too bizarre. The most crucial part. "I first saw him outside the 6th floor door. The people inside were all terrified, but when I asked if they'd seen the child, everyone said no. They said they were scared because something unknown kept attacking them, leaving wounds on their bodies, but none were fatal. No matter how you looked at it, the whole thing was strange. Gu Yongnian didn't know what to say. Even though he hadn't known Mo Yuwan long, he was confident in her skills. If she said she hadn't sensed anything, that was truly abnormal. The two fell into a strange silence. After a while, Gu Yongnian tentatively asked, "Could it be you saw wrong?" Mo Yuwan immediately pulled out the vial of mucus she'd collected. "This is the mucus from his skin I scraped off my hand. If I saw wrong, where did I get this?" She looked at Gu Yongnian as if he were an idiot. Well, there went his last hope. This was real. They both tacitly fell silent for the rest of the ride. After a while, they reached the road leading to Mo Yuwan's tomb residence. She put the car away in her space and led Gu Yongnian inside. It was still raining, as if it hadn't stopped for days, and the road was muddy. Gu Yongnian knew Mo Yuwan must have a raincoat, but for some reason, she didn't take it out. Mo Yuwan didn't explain, just let them both get soaked. The road was hard to walk, mostly because it was so wet. After 10 minutes, they finally reached the pitch-black main gate. Gu Yongnian stared at the gate, then looked at Mo Yuwan with a complicated expression. "You're not exactly being subtle about someone living here, are you?" Mo Yuwan shrugged indifferently. "Doesn't matter. After all, it wasn't up to her. If the system set it up this way, there must be a reason." Mo Yuwan was good at comforting herself. She used her iris and fingerprint to open the gate. Inside, the land was still freshly turned, but nothing had been planted. Mo Yuwan led Gu Yongnian toward the cave. The outer gate was ostentatious, but the inner door was the opposite. At first glance, you couldn't even find the entrance. Only when Mo Yuwan opened it did Gu Yongnian see where the door was. Once inside the cave, they were finally out of the rain. Gu Yongnian looked around. The cave was empty, not at all matching Mo Yuwan's habit of pulling things out of nowhere. He was incredulous, shaking water from his head as he looked around. "You really live here?" As he spoke, he turned and saw Mo Yuwan open another door in the ground. Gu Yongnian was shocked. He suddenly felt he should just keep quiet. Saying anything would just make him look ignorant. But this was too much. Such a big place, with 3 layers of doors. No wonder she dared to put such a huge black iron gate outside. Mo Yuwan opened the door and led the way down the stairs. Only the corridor lights were on in the tomb. Mo Yuwan turned on the main room's lights at the entrance, then knocked on the side chamber's door. "Mom, I'm back." Mo Siying opened the door and Da Huang ran out. Mo Siying was stunned to see her daughter's face. "What happened to you? How did you end up like this?" After saying that, she looked at the man behind Mo Yuwan. "And this is—" Gu Yongnian was also looking around. When the lights came on, he saw the coffin in the center and immediately understood. The young lady had actually occupied someone else's home. Looking at the coffin, with flowers on top, Gu Yongnian couldn't describe how complicated his feelings were. "Mom, this is a friend of mine. He'll stay in the other room for now." Mo Siying hesitated for a moment but didn't ask much, just nodded. She understood that if her daughter brought someone here, it meant he was trustworthy enough. In times like these, all she needed to do was trust her daughter. Gu Yongnian was a bit surprised. Mo Yuwan gave him the impression of a lone wolf, much like himself. He hadn't expected her mother to still be alive. Of course, he didn't mean anything bad by that, just surprise. Still, he was polite, immediately giving Mo Siying a sunny smile. "Auntie, hello. You can call me Xiaonian or Xiaogu. Either is fine." Mo Siying stood up and smiled politely in return. "Hello, Xiaonian. I'll go make your bed. The other room is still empty?" She was about to go out, but Mo Yuwan stopped her. "Mom, you rest. Let him do it himself. Don't worry, we have to get up early tomorrow." Gu Yongnian quickly nodded. He'd never really had elders around, so he was honestly not good at handling this kind of situation. Seeing how reluctant he was, Mo Siying didn't insist. Mo Yuwan led him to the other side room, took a bed out of her space and set it up, then tossed out a brand new bedding set and a full set of clean clothes. She'd prepared all these things in advance, not specifically for Gu Yongnian, but in every size, just in case. After she finished, she glanced at Gu Yongnian with some distaste. He was covered in mud and dirt. Not too bad, but still pretty messy. After all, they'd been out in the wind and rain all day. She looked down at herself and realized she wasn't much better. She closed her eyes. There's a bathroom behind the center of the main room. Go take a shower first. As she spoke, she tossed out toiletries from her space. Gu Yongnian was a bit stunned by her casual display. He couldn't help but ask, "How much stuff have you actually stockpiled?" Mo Yuwan just gave a fake smile. "Guess." With that, she walked out. After a moment, Gu Yongnian picked up the clean clothes and toiletries and followed her out. Mo Yuwan pointed out the bathroom, then conjured a stool out of thin air and sat down to look at her phone. The tomb was spacious, but Mo Yuwan didn't like to leave out anything unnecessary, since it would look messy. Gu Yongnian went into the bathroom, and Da Huang, seeing her sit down, came over and lay at her feet, but kept a little distance. Mo Yuwan could tell at a glance that the dog was avoiding her because she was too dirty. She didn't mind. Even though Da Huang always lay on the ground, there was a big difference between the dust on the floor and the mud on her body. If Da Huang got dirty, she'd have to wash him herself. "Holy crap!" Suddenly, Gu Yongnian's exclamation came from the bathroom. Mo Yuwan glanced over, guessing he was shocked by the bathroom. She just looked once. No matter what the outside was like, this was still a tomb, and having a modern bathroom here was pretty surprising. She herself had been shocked the first time she saw it. She went back to her phone. As expected, the outside situation was dire. Other cities could only be described as hell on earth, with corpses everywhere. Video sharing was back online, probably because people realized how serious things were. If they kept blocking information, it could lead to irreversible consequences. People had realized something was wrong. No more joking around. Everyone was desperately searching for official channels, wanting to know how long it would take to solve this. But, as expected, all the official accounts were completely silent. Most people realized something was off and started thinking of ways to save themselves. Even a post Mo Yuwan had made elsewhere was being shared around, reaching more people. The comment section was full of panic. Words like apocalypse and zombie were everywhere. At the same time, quite a few people saw this as a gift from heaven. Just like the people Mo Yuwan had met today, they truly believed the apocalypse was a good thing. It let them do whatever they wanted, free from morals and laws. Mo Yuwan just glanced at those comments and scrolled past. After that, she checked the local forum. To her surprise, she saw herself in several videos. Not just one, but many. There were clips of her clearing zombies on the outskirts, talking to people in the building, fighting her way out with Gu Yongnian, and even setting things on fire. Of course, the video of her breaking through the siege got the most likes. It was a real spectacle. People were shocked, and those who'd seen it in person confirmed it in the comments. Outsiders were incredulous. Most people were speculating, who was Mo Yuwan? What was her goal? Why was she so strong? Where did that fire come from? Was she a stunt performer? Was there a crew helping her? Most guessed she was with the authorities. After all, heavy weapons were almost impossible to get in China unless you were official. Compared to the explosion she caused, the video of her conjuring fire was less popular. But some people did notice, and a few even mentioned abilities. After all, that concept appears in a lot of fantasy novels. But it wasn't a hot topic. She figured it wasn't that it couldn't get popular, but that some people were deliberately not spreading it. After all, what she did had indirectly saved them. Mo Yuwan smiled slightly and saved the 2 videos. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling they'd be useful someday. After getting a general sense of the outside situation, Mo Yuwan checked her private messages again. The academician still hadn't replied. Gu Yongnian came out as well. He didn't say anything, just gave Mo Yuwan a thumbs up. Of course, Mo Yuwan knew he was shocked by her bathroom. She didn't bother replying and went in to wash up herself. She was actually a very clean person. The only reason she'd tolerated being dirty for so long without getting upset was thanks to the endurance she'd built up in her previous life. Once she was done, she called Gu Yongnian out and handed him a bowl of noodles, taking one for herself as well. Gu Yongnian stared at the steaming bowl in front of him, with obvious chunks of beef floating in it, clearly Lanzhou ramen, and fell into deep thought. But in the end, he didn't ask anything and just ate quietly. After eating, they both went straight to bed, not exchanging a single word the whole time. The next morning, Mo Yuwan got up, changed clothes at lightning speed, and was about to take Gu Yongnian back into the city. After all, the matter of the mutant zombie from yesterday was still unresolved, not to mention that strange child. Just as her hand was on Gu Yongnian's door, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding. Detected that the host has been very active recently, meeting the conditions to activate the Apocalypse Lying Flat system, now issuing the Lying Flat mission. Please stay within your territory for the next 3 days without leaving. After completing the task, you'll be rewarded with increased territory safety and a comrade's house. 1. No penalty for failure. Please actively complete the task. Great. For some reason, the system's voice always sounded a bit annoying to Mo Yuwan. Her face instantly darkened. She'd thought the Lying Flat system was just a random name for this so-called golden finger. But she hadn't expected it to literally require her to lie flat and do nothing. If she'd gotten this system at the start of her last life, she might have been thrilled. Who could refuse a chance to just chill? But in this life, Mo Yuwan knew exactly what she was carrying on her shoulders. Her mindset had changed a lot. Now she had power, memories, and absolute strength. If she didn't do something, she'd feel like her rebirth was wasted. After all, she'd been taught from a young age, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. She might not go out of her way to help if it would harm herself, but if she could help and chose not to, she'd feel guilty. With a heavy heart, Mo Yuwan banged on Gu Yongnian's door, making it rattle, and even kicked it in frustration. The noise was so loud that it drew the attention of everyone in the tomb. Gu Yongnian, Da Huang, and even Mo Saying were all startled awake. Da Huang tilted his head at Mo Yuwan, as if curious about her outburst. Gu Yongnian opened the door in his pajamas, the ones Mo Yuwan had given him, looking utterly confused. "What's up, sis? Why are you going crazy so early in the morning?" Mo Saying also looked over in confusion, but Mo Yuwan's face was still dark. "Get up, we're not going out today." Gu Yongnian was baffled, but still got up and put on the clothes Mo Yuwan had given him. Mo Saying didn't know what was going on, but she got up too. Once Gu Yongnian was ready, Mo Yuwan took him to the yard. She handed him several bundles of rope. "Take these outside and circle the perimeter of our wall. The bigger the area, the better." Mo Yuwan was practically gritting her teeth. "Fine. You won't let me go out? No problem. I'll just expand my territory. If I keep this up, the whole city will be my territory. Even if you don't let me leave, I can just keep building and expanding right here, can't I? Give up? That's never going to happen in this life." Gu Yongnian thought Mo Yuwan looked a bit scary, as if someone had really pissed her off, but he didn't refuse. After all, this girl was full of mysteries, and with free food and lodging, only a fool would want to leave. Freeloading food, drink, and shelter, doing a bit of work was only fair. He just didn't know why she was in such a bad mood. Resigned, he scratched his head and went out with the rope. Mo Yuwan thought for a moment, then patted Da Huang's head. "Da Huang, go help him out." Da Huang just glanced at her, unmoved, clearly uninterested in this kind of task. Mo Yuwan knew Da Huang's temperament. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I still don't fully trust this guy. Go keep an eye on him for me." Only then did Da Huang show some interest, got up, and followed. Gu Yongnian knew Da Huang was unusually capable, so he treated him with respect, calling him brother dog every time. Da Huang looked at him with a bit of disdain. For the next 3 days, Mo Yuwan really didn't step outside the base. She spent her time researching farming, sending Gu Yongnian and her mom out for anything that needed doing. It wasn't that she didn't want to go out. She couldn't. Never mind the other rewards, just the house-building one. Could she really count on Gu Yongnian to build a house by himself? So she couldn't skip this reward. Still, Gu Yongnian was pretty efficient. Over the next 3 days, he diligently expanded Mo Yuwan's territory. He ran into a few zombies. This area was sparsely populated, but some people or zombies would still wander in. Zombies without targets tended to roam aimlessly, but for him, they were no big deal. In these 3 days, the apocalypse's order had completely collapsed. All kinds of villains were emerging, just like in her previous life. At the same time, the authorities released a message through various channels. The gist: the virus was spreading faster than expected. Unless you're completely out of food, don't go out. It's dangerous outside. But if you do run out of food, don't hesitate. Go out and find some. The government won't hold anyone responsible for losses during this period. The message was clear. People were encouraged to take food from supermarkets and such if needed. After all, compared to order, they couldn't let people starve. They even excerpted part of Mo Yuwan's post and shared it. Caption: this post has been reviewed by experts and is highly valuable for reference. Please check it out. Also, the author of this post, please contact the authorities. We sincerely invite you to join the official organization and work together to help with the current situation. Mo Yuwan wasn't surprised that the authorities would choose to invite her at this time. In fact, this was something she had already anticipated. One could even say it was inevitable. Given the way the authorities operated, they must have noticed her as soon as her post appeared. They just hadn't had the time to contact her immediately since the situation was so chaotic, but it was only a matter of time before they reached out. She just hadn't expected it to be so soon, or in such a public way. So, it was surprising, but not really. She thought for a moment, logged into the account she'd used to post, and was about to make a new post to respond. But then she realized, since they'd left her a public message, they'd probably already tried to contact her privately and failed. Mo Yuwan checked her inbox. Sure enough, she found the message she'd expected. They had contacted her right away. Their message was almost identical to the one posted publicly. No real difference. Mo Yuwan left her own radio channel and replied, "Sorry, I'd love to help the authorities, but I prefer to work alone, so I don't plan to join. But as a member of China, if you run into any particularly tricky problems, you can contact me. I'll do my best to help." Mo Yuwan's reply was quite blunt, even a bit arrogant, but she didn't mean it that way. She just wondered how they'd interpret it. Either way, it wasn't her problem. After replying, she checked her Douyin inbox again. The academician who was so skilled at farming still hadn't replied, and the message was still unread. Mo Yuwan could guess that, given the circumstances, he simply didn't have time to check his messages. She really wanted to recruit this talent, but there was nothing she could do. She looked out at the vast land outside and felt a headache coming on. If she could get in touch with him, things would be much easier. They'd just need to provide the labor. But if not, she'd have to do everything herself. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. So for the next few days, Mo Yuwan and her mother diligently farmed at home, while Gu Yongnian and Da Huang went out to expand their territory. The rest of the time, she scrolled on her phone, keeping up with the outside world. She finally got a taste of the lying flat life the system had arranged for her. Before this, she'd always been a workaholic. Gu Yongnian seemed to have opinions about it, but every time he saw Mo Yuwan's unhappy face, he swallowed his words. He thought this girl was really something. She had such a soft, delicate face, but always looked like she was in a bad mood, cold and unapproachable, making it hard for him to say anything. Well, to be fair, it was partly his own fault. Every time he wanted to say something, he just couldn't get the words out. Not for any particular reason. He just couldn't. Maybe it was because he could tell she was already in a bad mood and didn't want to make it worse. Besides, she'd crossed an entire city to rescue him. He knew he owed her. Mo Yuwan's bad mood was mainly because she couldn't go out, and the farming wasn't going well. Plus, 3 days was enough for the outside world to change dramatically. By the time the system locked her at home, the apocalypse had already been going for 3 days. With these 3 more, it was almost a week. If nothing unexpected happened, all communications would be cut off tomorrow. Mo Yuwan couldn't help feeling anxious, mainly because of that academician. If he could join her team, he'd be a trump card in the apocalypse. After all, food is the foundation of survival. Everything else could be skipped, but food and water were essential, and his abilities were recognized by the whole country. Before the apocalypse, he'd played a big part in making sure people had enough to eat. If not for the previous increases in food production, life in China would have been much harder, so everyone respected this academician. Mo Yuwan checked her messages again and felt a bit hopeless. Not only was her own situation tough, but the city was in bad shape too. Fortunately, because she'd cleared the city twice, the biggest problem in Tongcheng wasn't zombies. It was people fighting over supplies. If you logged into Douyin these days, you'd see videos of bystanders filming fights, people arguing over food, fighting for safe territory, or just bickering over resources. There were also discussions about Mo Yuwan herself, with people wondering when she'd show up again to clear out more zombies, hoping Tongcheng could return to pre-apocalypse order soon. Mo Yuwan just sneered at this, suddenly feeling that being locked at home for 3 days wasn't so bad. It was because she'd spoiled these people before that they were now fighting in the streets over supplies and territory, expecting her to clean up after them. Rely on her to solve everything? Dream on. On the first day, people talked about Mo Yuwan a lot, hoping she'd show up and save them, calling her a hero. But she didn't appear. On the second day, people grew anxious as more zombies appeared outside their buildings. Those living near the outskirts remembered that Mo Yuwan had only shown up every other day before, so they posted online, and everyone waited for her. But they watched from their windows all day, and she never came. On the third day, she still didn't appear. By then, people's opinions of Mo Yuwan began to change. People no longer called Mo Yuwan a hero, but simply referred to her as that person. It was as if her appearing in the city at set times to clear out zombies had become an expected, inevitable thing. If she didn't show up, it was as if she was letting them down. Of course, there were still some reasonable people who spoke up for Mo Yuwan, but their voices were usually drowned out by those filled with malice. Mo Yuwan had already experienced this in her previous life, so even going through it again in this life, she felt nothing. If anything, she watched it all with a sense of amusement. That was just how it was. She was curious to see when these people would finally realize that the only ones who could save them were never so-called heroes, but themselves. But even by the time her lockdown ended, she still hadn't seen the message she wanted. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. By now, the so-called police and hospitals from the days of order no longer existed. In fact, hospitals were probably the places with the most zombies. Mo Yuwan remembered that in about 3 weeks, 1 month after the outbreak, there would be an official rescue operation to the government base. At that time, a lucky few would make it to a place with at least a bit of order. When the 3 days were up, a long-missed system notification sounded in Mo Yuwan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. A comrade's house will now be generated. Your territory's safety has also been increased. Detected that your territory has expanded. All defenses will be upgraded to cover the new area. The wall will automatically move back, and you are awarded 4 high-strength cameras, which have been automatically installed in key areas. As the voice faded, Mo Yuwan didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt a bit uneasy. After all, Gu Yongnian and Da Huang were still outside. If they saw this scene directly, Mo Yuwan really had no idea how to explain it. As she was thinking this, the system seemed to sense her worry. That cold voice sounded again. It will be automatically rationalized. Mo Yuwan paused mid-step. What do you mean, rationalized? Explain. For example, the house grows out of the ground, the wall walks itself backward. Mo Yuwan. Her silence was deafening. This level of rationalization might actually be less reasonable than not rationalizing at all. For a moment, Mo Yuwan just wanted to give up. Just as she was about to flop back onto her bed and ignore the outside world, Gu Yongnian came running in, looking utterly shocked. He rushed over to Mo Yuwan, extremely excited. Houses are growing outside. Your wall moved itself back. It only stopped when it reached the new area I marked out. Mo Yuwan. She'd thought the system was just being metaphorical, but it was literal. Could it be any more ridiculous? She twitched her lips and nodded vaguely. Oh, I know, just pretend it's haunted. With that, she kicked off her shoes and lay flat on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She really didn't know how to explain. Gu Yongnian thought she didn't believe him. "I'm serious. If I'm lying, I'm a dog. Come out and see for yourself." But when he saw Mo Yuan's dead-eyed stare, he suddenly calmed down, and a terrifying thought popped into his head. "You didn't already know about this, did you?" Mo Yuwan kept lying there. But when she heard that, she dramatically sat up. "Wait, what did you just say? Houses grew out of the ground? The wall moved by itself? Really? Let's go check it out." Gu Yongnian. If she'd just stayed motionless, he might not have suspected anything. But now, with this over-the-top reaction, he was 80% sure she'd known all along, her terrible acting. He didn't even want to comment. In the end, he still followed Mo Yuwan outside, with Da Huang giving them both a look like they were idiots. Meeting Da Huang's eyes, Mo Yuwan was sure that if the dog could talk, he'd probably curse them out on the spot. But even though Da Huang was full of disdain, he still cared about Mo Yuwan, so he followed along. When Mo Yuwan got to the yard, she was still a little surprised. The area outside was several times larger. Gu Yongnian, despite his complaints, had remembered her instructions. The bigger the area, the better. So the territory was now more than 10 times larger than before. After all, it had taken 3 days. This much expansion wasn't too crazy. Mo Yuwan gave Gu Yongnian a thumbs up. "Awesome!"